Well, it is 6:05 p.m. here on December the 2nd, 2025. We're excited to have everyone here for at our city council meeting. We will begin our city council meeting by having an invocation by myself, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Kim Redella. Our Heavenly Father, as we come together as a city council and staff and the community and the residents, we're thankful for the opportunity we have to be able to be here to be able to look at the different events that are going on in the city. We ask that you might be able to be with us as we discuss tonight's agenda items, that those things that we've studied and that might be able to come back to our memories, that also we might be able to make the best decisions that would be best for our city. Heavenly Father, at this time, as this is a special Christmas season, we ask the blessing to be upon all those in our city, that they might also feel a renewed spirit this time as they see the lights about and as those kindness items are going on, that they might be able to feel of the care of those around them. We ask a special protection also be upon all those who might be traveling to see family or to the different events during this time. Once again, we ask you might be with us tonight, that as we are discussing different items, we might be able to be respectful of one another's opinions, that we might be able to come to good decisions. And this we say in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, just looking across tonight's agenda, we do have a couple public hearings. We have one public hearing, which will be item number 4A, which is about our general plan. We also have an item that is number 4D that I know that some have asked maybe about be able to make comments. So I will allow for public comments on number 4D, which is an ordinance. It's an alcohol license amendment concerning a rezoning of the limits. But other than that, on looking at the rest of the agenda, there's no other public hearings or times that will be for the public to come up to make comments. So at this time, we'd like to open up what's called unscheduled public appearances. If you'd like to come up and talk with the council on anything going on in the city, we ask that you please come up and state your name. And if you can keep your comments brief and concise and keep them to 3 minutes. So at this time, we'll open up the unscheduled public comment time.
Liz Rice, Highland City resident and Highland City Council-elect. So I just got Doug's correction of the minutes, and I know you're going to go over this, and the third runner-up should really get that council seat. He's corrected, but also, I meant to say, if it is Liz Rice, because I honestly thought I would be third place, just so you are aware of that thing.
Okay.
Great honesty.
Is there anyone else that would like to come up and address the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll now close the unscheduled public appearance time of our agenda. We do have 3 different presentations. We have the first presentation, which will be our legislative update. We have our senator here, Brady Brammer, and our representative, Kristen Chevrier. Am I saying that right? Chevrier. This here tonight. We're excited to hear from them. Then we also have item number 2B, which will be our library's annual report. And then we'll go to that point. So we'll turn some time over and invite our senator and representative up at this time.
Okay. Senator Brammer said I could go first, so I will go first. So there are a couple of handouts that I gave to Aaron over there. I tried to find information on things that would be useful to you about what's going to happen in the session. A little bit of it is using a crystal ball because we don't know everything that's going to happen in the session yet. We have some good ideas, but I wanted to talk to you first. A couple of weeks ago, some of us went to the Auditors Summit, and one of the topics we discussed was PIDs. I don't know if all of you are familiar with PIDs. I assume Public Infrastructure Districts. There's a handout that we're passing around about that. I think this is something that you should at least read the handout and then see if you have any more questions. And if you do, I'd be happy to get you the slide deck from the presentation that you can go through. 3 of the issues that they discussed were the absence of a defined dissolution process for PIDs, non-contiguous and cross-jurisdictional annexation, and financing of non-public or privately owned improvements. So as a city, it seems that it would be critical for us to be aware of the ins and outs of these and how they affect city boundaries and such. If you would like more information, just let me know. The second one is privacy protections. For the past 3 years, we've been focused on data privacy protections in the legislature. Last year, SB 260 laid the groundwork for bringing cities and other governmental entities into compliance with state data privacy law. We will be building on that in this session, and we're happy to help the cities come into compliance where they need help with that. There are several different bills coming up this session having to do with individual identity and data protections, and the automatic license plate reader bill will be coming back. We ran it last session, but the clock ran out, so we weren't able to pass it, so we're bringing that back. The handout that I gave you, and I can get more for people who didn't get the handouts, or I can send you the electronic file, but this is called state-endorsed digital identity. And this is another thing that we've been laying the groundwork for. There are two kinds of digital identity. One of them is this one, which is privacy protecting. You own all of your own data, and you share the data when, where, and with whom you choose. And there's no capability with the technology for tracking or tracing or surveillance or profiling. So this is a completely different form of digital identity than any other state is looking at. We're the only ones. It started here. We've been talking to other states. We've got about 6 other states on board with it right now. So when you're looking at digital identity, there is a very, very bad kind, and there's a good kind. And then we're also keeping the paper option. So anybody who prefers to use paper, that will always be an option as long as the legislature is the current legislature, right? We never know what's going to happen in the future. But please look at that as well, and if you have any questions on that, I'd love to talk to you about it. Land bills, the focus this year, and this is not my expertise, so I went to the person who's working on this. Cal Roberts is the one who's been working on this the most. The focus will be on preserving your land use authority, because cities are critical in maintaining the high quality of life in the state. We have housing bills that are going to be more focused on infrastructure investment in our communities, based on the belief that the state should partner with the cities on infrastructure to help cities shoulder the growth. So if you want more information on that, I can have Cal come talk to you, or we can arrange something, but he's got more on that. And if you want to know anything about elections, I just found out that Kim knows everything about the election bills. So ask her for any information on any bills that might be affecting the city. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Senator Brammer, and then if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
So first, is this the last council meeting of the year?
Yes, we have an appointment.
It's the last
on the
regular council meeting
we have
of
one
the
on
year.
the 11th as an
Okay.
appointment.
Well, I wanted to first thank Mayor Osler for his time serving as mayor. Thank you for all the countless hours. And, I think, let's see, Ron and me and Kurt, and I think Brittany was on the Planning Commission too. I don't think, Doug, you weren't on there yet. But, that seems like a short time ago that we were all sitting on the Planning Commission, kind of as, the B team for the city, I guess, is kind of what you would look at it as. You're an advisory committee, which has, you're just talking a lot. But thank you for the work, and and to those that that won elections or lost elections, and that stood up and raised their hand and said, "I want to serve." Thank you to those that did so. That's a difficult thing to do, and a lot of people don't realize that. And that the hard part about public office is the failures are very public, and that's a really hard thing to deal with. And so thank you all so much for your service and for all that you do for the city. You know, I go around to different cities, and I just want to say it's a breath of fresh air always whenever I come back to Highland, because in spite of differences and differences of opinion, there's always a civility between the members of the council, and I really appreciate that, and an appreciation for staff, and the city works really well because of that. So that was the first thing I wanted to say. This next year, the committees that I serve on are the Judiciary and the Revenue and Tax Committee, and then I am the chair of the Criminal Justice Appropriations Committee. So that's courts, prisons, Highway Patrol, you know, Department of Public Safety, that budget. Some of the items that some of the bills that I will be running are, I have one. We have a lot of fraud happening with cryptocurrency machines, like ATM machines on crypto. A lot of our elderly citizens are succumbing to fraud through those machines. They're kind of being almost taken hostage in a way with loved ones, and so we're going to try to add some regulation on those. Elected official safety, we're getting more and more threats, and political violence is becoming more and more real. This just allows elected officials to do an immediate request to any county recorder, and they would be able to have their home be deemed a private residence for county records purposes, so that it's, you know, last year, you know, my family received you know, it was a glitter bomb, but you don't know it's a glitter bomb until you get it, and the police are saying this is a suspicious package, and it wasn't sent by a friend. I have plenty of friends that would prank me, but that wasn't one of them, you know, and it's becoming more and more frequent, and so this isn't limited to state level, it would be local level as well. So if you're feeling any at all insecure as far as people having your public address or your home address in your public life, then this would help you secure that a little bit more easily. Right now it requires like an affidavit from a law enforcement officer to receive that treatment. So this would just allow you to automatically opt in. I've got a bill addressing sexual assault evidence, but and then a few others, religious freedom, some court issues. We're working on starting a law school at UVU, and so we're starting the process, and the campus would be at the Point of the Mountain for that law school. And then we're trying to change some of our trailer registration so that you can register a trailer once and not have to do it every year, because people don't like doing that. And so we're trying to figure out the pricing and everything for that. A couple that people here would care about, the transportation utility fee. That's been an ongoing dispute with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as to how to deal with that. I believe that they have reached a compromise. It largely ties to, if you're doing traffic studies, that you exclude the weekend traffic. And that's largely where I think the compromise has fallen as far as the bigger issue. But you know, we'll see that bill come through. There's a good chance that I'll be the Senate sponsor on that, but it'll originate in the House with Karen Peterson. And then with regards to, I am working on the gas tax. We're very concerned about the cost of living for Utahns. Now, that's not to say that we have a high cost of living. We actually, other than housing costs, we're doing better than anywhere else in the country as far as our inflation-adjusted costs. And a lot of that is we've been keeping power relatively cheap. And Rocky Mountain Power seems to be trying to not allow it to stay cheap, but we're pushing back on that. But when it comes to gas taxes, what's happened is as the refineries along the West Coast have started to be shut down through environmental regulation, they still need fuel, and even though we produce more, we have 5 refineries in Utah. We're one of the higher states as far as production, but they've started to invade our refineries to the tune of 20 to 30% of our supply that we generate, and it increases all of our gas prices. And so what is likely to happen, we'll see how this goes. It's a fairly contentious bill. But what is likely to happen is, right now we don't really put a tax on it. It's a little more complex. I'm going to simplify it down. We don't really put a tax at the time that the fuel is generated at the refinery, but we do put a tax at the gas tax at the end user, and that's good tax policy. That's where you want it. But the problem is with the regulation happening in California, it's invaded our market to where they're now riding on our emissions without paying for the cost to our air and increasing everyone's cost of gasoline. And so the idea is you would put a production tax on the refinery level and then lower the gas tax in Utah so that we're decreasing the overall cost because we're collecting the taxes on what's going out. And most of that is going out to either Idaho, which isn't as big of a deal, but to Washington, which is outside of our region. Idaho's part of our region. And then Las Vegas, because they would normally get it from the coast, but it's become too expensive to get from the coast, so they pay extra. They pay more, and that raises that demand goes up and raises our prices. So that's some of the stuff that we're trying to do just to help and we think that'll save between $300 and $500 per family in Utah. And so it's not an insignificant amount. And so those are a few things. And then we do have some road issues. We're still trying to, I would say we're not totally happy with MAG. And that probably needs some attention by the cities on the the MAG board, to give them some clear direction on things. The other thing that we're concerned about, and as a legislative caucus we've been very forceful on, is this year UTA did not give any new public transit dollar or projects. They did not assign any into Utah County, which is insane because we have 40% of the growth in the state, which is higher than anywhere else. And on the west side, we have, they're essentially 10 years behind what they should have been because they had the wrong estimates on the population sizes already in Saratoga Springs. And there's, and if UDOT or MAG feels like they are doing a great thing by making one of the roads so that they have flex lanes, that's great that they're doing that. It's a good project, but that's a Band-Aid covering up for a lack of following through on what they should have been doing years ago. We're really struggling on our west side, and we need to improve that. And the fact that they didn't fund or start any projects for public transit, particularly to the west side, that matters a lot to Highland because the more you decrease the quality of life on the west side, it leaks into the quality of life over here. And so a lot of the traffic issues that I deal with, we don't have a lot of state-level traffic issues here in this district. As far as Highland goes, you've got essentially SR 92 and then North County Boulevard that you're really watching to make sure those are running well. And those are fantastic streets that are run quite well, other than the weird intersection up at North County and SR 92, which that'll eventually be dealt with. It's just kind of odd. But what we're oftentimes doing as a Utah County caucus, and just so you know, I'm the Senate chair of that caucus, and then Stephanie Grecius is the House chair. We're really trying to work on getting the traffic issues elevated on the west side, so in Lehigh, Saratoga Springs, and Eagle Mountain, because they're already at a critical level, and they're just falling further and further behind because of the increased population growth. And the reality is, it's growing so fast over there that there's not a road management system that would keep up with the level of growth that's happening, but we better start trying a little harder over there. And so we are getting some additional push, not only at the state level, we need a little help. We keep pushing MAG to change some of the formulas, and they keep saying they will. It's been 2 years with them not changing the formulas, and we're pretty fed up with that. On the federal level, we're actually getting some support to change to account for growth on the federal level. And if you look at the partisan politics of it, the reason why that happens and why that is acceptable right now and why we'd want to strike while the iron is hot for that is because all of the migration that's happening in the state or in the country is going to Texas and Florida for the most part, which are heavy red states. And so we want a high growth formula to be accounted for in those federal dollars as well. And so changing the formula for the National Traffic Safety Institute, I think that's the acronym. I'm probably screwing up the acronym there. It's been a little while. But changing that formula only benefits Utah, and it's the right time to do it while there is a Republican Congress and Republican president, because it benefits those states that are higher growth. if you're always redoing highways based on congestion level as opposed to based on growth level, then we will get less dollars, less federal dollars for our roads than otherwise. And so those are some of the things that we're working with our federal delegation to do as well. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have some questions?
I don't have questions, I've got some comments. How's that?
Well, maybe,
Yeah,
since you were
I've got
talking-
questions and comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott, then.
No, go ahead.
You mentioned that MAG, maybe what specific areas you're saying that they're using formulas, or what's the issue with MAG that you're having? Mountain Association of Governments.
So we did a pretty deep we asked for the formulas for how they determine the rankings for their, now there's a political side and there's a numerical side. But the numerical side has stuff embedded into it. And so we wanted the algorithm for how things move to the top of the numerical side of things. And they were all correlated to congestion.
Correct.
Meaning 92 to 94% of those of successful voted on projects are tied to congestion. And what that means is, it doesn't mean that congestion isn't worth worrying about. But what it means is you're always behind the game. What it means is when you have growth, you're not building projects to accommodate the future growth to avoid the congestion. You're waiting until the quality of life in the high growth areas drops to such a degree that now it raises up on the congestion level to where you're going to fund a new road, which is now more expensive because now you have to go through eminent domain or other problems, as opposed to, you can do corridor preservation early, but if you don't prioritize the project earlier, then it costs more money on the back end, particularly when you see high growth and high level arterials that MAG would typically deal with on a county level road. And so those are the ones that, and it's the same problem at UDOT. Now UDOT they have allocated, in the last few years, it's about $2 billion towards Utah County roads, but it doesn't get programmed in until like 2029, which is it's too late. Like, we're trying to find ways to pull that down faster. And there may come a time where the situation is right to do a bond, but with the interest rates rising, it's probably not, or with the interest rates higher than traditionally they've been, it's probably not in the immediate future. But when you do a bond, what ends up happening is it takes it out of the Transportation Commission hands, and it's more of frankly, it's a political. Then the politics get into it, because then you start saying, well, our voting block isn't going to approve the bond unless this area gets this and that area gets that. You start horse trading, and that can move things up, because they need to make sure that a third of the caucus in Utah County is going to be taken care of. But that's not always the best process. I don't like the bonding process, but the reality is you can, and right now we're not very well positioned in terms of the number of people we have in leadership from Utah County to win in that process as effectively as we would like. But,
So I've got a question or two and some comments.
yeah.
My question is I sit on some county boards, and I talk to the administrators from other cities. I really like the animal board because we get done quick, and then I talk to the assistant administrator, Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain and all that, and we talk about issues. So one thing you're talking about is transportation, and there's certainly, we don't go over, personally I don't go over the Saratoga Springs Temple because it takes me an hour to get there.
Yeah.
And I'll go to a lot of other ones. And I have patients all over the county. I still have some brave souls that come to me from Cedar Fort, and I just say, thanks for driving an hour and a half to see me. But my family, we go to the airport. When we go to the airport, we take the front runner. Okay. When we have any social thing at Delta Center, we take the front runner. Is there any talk about putting some transportation like that into the west side of the county? Because they are growing really fast. And we were talking to the assistant manager of Saratoga Springs a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, when we passed some budgetary things. And he says they're getting like 250 building permits a month. Now, I don't know if that's true, but he says it seems like it. Because I was there with the administrator of Cedar Hills, and they said they get one a month maybe. But is there any talk about that, maybe like a front runner thing or some sort of thing? Because they are exploding over there.
So the short-term talk is more on creating bus routes that can go out there, because right now they don't have any bus routes, which is pretty crazy to not have, bus routes running from Eagle Mountain to Front Runner even. Like that's, I find that to be generally unacceptable, and I've been frustrated with UTA in that regard. As far as, what it would typically be is a light rail system, so similar to tracks more than a front runner. Front runner, we're just trying to get that double tracked so that instead of having 30-minute stops, you have a stop every 15 minutes and you increase your ridership that way. But the cost is quite large to run a track system that long. Transit is not super cost effective unless you have a high density, and we're just not high enough density in those areas to make those runs without a significant, it would take like a federal Amtrak type investment. So I haven't, like, people talk about it. I won't say that they don't talk about it, but what the issue is it doesn't fit into the cost model that's typically there for a, tracks type system.
So you're going to wait till it gets really congested, then do something.
Until it gets so
Because you were
congested.
just talking about
No,
the other
seriously.
way.
That's
Yeah, it's crazy.
yeah, it's,
But-
and that's, I think right now it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, this is so bad, let's at least get bus routes and maybe not have a two-lane highway. Like that's where things are at right now. But
So here's what my eyes have seen over the last 4 years. 4 years ago, Utah County, MAG, all the mayors came together. We said, let's do a BRT, which is the bus rapid transit system, which we see down in Provo-Orem. They're very successful. Let's do it up here in the north area, and even then have one that goes up to the Draper station to get us up there. We started hearing we couldn't get funding, and so then we had to chuck support behind the front runner or behind the track system. Now we're getting ready, and we hear the tracks is coming, but what we're hearing is it's going to go from Lehigh to the old prison station, and then you're supposed to get off there and get on Front Runner. We're going, okay, you can take Front Runner from Lehigh and go all the way downtown, but you want us to get off in Lehigh and go up, so it didn't make sense. But Lehigh, they did all of their transit-oriented developments based off where they thought the tracks was coming, where they heard it, so they approved all this housing, and tracks isn't coming that way, and that was supposed to go to downtown Draper and get us all the way to the tracks down. Yep. So we wanted the BRT, but we said no one was going to fund it. We kept hearing the state wouldn't fund it, we couldn't get the federal dollars, so then we jump on the tracks plan and the front runner. So we keep getting all these things. The reason why you have Pioneer Crossing now as a flex lanes is because you had some cities that weren't willing to take houses out. Very similar to what we made a decision on 4800. We didn't want to go take some houses out to widen 4800. They didn't want to take houses out on the Lehigh side because you have Lehigh on one side and you have Saratoga on the other. And Lehigh says, well, hold it, it's all of our residents having to take it out. And that's kind of where we get caught. Yeah. And like you said, we're not getting the dollars down here. We're getting a struggle. I mean, you talk about here with the ranking of the things. One of the things I brought up, I says, it's great you're looking at congestion. What about safety? Where's our safety at? If we have intersections because we have a couple of intersections that we're not safe. And I go, why are we down low? Safety seems that should be towards the top. And that was one of the MAG things I brought up. I mean, it was just, it's been interesting to see as they try to morph and they're trying to match the state to get dollars, and it keeps moving. We see that we passed a UTA tax in Utah County, one of the only counties. And yet we find out that after 3 years, the money was going to start going to UTA, but yet we're not getting in. We're going to hold it. We're the ones that's going to fund Salt Lake UTA. I mean, that wasn't making sense. We're seeing a lot of problems out there that, hey, we passed it to get UTA, but we're not getting it down here. Like you said, there's no new lanes. But I go, we're the ones that passed the tax. And so our residents are paying that part of their sales tax. It's just, there's some problems.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's part of what, I think, on the MAG side, their board is comprised of the mayors. And so, we've got to get the mayors on board to effectuate that change. And, it needs to be some real change in that system. But
You'll see the change because a lot of mayors changed over in Utah County.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
mainly some that were maybe there for a little bit. We've had a big change.
Yeah, the UTA side, UTA has had some organizational problems for a long, long time. And a lot of the bigger problems are better now than they were. But now we have planning problems that still need a lot of work. We had other issues that weren't just planning before. But those have started to improve. And now they're learning how to cost their things better because they're working with UDOT a lot better. They used to have just astronomical costs. They still have astronomical costs, but they're more in line. But yeah, I agree. Like there's some messes on the transportation side, but that's half of that is just planning issues, and the other half is just pure growing pains that happens regardless of what, who's in place and whatever's there. Always constrained by money, time, labor force. All of that is difficult. Yeah.
Can I make another comment? Okay. So one thing that I've thought a lot about,
You can come on.
and Kristen, come on up.
I'm going to make
And,
Kristen answer
yeah.
all of them.
I'm just learning.
Right.
Yeah.
So as a city council, and tonight we're going to be working on our general plan and different things. We're looking forward 10 years and different things. One of the problems I see, and I appreciate your service up there in looking at the whole picture, but I think sometimes it would be nice to have the state legislature, our advocates, rather than the opposite. Because every year we kind of sit with bated breath and see what the state legislature is going to impose on us, and then we spend the rest of the year changing our development code to meet state regulations. And so, I think each city's unique, and the populace in that city should have some local control over density and traffic and a lot of these things that the state then mandates we have to do differently. So affordability in Highland's a lot different than in other parts of the state, but we're under all this pressure to do all this, more high density and all this stuff. So you can argue about that forever, but we need to feel like the state's actually taking our side a little bit, because it's kind of like you take away our land use authority, you take away, they're talking about taking away our zoning authority, all these things. So what good is it? Why do we even run and try to represent the cities? Because we're the ones that have to be the face with the local populace. And it's hard to explain to people, we can't represent you and do what you want because the state has mandated. Now, and I think, our state legislature is basically fairly conservative, and you hate it when the national government mandates to you, but it's hard when you mandate to us without listening to us. So I'm just saying it's kind of a real frustrating thing, because I don't want to spend all my council meetings this year changing our development code because of changes you made. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, and if you see things that we need to be aware of, sometimes we don't see everything. So if
Right.
there are things that you notice, let me know. If there are things I notice, I'll let you know. But I agree that different communities should be different. I don't think that there should be top-down regulation on zoning and all of that. I think that should be decided by local governments.
And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. But it's hard to be on the city council. And I've been here a while, and so I've seen things change. And I appreciate all you do. But at the same time, I just think we have I'm on a couple boards with two of the county commissioners. And Utah County is soon going to be 800,000, they estimate. We're almost 1 million. As you said, we're the fastest growing, 40% growth in different things. And they were talking about after the recent election. So a lot of incumbents and a lot of people that represented the incumbents in these cities were defeated, and because there's an underlying anger in the people. And the anger has to do with too much density, too much congestion, too much traffic, and it's affected our quality of life dramatically. Yeah. And I don't know how, growth's great people moving here, but at the same time, where's the water coming from? People are frantic about that. And what do you do with cities that kind of go in and try to be a parasite in the next city and take their water? And that's going on. So, I think we need growth, but somehow I think it needs to be a little more regulated, a little slower growth so that we can catch up, because we have to provide the infrastructure. So I don't know. I'm
Well,
talking
and
a lot.
I agree with you, and I think that there's a philosophy that the state has taken that I don't agree with, and it's largely tied to the idea of who pays for the cost of infrastructure. And so what they say is, well, if we encourage the cities to do infill or to do immediately adjacent, annexation of areas, then we can have the cities force the developer to pay for the infrastructure costs, and they're more likely to be able to handle it. And, by forcing the cities to do that, and I say forcing by means of, well, look at all these incentives for road funds that you can get if you do it, or whatever the carrot is that, that's out there, because they don't want to actually force, they want to say that they're simply encouraging. But I don't think that model has been the successful model for creating affordable housing. What are most successful models, if you're just looking at the metric of affordable housing, it has been when you run the infrastructure further out so that people can make the voluntary choice within the market to buy in a, the three cities that have had the most successful low-cost housing have been Harriman, Eagle Mountain, and Saratoga Springs. And that's because they were built further from civilization with the ability of people to make the decision that they're going to commute because they can get a more affordable house. Mm-hmm. And, the hard part with that is now the developer has to go, that oftentimes they're saying, well, the developer does this long run, and that's how you get a 2-lane highway, out to this area, and some of the infrastructure isn't quite as robust as it needs to be. And so that's the give and take on it. So if you're looking at a better model, the way that I would, that I've been advocating for in a losing battle, but this is the idea is, look, we have unincorporated county land, and we could allow for projects that we do the run for, a state level highway out to that land, and the run for the water and for the sewer district or sewer line, the basics, power and all of that. And if you provide that out to that area, now the developers can come in and they can allow people to build the city that they want to live in that is affordable to what they can afford on a new build, because it's a little further out and the land cost is cheaper. But when you're always trying to force next to, when you're trying to increase the density, it's this never-ending cycle of rising cost, because now the land cost becomes so expensive. The development cost goes up because the city is pushing so hard on either impact fees or cost of infrastructure. And then, that just gets into this cycle where now they have to have, because it's increased the cost so much to build it, they have to have higher density for it to pencil. And it turns into a cycle over and over again of increasing the cost. And then on the state level, you're waiting until the quality of life drops because the congestion gets so high, and then you fund a new road, which costs you more to build because you didn't plan ahead for that area. And so, that's the thing that I'm trying to sell, but it's not easy because you're kind of going against the executive branch, which I totally blame on Councilmember Rodella.
We do too.
But the executive branch's view of things is that first view, that you build adjacent to the cities because that's how they see development happen traditionally. But if you're accepting high amounts of growth, that's not necessarily what you need to do, because it just is, it has this system-wide impact on the cost of housing that I don't think was well accounted for.
Well, and I appreciate your work. I just wanted to kind of hear from the grassroots.
And the other thing with cities, you're right. The problem is we've got 256 cities, and there's always one stinker in the bunch, and then they come up and ask the legislature to fix the problem because one city did something really stupid, and that ends up those are things that we do have to address, but it's not that that's not always the intent.
And we're trying not to be the stinker.
Yeah.
So let me bring up something, and I don't know if the legislature can do anything about it, but I think you need to look at the high cost of insurance. For example, I mean, my house has went up in value over the last 5 years. My insurance, house insurance premium has gone up 25% in the last 2 years. I've never made a claim. I'm in the same place. So if you're on a fixed income, what does that do when you've got to dig up a couple more $1,000s? Car insurance is off the roof, out of the roof. I mean, it's just, and then health insurance, oh my heck. And, you know, and I make my living from health, but my stuff hasn't gone up much, but the insurance companies sure charge more. My premium, I have a separate premium for my wife's Medicare. My premium went up again this year, another $300 a month. I was talking to my next to last patient today. He runs a small company. He says, we're having to change insurance because a couple of my employees have got cancer, and so they won't insure us. He says, the only thing we can find, the premiums are 33% more. So I think somehow we need to look at, is this fair? Are these fair costs and things? But when we talk about affordability, if you can't afford to pay all this insurance that we have to have, I have to have insurance on my house, I have to have insurance on my car, and it's jacked up every year and you can't negotiate out of it. I just think maybe they need to look at that because that's a big affordability issue for people. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I don't know how much we can solve the cost of insurance. A lot of that is an adjustment to a high inflationary period of between 25 and 35% since 2020. So you're going to get that just on the cost of inflation, particularly when you have an area with increasing housing costs. Because if you have a casualty claim or property claim, now because your home has increased by 40% over that period, on top of a 30%, inflationary, those are kind of interrelated. I don't know that, I would say the over-regulation of medical insurance and, I mean, I'm a free market guy. I don't know how I can go in and dictate to the insurance companies how much they charge, other than increasing competition among the insurance companies. Or you can decrease the limits, the limits for insurance, but then you have less safety, in terms of, underinsured and uninsured motorists is a big problem.
Sure.
EMTALA claims for, on health insurance increases the cost all over. There's quite a bit of market manipulation due to regulation that I don't know how to solve that. And a lot of that is on the federal side, but
it needs to be a discussion because it's out of control.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about affordability, because we always talk
Especially
about affordability.
Fixed
Yeah,
income
if you're
families
fixed
are
income,
killed by it.
we're going to talk about tonight about senior housing and people that can't afford to live here. But one of the reasons they can't afford to live here is because their insurance has gone up so much.
Yeah.
And so, it's just, I'm just trying to give a little bit of feedback on some of that stuff because this is what I hear people at the grassroots level complaining about. Yep. And I don't know what I can do as a city council member, but I don't know what you can do as a state. But we can
Talk
have
to your
a discussion.
legislators.
Yeah, and that's what's good. But no, and we appreciate you coming. I mean,
Thanks.
This is nice. This is the pre-legislation. We're hoping you're going to come back and kind of share with what some of the bills that were passed there. We know that towards the end of January, you guys are going to get really busy, January and February, and that first week of March. It's going to be an ongoing time. Brady, you brought up about the transportation fee, that you might be the one running it there in the Senate. So is that you with Karen, is it Peterson? Yeah. And so that you mentioned that seemed to have worked itself through. We've tried to work with that. Highland is one that we use a utility fee or a transportation fee, so that's something we're going to be interested how that legislation comes through because that could affect us greatly. And so.
So I was sort of being funny, but it does help to have feedback because then we can go to everyone else and say, hey, we're getting a lot of pressure on this. So do talk to your legislators.
Right.
Well, and I think at the end, when you talk about land use, we are hearing from the governor that they want to do some preempting of land use, or they want to say, hey, there's going to be 8 units, 6 units, 4 units per acre. Do you think there's any traction there?
Please say no.
The governor has a bully pulpit, so to say there's no traction is probably not true, but they tried to do it last session and it couldn't even get out of rules. We were very appalled by it. We didn't like the idea. And so I don't love that. And so I don't see a lot of traction, but you never know what the that there is a power to the governorship that pushes things along. The other thing I would say is, and I've said this I think every year, you pay for a lobbyist as part of the League of Cities and Towns, but that lobbyist is not always lobbying for what Highland wants. So on times where you differ from the position of the League in Cities and Towns, you have to let us know very strongly. So for example, the gravel pit fee a few years ago, that was one that benefited Highland, and the League of Cities and Towns took a position against. So we were in favor of it. And so just keep an eye on that, because they are very beholden to Salt Lake City, because Salt Lake pays the highest amount of dues. So they listen more to Salt Lake City, and that doesn't always benefit Highland. So just keep an eye on that side of things during the session.
Can I make one last comment? Because I know we got lots to do tonight. But I think you need to remember that you represent a community that's going to be totally debt-free in 2 years.
Yeah.
And probably one of few in the whole state or the nation. So we must have some sort of formula that works here.
Yeah.
So maybe listen to us a little bit, if you will, please. Okay?
Councilmember Smith talked about the frustration of having to change city code based on state changes every year. There is actually one place where I'm very much hoping that we will have to change city code because of changes that the state makes. And I think that we are all in agreement on this one, that last year there was a change made that set it up as an administrative decision on the part of the city to allow new land uses in zones. And it really seems like that ought to be a legislative decision.
Agreed.
It's a question about what we allow in our zones. Basic question about land use. And the legislature set it up as we have to set requirements, and then we just make an administrative decision as a council on it. I'm not sure that that was the intent, but that's what happened.
If you can send me the bill,
Okay. Yep.
that way I can look and see how it's set up.
Anything else? before-
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We really
Yes.
appreciate you taking the time.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that we've heard a lot from League of Cities and Towns has to do with property, potentials to property tax, restrictions on what local governments can potentially do as far as increases. Now, Highland hasn't had an increase in a really long time, and I'm not saying that we are anticipating that, but we have heard that there is some potential concern from the legislature, and I'm curious if you two have any insight there.
Yeah, I know that there is a bill by Senator Dan McKay on, I think it's, I think it's like no more than a 5% raise in any given year, something like that. And a lot of that is driven not so much by any municipality. The municipalities rarely raise that often. And if you're going to raise, you shouldn't say, well, we didn't raise for the last 20 years, so now we're going to do a 100% amount. Like, that's not best policy. It should be an adjustment to inflation generally, and if you need more, then you need to make that justification to your citizens. But what we've had is school districts that year after year after year are raising so fast that people cannot keep up. Right. And they're, oftentimes 80% of the tax, of the property tax, and that has made it really, really hard on citizens to the point where they're just crying uncle. And those year after year raises are a big problem. The other thing that I've heard is if it's above I've heard of a bill on property taxes that would make school district property tax raises above a certain amount subject to referendum, which currently they're not subject to referendum. And so that one would be an interesting one as well. But I don't know the details on all of that. The legislature doesn't move as like an organized body. We all are doing our own thing, and then there comes a day where everything comes to light, and you kind of have to listen to the scuttle, but then it comes out, and when people say the legislature is thinking of this, it means there is some legislator somewhere who had an idea and might do something, and we're not sure if any of the rest will agree with them. So just keep that in mind. It's chaos by design in a way. So,
Mr. Mayor, the other thing I think we wanted to ask them about is our Rocky Mountain Power issue.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to address that?
Fire insurance one?
So what we're having is, we have had, like, we're trying to put in a new parking lot, or just an entrance, because it's crumbling right now at our fire station, and we have been, I think our request has been in almost a year, and we can't get Rocky Mountain Power to almost even respond.
A year and a half, and we can't get them to move a box for us.
Aaron, can you send me an email with the details, as much detail as you can get? And I will start, like, we'll both email their government relations person and see if we can get anything moving from our side.
We'd be happy to.
Yeah. Yeah, those
That'd
are
be
things
appreciative.
I don't know how much they'll listen to us, but sometimes they get pressure from someone outside the normal channels and they start moving something.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your time. Thank you once
Hey,
again.
thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We now have a presentation now by, it's our annual library board presentations. We'd like to invite them to come up.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good evening. My name is Amy Brinton. I'm the library board chair, and I'm here with other board members and our new director, Karen Liu. The members of the board are Kevin Tams, Jessica Anderson, Rachel Farnsworth, Lynn Lonsdale, Ron Campbell, and who did I miss? Oh, Wes Warren. Wes Warren is out of the country tonight. So we're here tonight to present our 2025 Highland City Library Report as required by our bylaws. Do you have those slides? Or do I need to do something? No. I can go ahead. You don't need to see the picture. We can go through the pictures after I talk. So we first just want to thank all the people who have supported us. The Friends of the Library and the Library Foundation have been especially supportive and active this year. The Library Foundation provided a $6,000 grant to get new discovery kits, which are some of the most popular items in the library. The Friends purchased a storage unit, which we can use to store books for these used book sales that provide a lot of income for exciting projects for the library. We also received a state library grant this year for $4,700. So thank you to these supporters. You can go ahead. More supporters. We had lots of volunteers at our Fling. We had the most successful book sale ever. We were so grateful for that new space. It was a lot more visible to people. We also had a huge donation from an estate sale and also from Hideaway Books. That bookstore on State Street in American Fork closed down and gave us a huge amount of their inventory. So we were able to, I volunteered there in the morning, left about 11 a.m. They said, we've made more than we did the entire day last year. So I think it was a combination of being in that new space and the really generous donations. So we're really grateful for that. These are some of our youngest supporters. This is a church youth group, and these little kids got together and they collected 50 books for our library. So we are just really grateful for the generosity of Highland citizens in all forms. And then our next picture is you handsome folks, and we're just grateful for you and your support and listening to our concerns throughout the year and being a support for us. We'd like to acknowledge the significant contributions of Donna Carden. And I like this picture because Donna is a force, and we're so grateful for her. She brought twice as many programs as we had before into the library, brought in just a culture of belonging, people coming and showing up to these programs. Technology, she was constantly applying for grants, bringing in the Yodo players, bringing in this audiovisual equipment that people could use. Our physical facilities, she did the revamp on the inside of the library. And then collaborations, which we'll talk about more throughout the report. She was the mastermind of this collaboration between the Pleasant Grove and American Fork Libraries, which has been a huge success. So we're so grateful. We want to honor her legacy by continuing her great work. We are delighted to have Karen Liu as our new director. And Karen brings a wealth of experience. She most recently served as the youth services librarian for the Utah State Library. And she has worked in many other capacities in Utah and beyond. And her experience, her dedication, her warmth has already been a huge influence on the library. Really excited and just delighted to have her. Okay, I have some quick statistics about the library. So over 60% of Highland households are active card holders. We have 6,300 active card holders. And then the white numbers are our numbers, and then the orange shows the changes over last year. So we have over 200,000 items circulated last year. This is almost 9% increase. Digital circulation is almost 100,000 items of Highland residents are taking out through Libby. That's very similar, about a 9% increase. Our physical items that we have here in this library are over 44,000. That is an increase over last year. And then with this consortium, our total access, so books that you can go online with your Highland Library card, order, and it is there at the library or arrives the next day, is almost 200,000 items. I mean, increasing our availability by 4x this year has been so exciting and so well received, and we're just tickled. I was thinking about those items, those 150 additional items. I was like, well, if they cost $20 each, oh my gosh, this is $3 million worth of stuff that we're able to, have access to, and it's just a really beautiful partnership. And then, of course, the Beehive Library Consortium. This is Libby. We have more than 80,000 ebooks, 50,000 of the e-audiobooks, and 6,000 magazines. So the library is also more popular than ever. 64% of Highland residents say that they actively use the library. And 66, 2/3 of Highland residents want to ensure the library is funded to maintain or expand current services. They're happy with the services they're getting and would love to see that continue in the future. The staff have an approval rating that is the stuff of every elected official's dreams. I mean, they're just doing great over there, and we really want to support them and retain them. They are just a wonderful staff, and we're just really blessed to have them. So these successes, along with some other metrics and programming and access, allowed Highland City Library to qualify for the 2025 Utah Quality Library Award. And this is the highest honor that you can get as a public library in Utah. 31 libraries received it this year. So we're just really honored, really proud of Donna and Karen, and of course the staff, and everyone who supports the library. Okay, so the library wants to contribute to Highland City's goals for the future. We're just tickled with the general plan, and especially the parts that talk about placemaking and about community engagement. We feel like the future of Highland is bright, and especially in the areas of the general plan that talk about the land use and placemaking. They talk about the town center as the heart of the community, a gathering place. This is a primary hub for civic life and events, and just this focal point. And we feel like the library is really an intrinsic part of that partnership to make these goals a reality. I feel like they are a reality now, but to just expand and to be able to build on that. The library is truly a gathering place. More people come to library events during a year than all other city events combined. This year we had over 200 programs for children and teens with 13,000 attending. We had 20 adult programs with over 500 attending, and 23 family programs that were typically larger programs with over 3,000 people attending. We're going to talk about how the library is a place for people throughout their lifespan and throughout the different purposes. So it's, of course, a place for children. I mean, in these chambers, during the winter, when it's busiest, we have story times of 70 children here multiple times a week. We also offer the grandparent story time, bilingual story time, and then a traditional, like, literacy-based story time. So, of course, supporting literacy projects remains a major goal. For our summer and winter reading, we had over 2,000 adults and children participate. And I want to recognize these guys who had the goal of reading 1,000 books before they entered the public school system. And, of course, the library gave them that kind of access where they could have that number of books. And we're really proud of our young 1,000 readers, 1,000 book readers. The educational offerings expand beyond literacy. We've had STEM labs. We've had guests come in to do chemistry labs. We have these discovery kits. This is the project that the Friends helped us with. Excuse me, the foundation helped us with. They're a collection of literacy items and also some toys and interactive games that children can check out in a bag. Great. Well, teens have been enjoying the library more than ever. And Karen has brought some new energy into this part of our offerings. So one popular concept has been the teen and adult craft and chat. And you can see some of the cute little things they've made. Dungeons and Dragons workshop was something that appealed to both adults and teens. And we see some parents and teens doing this together, which is really encouraging and heartwarming. Karen has also instituted a teen advisory board, and these are older teens who help co-create programming for the library. And so they create some activities for the tween group, who are 9 to 12-year-olds. So it's just a wonderful concept of having these older teens be part of the library and assist staff. We also have the Young Writers group that is a teen group that has been popular. They get together and have a mentor to work on their writing projects. So we're excited about all that. Adults also, of course, have a place in the library. This is a popular event attended by a bunch of adults. Brandon Mull was able to come and do a literacy project, or excuse me, he was able to do a book talk. We also have, history nights. We have some other, craft things that are more geared toward adults. Another emphasis we're trying to focus on this year is our senior population. And literally the first day on the job, Karen started this proposal to get some grant money, and it was awarded to us. It was a competitive grant that was over $10,000 to create Highland City Library's Senior Social Hub. This is in collaboration with the Arts Council. And I know Karen's also reached out to business leaders to have donations come in, and the next slide shows kind of an invite for the first event. This is coming up in just a week and a half, 10 days, that there's going to be a light lunch, and they're going to have some speakers, including Mayor Osler. And we're really excited about providing more opportunities for seniors to have a place to socialize and have resources and just enjoy each other. Okay. Also, of course, families. So Donna has created some of these family programs that are larger and have become part of the culture of Highland. This is the Fairy Tale Ball, and the theme, of course, was Alice in Wonderland. In the middle is our Highland Family Library Family of the Year, and there is Mayor Osler again doing the Christmas story time. And these events are so well loved and really bring the community together. We're excited to have them. The next one is about the Highland School of Magic, which has been popular the last couple years, bringing many, many Highland residents together. The Highland City Library is also a place for people of all abilities. This is the Hives group. There are 19 adults who have special needs who come regularly to the library for a monthly literacy or craft project. And Donna especially had a good relationship with them. She was able to even go to their organization and watch them put on a production of The Wizard of Oz. She said, "The families in the audience were glowing with pride and made me happy that our community supports individuals who in a different time or place might have been marginalized. It made me proud that the library has for years been part of that support network." So we love our Hives guests. The Highland City Library continues to be a place where business people can be supported in their businesses. So I mentioned about the audiovisual equipment, just also computer software and programs are available to people starting their business. There was a gentleman who came in who had been running his business through his cell phone only. He was able to come in, talk to library staff. They were able to get him, just an invoice, showing some templates to show an invoice, go on Canva. They have some access where you can have the premium features and be able to make a logo, and he was able to come in. It just took a little bit of staff time, and it's not necessarily something that would show up on a metric, but Donna Soto was the most meaningful thing she did that whole month, that he was able to, have this hand up on his business and be able to get going in a really professional way. Okay, yes. So the rise of audiobooks has been the biggest change in library lending in recent history, and Highland readers are absolutely here for it. They love it. Highland City users have checked out almost 100,000 titles in the last year, and we represent 1.4% of the state, which is like, I think our population is 0.7 of the state. So it's like very much a popular thing for Highland residents specifically. So the annual cost will increase, so we're looking for creative ways to be able to keep providing this because it is so well-loved and well-used by the Highland community. It's due to a change in federal grant money that won't be available in fiscal year 27. So that's something that we're working towards to be able to keep providing. Okay, now this is the Timpanogos Library Consortium. This is the partnership between American Fork, Pleasant Grove, and us. They're carting these materials every day between the three libraries. As you can see, we're getting a really good end of the deal. We're bringing in 44,000 materials as compared to Pleasant Grove's 56,000 and American Fork's 90,000. And so it's been a wonderful, wonderful way that we can really have a huge amount of inventory. I was reading a book at my parents' house. I got really into it. I came home. I was like, oh, I've got to have it. You know, Highland didn't have it. Pleasant Grove had it. Literally the next morning, they said they had it, and I was able to finish my book. So it's been open since April. So 7 months is where we have data for it. And Highland transported over 13,000 items in that time. We're bringing in and taking out about the same number. I looked at each month and compared, and it's about even for each month. Okay, well, we are so proud of the Highland City Library. It's a place of connection. It is that gathering place. It is that hub. It is that place where all citizens of Highland can be supported throughout their lifespans. It's here for personal and social and business purposes. We want to serve Highland. We want to support Highland in its goals, and especially in its place-making efforts. And we just want you to know we're here to serve you. If there's anything we can do for you, we just appreciate the chance to be here, and we're ready to serve in the coming year and beyond. And thank you for your time. If you have any questions, Karen or I could answer them.
Are there any questions for the library board? Scott?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for your service on the board and service to the community, and we're excited about the new librarian and the staff, and I'm excited about the wonderful changes that have happened to the library over the year and the growth and different things. So I've been involved with the Friends of the American Fork Library for many years, and I was just wondering, with the Friends of the American Fork Library down there, where we get a lot of contributions from local businesses. For example, Alta Bank oftentimes contributes between $1,000 and $2,000 to the library. Central Bank and that. Is there any effort through the Friends and the library board to go out to some of the local businesses and banks and actually kind of solicit some donations? Because that will always help, because libraries, although they have tax support and public support and organizational support, they oftentimes have been based on donations. And I'm just wondering how aggressive folks are being. Have you thought much about that?
Well, I don't think aggressive would be the word to describe it. It's something that we hope to do more of, and I think Karen's taken a step forward in reaching out to support the senior luncheon in a few days, to be reaching out to business and getting some donations for that. It's something we'd like to look more into. We've discussed using some funds to hire a professional fundraiser to be able to put on a gala or some other type of, promotion fundraiser that could be a little more organized. Karen, do you have any thoughts
do you
on
mind
that?
if I answer,
Go
Amy?
for
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for the question. Actually, we have received a contribution from Alta Bank, and our Friends of the Library is actively soliciting donations. We've received a donation also recently from Woodman's Insurance, and we also have potential contributions coming in from Adobe. So that is something that we absolutely have been pursuing, and I appreciate you asking that question.
I appreciate that, because Adobe's another big donor. And a lot of times all you have to do is go in and fill out a form, and because these organizations donate so much back to the communities. And so sometimes all you have to do is go there and say, hey, can I apply for a donation to my library representative? So a lot of times it isn't that hard, and you can get $500,000, $2,000.
Yeah, we appreciate those donations. We use those dollars. We are very serious about and respectful about how we choose to use those monies. We are very careful, and we scrutinize the funding. We are meticulous in our accounting for it. And we do recognize that those dollars are important. We stretch those where we can. We recognize they are one-time monies, most likely, so we use them towards things like programs and book collections, physical, and when we can contribute to the Beehive Library Consortium to improve Libby, we do that absolutely.
Hey, Amy, I have a question for you. You mentioned with Libby that there's a decrease in federal grant money and increase in costs there. Do you know kind of the amount and how you're going to make that up?
Yeah, so right now let me look it up. It's about $1,800 per year right now, and it's going to increase to $11,000. So it's quite significant. That's the only reason I bring it up, because of course costs rise, but that's something that's pretty significant because of the loss of federal funding. Yeah, so $1,800 to over $11,000. Yeah. We don't know. We're looking for solutions.
With the back to the fundraising for a moment, is that the fundraising that's done for the library on behalf of the library? Do we coordinate that with the city at all? Do we need to? I just want to make sure that we don't end up cannibalizing donations that we're already getting, that we're just moving donations someplace. That may not be a concern.
I think what I was saying is sometimes you might have the events go and talk to Alta Bank. You have the library talking about Alta Bank. You have the Arts Council talking about Alta Bank. And maybe if we all went all three together and try to work for one large donation, it might be they would not be conflicted on how to work with the city.
Yeah, you have two problems. One, that you get some exhaustion because they keep getting hit up by Highland over and over. And two, that there's a risk that we ordinarily get $5,000 a year from somebody, and if someone else who's associated with the city comes and asks them for $1,000, they give $1,000 and then they're done for the year. I mean, so just want to make sure that we're sensitive to that. I love the going out and soliciting donations, and I think there are lots of people who are interested and businesses interested in donating to the library. I just want to make sure that we're coordinating that well.
I'd say we used to be a lot better at that. We've had some, as you all know, we've had some turnover in our events position that's made that difficult in recent years. But I know that Karen's already working to coordinate with the Arts Council on a number of things. And once we get a new events person on board, I'd love to have that group really, because those are our main entities that solicit donations, kind of have a coordinated effort there. Councilmember Courtney.
I just, I know, they always mention about the time. I just want to tell the board, thank you for all your time. I know that it's not, you have to come in and you're trying to put together a plan, and how do you fund that, and you don't always have the control of the funding. And so I appreciate your diligence and efforts that you guys do. We appreciate the library. We always talk about from where it's come, and it has really come a long ways. I think it's opened many of the council members' eyes of not just being a library, how it helps the community. I know for myself, I'm going, hey, we don't have a sports program, or we don't have this after any, and it's really kind of, we relied on the library, and we appreciate that. You've picked that up. You're kind of our community out there where the community comes in. We'll participate, so we appreciate those efforts that the board, your friends of scouting do, the staff. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on, and as I come in, I'm always surprised at the turnout to your different story times, and it does vary, and it's neat to see what they're trying to do, and so we do appreciate all the efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. No, is that your computer?
No.
Okay. We are now move on to there's an item on here, 3C. Not quite sure what we're supposed to do with that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we'll take it from here if that's okay. And I'm going to sneak away for a minute, and I was going to actually let Councilmember Smith, who has served for quite a while with you, have a moment.
This is kind of a bitter sweet opportunity. I've served with Mayor Osler now for the last 8 years on city council and as him being the mayor. And I just want to say the following about Kurt Osler. This man loves people. He loves this city, and he's given his heart and soul to serve the people in this city. And I think he's been a great mayor. My first encounters with Kurt was 8 years ago when we were running for city council, actually competing against each other. And at that time, they allowed the sign wars. And it was kind of funny because he and I would show up at the same spot with our big signs, and there was always this competition that we kind of filled the city with signs. But it was fun. We had a great time, and that's how I got to learn and to really appreciate Kurt. The first 4 years we served on the city council, and we kind of spar on different things and have disagreements in that, but Kurt is never disagreeable. He's always very civil. And I remember during COVID, we had the opportunity to sit down on the floor because they had us all spread apart so we wouldn't contaminate one another, I guess. They've all proved that's kind of a false thing. But we had a good time down there, I thought. Yeah. And so I've really, really enjoyed serving with Kurt. And one of the reasons I ran for re-election 4 years ago is so I could serve with Kurt. And he's been great. And I'm going to personally miss him. The whole council is going to miss him. And I just want to say thank you so much. Yeah.
That means a lot coming from me, Scott. Thank you. So, you know, as it kind of comes in, it was hard to make decisions. As my wife is here, she'll know every day, probably for the last year, I'd bring up, okay, am I going to run or am I not? And trying to make that decision. And Scott, you're right, I do love the city. And it's not that my heart's changed in loving the city or things. I just have to look at some priorities. And just, you know, maybe looking at the future of where I want to be with my dear wife and some events maybe we want to do in our life. And, you know, some people ask about if anyone's thinking of running for office. It's been a very enjoyable experience. That is one of the things I think that's been the surprise. A lot of people, oh, you get attacked. And I'm going, I've not felt that in Highland. We've had good residents that come in and articulate. They might, you know, they're articulating their stance, and yet they've been good. And I've been very blessed to be with some very good council members and some good city staff. It's been very enjoyable. That was the hard thing, is it's been very enjoyable. You know, I think Brady Brammer brought up, we can disagree, but we still can leave as friends. And I think that's good. I think we can talk through things. So I want to tell the residents, thank you for having trust in me to elect me as there in city council, as mayor. I appreciate Natalie. I know you're out there. I appreciate, 8 years ago, you helped me quite a bit as I was running. So Natalie, thank you. I've got my dear wife out there. Of course, that couldn't do anything without her and her support. So I appreciate that. But just thank you for everyone and their support. And I leave is a good experience. Does that mean I'm not leaving because it's been a bad experience? It's going to be one of those highlights of my life.
Don't be a stranger now that you're
I won't be
leaving.
a stranger, and who knows, there could always, as I can get some other events put together, I don't know what type of service, to be honest. I have some other service aspects and aspirations to go and do, and it's not political, so.
Well, you're younger than two of us up here. You can come back. I said you're younger than two of us up here, so you can come back and serve again.
I've seen some other mayors, surprising to see where they were coming back several years after they'd served. So, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not saying I'm doing it. So, but thank you to the residents. Just want to tell you thank you. So, thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. That's very kind of you. We'll now move on.
Well, actually, Mayor, we would invite you to come down. We have a little gift for you and for your wife as well. If you would, and council, will you join us down at the front for a picture?
A little puppy. That would be appropriate.
I like to hide in the corner and don't want to say much, but I echo everything that's been said, Mayor Osler, and it has been, in my first job as administrator, it's been an honor to serve with you as the mayor. So thank you for taking a chance on me, all of you, and thank you for all that you do for the city. So.
I'd love to get a picture of the council, if that's okay. How about can we come out in front, maybe as the council? Yeah. Come jump in.
Very good. But it's not over yet.
It's not, we still got a lot to do. We still have a big Christmas party. That's true. Well, thank you. That's very humbling. Appreciative. We'll now move on to our consent items. We have consent item number 3A, which is approval of the meeting minutes from October 7th, 2025. We have consent item number 3B, which is the consent item of the meeting minutes from October 21st, 2025. And we have consent item number 3C, which is the meeting minutes from November 18th, 2025.
Mr. Mayor, I have a correction on the October 21st minute, so I would like to pull item 3B from the consent agenda.
Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to approve consent item 3A, approval of meeting minutes, October 7th, 2025, and 3C, approval of meeting minutes, November 18th, 2025.
I'll second that. All of us.
That was really it. Well, how about we do that with Ron? Because we don't know. This could be, unfortunately, that could be your last council meeting tonight, too. We recognize there's some events coming up. We don't know the outcome there. So with that case, we have a motion by Kim, second by Ron. We did pull, so that was just for 3A and 3C. We do not have electronic voting up. Is that my understanding? Is electronic voting?
Yes, sorry. Unfortunately, the system's not playing nice tonight.
Okay, we'll start down here with Brittany.
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
And Ron?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes 5-0. We now have number 3B that you pulled.
In the next last paragraph of the October 21st minutes under item 4D, there are comments from Liz Rice and Mayor Osler both, and they're kind of mashed together and all attributed to Liz Rice. I checked this on the video and sent a copy to Stephanie, who's also taken a look at it. So I propose striking the next last paragraph under item 4D of the October 21st minutes and replacing it with the following text. Liz Rice suggested that the third runner-up should be appointed to the vacancy. Mayor Osler suggested that in a close election, this might indicate public support, but that if a candidate is a distant third or fourth place, it could indicate the public's desire not to have them on the council.
Any other comments on that?
Just that I appreciate Doug and learning a new word, penultimate. Thank you. I had to look it up.
Okay, with that,
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the meeting minutes from the October 21st, 2025 meeting with that one change.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Doug, second by Scott. We'll now start with a vote with you, Scott.
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
And Brittany? Yes. That meeting minutes are approved 5-0. We'll now move on to our first action item, which might take some time tonight. This has been an ongoing, our first action item, which will be a public hearing. It is our general plan and comprehensive update amendment. We will go ahead and take some time. We've been spending well over 1.5 to 2 years on this, so this is something that's been coming forth, and so we'll take some time now. We'll have Jay Buckman that will go through and present the general plan. And like I said, there will be a time for a public hearing on this. So,
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. Just coming back to you again with the general plan. And I'll be going over just some groundwork tonight before I turn the meeting over to Aubrey from Landmark Design to go over the comments that were submitted. And so hopefully as we go through those, we'll reach a point where we feel good about the document and can approve it. So just to take you back in time, as the mayor said, we've been working on this for a while. I reached out to firms back in late 2023 as far as a consultant to work with. Once we had that underway, we started doing information gathering and outreach throughout a good deal of the year of 2024. In May, we had the website and social pinpoint launch where people could go on, place a pin on a map of the city and talk about, this is what I would like to see the future of the Longhorn property be like, or we need more trails in this area and so forth. Usually there was a lot of, we need a Chick-fil-A here or something, so. And then in June, the City Council, Planning Commission, staff, and the consultants went around to key areas around the city so that the consultants could get a better understanding of the city itself, its geography, and the, our decision makers and staff and our thoughts and desires for those areas. And then in the late summer to fall, we had resident advisory board meetings. So we had a meeting, several meetings with it, or a couple of meetings with a panel of residents representing various geographical locations where they lived. We had, someone from Ridgeview and someone up in Beacon Hills and so on. Very, different genders, different ages. We tried to really get a good spread of different viewpoints and demographics throughout the city. And they were able to go through and help sift through some of those citizen comments to see, does this sound right? Does this sound like it represents the Highland that we know and want to plan for the future? And then in September and October, we had general plan open houses. This is one of the things where we actually had members of the Highland Youth Council where they became subject matter experts on various aspects, elements of the general plan, and they were there to help residents as they went through the open houses on the general plan, explain to them, this is what land use means in relation to the general plan or housing, and this is how water plays into what we need to plan for our future. And so we received more feedback for that. After we went through that process, we had other opportunities such as an open house in May. We had a booth at the Fling. We kept up signboards in the lobby of City Hall throughout the year where people could place a sticker and with comments about what they, once again, it helped us identify hot spots and areas of interest that people had in the city. We had the 2024 resident survey, which included questions on Longhorn property, future use of residential lots along SR 92, density for senior housing, detached ADUs, and flag lots. And so we took those into account. In fact, I'll address this in a little bit, but this resident survey and the feedback on that helped inform some of the resident comments that then, when we talk about the, I'll get to that in a sec. I don't want to bog down. And so then we presented a draft to the City Council, and it was decided at that point that the council, in conjunction with the Planning Commission, would like to go through and have a workshop to go over each of those major elements in the general plan. And so you can see before you a timeline, which we wrapped in August, and then we've been working since then on creating a final draft document, which then went to the Planning Commission, and they were able to review that, and then they approved with their changes that they wanted to see, approved it for recommendation to the City Council. And that is the document that we brought to you at the last City Council meeting for you to review. And now tonight, we will go through the questions and comments that you had about those things.
Real quick with regard to those workshops, I'd just like to especially thank staff who took part and supported those. I know that when we decided to do that, that was a lot of extra hours, both in terms of meetings and preparation for meetings and dealing with the after effects of meetings. And I think we ended up with something better because of it, and I really appreciate that.
And I think also that it's made it to be able to get to the point where we're at the end game and we can be here with not a whole lot of discussion, since we took it part by part as well. And I think we saw that as we went through the general plan, and I mean, there a little few minor things, but overall it was exactly what we're looking for and had the feedback as well.
I agree. I'd like to just add that I'm sitting here thinking, what else could have been done to involve the residents more? And I cannot think of what it would be. Open houses, everything we've done has really opened the door wide that we really want resident input. This is their document as much as it is anybody's. It represents the future of Highland for the next 10 years. And I just applaud the staff in taking on the extra things we asked you to do because we wanted that resident input. So thank you.
So I'd like to echo some of the positive things they've said. However, I'm not sure we really have reached out as much as we could to the community, and I'll tell you why. So 2 weeks ago, I advocated sending out a postcard to people. I didn't get one about tonight. When you look at the agenda, and this is constructive criticism, when you look at the agenda, the only link would link you into the general plan of 2008. You didn't have a direct link into the general plan. We're supposed to have a public hearing tonight about the general plan, but there wasn't a direct link into the general plan. You had to go back to the city website and look for it. And I tried several times, and I had other people try. So here we are talking about the blueprint, the constitution kind of the city for the next 10 years. And there's a handful of people here because most people aren't aware that we're having the open house, or not the open house, but the public hearing for our general plan. And so I'm a little disappointed on that. I think at least there should have been a direct link into the general plan to look for, because I had to go back to the city website. So yes, our citizens need to be engaged and looking at these things themselves. But I think, Jay, you actually admitted that we had 50 people involved. So we had these nice meetings with the Plan Commission, and I appreciate the work they do because they don't get paid very much to participate, and they got some good ideas. But I would dare say of those 6 meetings, if we had 50% of the Planning Commission there, we were lucky. And oftentimes not the full council. So, I mean, we can kind of pat ourselves on the back that we've got a lot of input, but where are the public tonight for the public hearing? How many people in the city have actually read the final plan? And we had lots of things, but I didn't see the final plan until we recently got it. And so the things that we've said, much of it's in there. There's a lot of lip service about all these things. When you look at the specifics, you kind of wonder about some things. And there's some errors that I hope we can correct tonight. So my feeling is I would prefer that we have our discussion tonight and that we continue this and that we actually advertise and encourage people to come to the public hearing and to actually read the final product. Because we can say, hey, we got everybody's input here, but I bet there's a half a dozen people in the city that's read the general plan, and yet it's going to be our constitution so that's my criticism, okay? I looked really hard for that postcard I thought we agreed to send out. I didn't get one. I'm just kind of a little frustrated with it. And I wrote a lot of things last week, and I'm going to talk some things. There are spelling errors in this plan. Some of the advisory boards' names are spelled wrong. And then we'll talk about a lot of the specifics, but you know, we do not have Fox Hollow Tri-City Golf Course in the city. So there's lots of things that we need to fix, I think, even though the product is really quite nice. You know, I think the general view and everything, but there's a lot of things that we need to look at and need to get more feedback. Now, that's my opinion. So
I understand that, and I agree with this latter part. My thoughts were more what we did early on with the open houses. With
No,
with
and
the
they were
flame.
great, and I
We did a
appreciate
lot
it,
of
yeah.
things.
Yeah, we
and
did.
we can open the door, but how many people walk through that door is not up to us.
Right.
We do have to do our part to get it advertised, and I agree with that. I do agree with that. And it sounds like I didn't get a card, so I don't know what happened.
Well, one
with
of the
cards.
things, we have this software called Yapify that sends out notices, and residents have signed up for that.
They have, but I think it's only like 30% of the residents.
It is, but usually those are the ones that want to engage. I'm just saying, with Yapify, I assume those who are on it want to engage. It is, we have been going through, the reason is you go through, we've done surveys, we've had open houses, we had our city open house in May that we done it. We did it there at the Flame. We've had information to try to engage. When we went through probably the land use aspect or even some of the things, we were in the middle of a campaign in July, and we actually had those who are running, we invited them to come up and even give some input. We've tried to get input. I'm not sure how much you try to, if we're going to get too much more. That's my only concern. I could appreciate, we wish we would have had the card, but I'm looking and go, I know in the newsletters, I know I wrote several times, please engage with this. This is important to the city, and yet we have not. This is kind of like our city budget. That's a very important time where we're spending money, and yet we won't have anyone here. And so it's hard.
Well, I hate to disagree with you, Mayor, on our last night.
No, Scott, we're okay.
Okay, but the bottom line is the whole thing has just come together recently, and I don't think that people have had an opportunity to look at the final thing. So we've solicited as much input as we can. I think we've done a great job. I agree 100%. But the final product, when I've read it and different things, has a lot of things in there that in my head wasn't going to be in there. And I just think we need to kind of refine it a little bit and let people have the chance to
And I
read it.
actually can agree
Yeah.
with that. I think we might have a lot of changes tonight, and it might be hard to say, hey, let's approve it. Does that mean?
Right.
And the public needs to understand, this is not a push that's saying, hey, Mayor Osler's last meeting, let's try to get this done. We're after the best product. And so,
Yeah,
so
we've
to
got to
me,
do it
this
right.
is not
Yeah.
necessarily, hey, let's try to get it done for Mayor Osler. So if you're trying to do it for me, I'm okay. Does that make sense? So it's not, I want the best product because this really is, there was a comment, actually, I think it was Rob made it, this might be our last general plan, because when we looked at our last one, if you actually go look at the one in 2008, a lot of the land use hasn't changed. There's some things that just haven't changed. I don't know how much more we need to do a big, full, comprehensive going forward, as this is a living document that will change with, especially your transportation will change. You're going to have your modern income housing, the state will make us go and change. This will be a living document. So with that, we do have a lot of comments that have come in from council members, and so that might be a good way to go, and then we can see where we're at after that if we feel comfortable or if it's something that needs to be continued. I think, and if that's the case, we can always advertise it a little heavier if we feel like, and how we can do that. But we also have public comment that will happen tonight to try to garner what we can from the public. So, Jay, where do we want to go from here?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over the layout of each element. We felt that might be helpful. We had each element followed pretty much the same framework, where there was an introduction, which was an overview of the element section and what we needed to accomplish with that. Then we had the community perspective and feedback. This is where we discussed what the feedback was regarding land use. This is what people said about land use. This is what people said about housing. This is what people wanted to see regarding water use, things like that. And then and then it would go into what the existing conditions are, a snapshot of the community. And then lastly, we had a goals and implementation strategies section of each element. This is the one that we really want to focus on, where the rubber meets the road. There may be things that are spoken of in the community feedback section, but they don't show up in the goals and implementation, because those are things that maybe they don't belong in the general plan. That's not within the scope or whatever, or it just, as we discussed with Planning Commission and City Council, that's not something we wanted to pursue. And so I don't want people to get too hung up on the fact that it mentions that the community said this about this thing, because if you go into the implementation of strategies, if there's nothing about that in the implementation and strategies, there's nothing to be done about. We're not doing anything about that. We're not revisiting this topic, or we're not going to, do this thing. Tonight, what we would like to do is we will review the questions and comments made by city council members. For minor changes, such as a change in word choice, we feel like those could be handled quickly, as long as somebody's not, overly hung up on, well, I would prefer this word over that, and we get really strong feelings about that. But you never mind, or never know. But substantive changes, we would like to have some firm direction, so that when we bring it back to the council, that you would all be able to agree that this is what we talked about tonight as far as a change goes. A motion would allow the council to approve the plan with the changes that are discussed and agreed upon tonight. That's if it is a motion to approve it tonight anyway, that's what we would hope to see.
So Jay, let me ask though.
Yeah.
If we decide and agree on certain changes and different things, when do we see the final piece? I just like it to be final before we approve it, because there's a lot of things that I read in the general plan that I thought, I don't remember ever talking about this or agreeing to it. And so if I approve something with some changes, I would like to see what those changes are. Because to me, budget's very important. We go through it every year. But the general plan is kind of like the Constitution blueprint for the city for the next 10 years. I'd like to know what's in it before I vote for it. And there was a
Hey,
famous
do you want
comment.
to see the actual
yeah.
copy with the
I'd like to
changes?
see the actual comment so that I
I think that's
understand that was in there.
There's several ways we can go about that, depending on the council's preference. Either it's continued, where we get the direction tonight, we'll work with Landmark, we'll implement it, come up with the next version of the draft and send it out to the council again. If the council is comfortable approving the plan with changes discussed, what we would do is still update it and send it out to the council for review before we publish it, generally. It would be up to the council's preference. We're open to whatever you are most comfortable with in getting this plan out.
But if we've already approved it, even though you revise it, how do you change it?
Well, it'd be did we get all the changes correct? And if someone says, no, that's not correct, if it's a minor thing, we'll quickly change the word. But if it's no, we still need to have some discussion on this, all right, let's just have another meeting on it in January or February, or however many we need to get it done. So we're open to either a straight up continuance or a tentative, we approve this with these changes, but we want to see it before it gets published, and we reserve the right to bring it back to us if we don't agree with how you've done those changes. Anywhere in that realm, or anything else you can think of, we will implement it however you would like.
Okay, thank you.
The one caveat to that is I don't know that there is any penalty for ignoring it, but we do have a statutory obligation to add the water use and preservation into our general plan by the end of the year, correct?
That is correct. We do need to adopt the water element at least by the end of the year. I think looking through the comments, there were fewer comments in that area, so it might be we 100% approve the water element with a couple of minor changes, but come back with a list of other things in January before we move forward with it.
And that's an option, but what happens if we don't approve the water part by the end of the year? Do we get arrested?
We
Do we get
forfeit
fined?
we
What
forfeit
happens?
the funding that we received for the grant.
Okay, and what grant is that?
It was a $10,000 grant to cover the cost of the water element. So all the hours that Landmark allocates directly to the water element, those are all covered by that
the
grant.
And the grant's from the state?
Yes.
Okay.
They did a similar thing with moderate income housing, where they said, and now you have to do water in your general plan, and here's what we want you to see. And they actually allocated funding for cities to update their plan, so we acquired that funding.
So we could, if we agree on the water part, we could pass that.
You could just pass that single element.
And then
as
say we
part
want to
of-
look at these other things before, okay.
Correct.
We could even conceivably, if we're not completely sold on the water element, we could approve the existing thing as part of our current general plan, and then approve an updated one as part of our updated plan at some subsequent time.
And that would work?
Yes, I mean, the main element is we need a water element that meets all the state requirements by the end of the year. So we could adopt it as part of the general plan. We're essentially just doing a minor amendment right now, and we'll do a bigger amendment that replaces the rest of it, you know, whenever the council is ready for that.
Okay.
For this next part of the meeting, we would like to introduce to you, not that you don't know her, but Aubrey Larson from Landmark Design. She will be going over the comments that were submitted with the packet.
Welcome, Aubrey.
Okay. I too want to just express appreciation. Positive experience for me. I love your staff. I consider them friends. I hope that relationship continues. I just want to state I appreciate how challenging it is to be a public servant. I also, it's very challenging. It's hard to craft a general plan. Is your general plan perfect? Probably not perfect, but in my opinion, this is an excellent document. It paints a great vision, and it gives you the tools to achieve that vision. And we do want to give you the best available product at the end of the day. So however we can help that come to pass. So I see my role this evening as a moderator. I want to be efficient with our time, and I really don't think there are substantial changes. We'll go through those. You may have different opinions. But as Jay mentioned, I think where the rubber hits the road is your goals and implementation strategies, and there were not a ton of comments on those. So bear that in mind as we go through this. So
That's true. So I would ask that any names in there that you go back and make sure they're spelled correctly.
absolutely.
Wade Haddock has one D, not two Ds. Manuel Bueno was spelt wrong. I just think if people have donated their time to help, you got to make sure their name's spelled right, because I think it's a little bit. So just kind of go through and make sure everybody's names are spelled correctly.
I agree 100%.
I think that'd be a good thing. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, the way this is organized is by element, so we'll kind of just move through the document. Some of the comments are more general when we just need, you know, what's your preferred direction. I've tried to indicate things that need your direction or discussion in yellow, and then things that are a quick fix, I've highlighted in green. Okay, so this is the first comment. Clarify contradictions between desires for low density / rural character and references to increased density. There is a page number, but I think this is public insight, so I think this might just apply broadly to the document. I think my opinion is, you know what, goals and implementation strategies in the land use and placemaking element, the very #1 goal is preserve Highlands' unique character and low density development pattern. That follows with a number of implementation strategies to make sure that goal is achieved. That interest can also be balanced with this other goal. I think this comment kind of sums up, you know, this is something else we need to look at. This resident said, many of Highland citizens in neighborhoods near me are aging and do not want such a large lot, but they want to stay in Highland, allow lovely developments that could accommodate them. The way the general plan achieves this is, obviously we have our goals and implementation strategies. There's that #1 goal, protect low density, but then maybe there's some areas in Highland that are appropriate to explore some different housing options. And hopefully you can see that in the future land use map. So discussion, direction.
Can I make one comment about that? So in your general plan, you said we're going to be billed out at 24,500. If you ask certain people right now, we're at 23,000. Our build out is going to be closer to 28,000. And I think we need to reflect that in the general plan, because we still have large areas that haven't been developed. And if we're talking about infilling, which was mentioned a lot in the general plan, I think having an erroneous build out number, I think we need to look at that. I don't know where that number came from, but we've got, I don't know if it's based on census or what.
It's based on TAS estimates, transit area zones. This number comes from, I believe, WFRC and MAG collaborate, and they have these projections. This one was more conservative than the census, so if you prefer it reference the census number, we could change that.
I think it needs to be realistic.
We don't have our last census, we don't have, I think we were like 19 or 20 in the last census.
Right, but Mayor, you've been saying we're at 23,000.
We were coming off of, was it household size? They were saying like we're at 4.6, the number of households we had. Is how, I think, Aaron, is that how we were coming into the number?
What does the Gardner Institute say? Their number is higher also, isn't it?
It was Gardner, I think, Gardner
Yeah.
Institute. We were.
Yeah, Mayor, the problem with that 23,000 is I believe a lot of the growth is Ridgeview and it doesn't have a 4.6
Correct.
average.
And that's
It's going to be much lower than that.
That's,
So if
and
you
I,
just
I'm not
multiply
as
it,
caught on
it's
the
not-
population aspect.
Yeah.
And I will say that number was used by our subconsultants like LRB to conduct their analysis, and he does show kind of the different, here's what the census is projecting, here's TAS, here's how they compare, here's the difference. That is in his report, so those numbers are there that show kind of those differences.
Can I just ask, you've referenced
Yeah.
page 14, but when I go to page 14, that's not what's before. That's
Right. I noted that some of the page numbers aren't quite right. I did adjust the ones I could identify. This, I think, is just a broader comment.
I do have a comment. Is there any way we can change the word rural to urban in Highland throughout the document, since
I think we have a list of those
Okay.
comments that came in a little bit later. So would you
Yeah,
like to
there's-
address that?
Let's focus
I
back on
guess
Scott's
first,
comment about
what would you
population.
like to do about the population
Yeah,
number?
let's focus back on, because he made the comment, the population that you have in here is what would the council, so the number was pulled off of, where are they pulling that number at? How are they backing into the
It's
data?
24,500, and I just thought Bill, that was supposed to be much better than that.
So on page 6 is where you're referencing that.
Right.
Is by 2050, the population is projected to reach 24,500. Where, you're saying, how did they back into that number? What?
It comes from an estimate created by WFRC and MAG called a Transit Area Zone, TAZ estimate. They're a little bit different than census. We looked at both, and from feedback, we decided to let's use the more conservative estimate from the TAZ estimates in the general plan. It's just a guess, it's an estimate. I don't think it changes goals or implementation strategies.
I think for planning purposes, I don't know that we want to go the conservative route. I think we want to be able to plan for what we actually expect we're going to be, or even a little higher, because then we at least have the infrastructure, have everything designed around a number that's more realistic. I don't believe 24.5 is realistic. But having said that, I don't want to just come up with a number. It's got to come from something. So I don't know where you're going to get that number, but it's got to be more realistic than this number.
But we have to be able to back into it. I think we got to be careful how, if we go choose a number, how do we choose that number?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
I'd just prefer to go with TAS and what they've come up with. Again, it is an estimate. And I believe this is where most cities get their estimates from in their general plan. Just going over, yeah.
Yeah. Just come with the mic, please.
I was retired from MAG of 29 years, so I'm pretty familiar with what you're talking about here. But one of the things that really catches a lot of the cities is when you're looking out 30 years and so forth, is the state is projecting based off of birth rates that persons per household is dropping. And it's been significant this last 10 years in Utah. We've usually bucked the national trend, but we haven't been. And so Highland has traditionally had 4 to 5 people per household, which was one of the highest in the state. But as you grow into the future and families are moving to Eagle Mountain because they can't afford to move here, those numbers are dropping. And so that's why you're seeing that number come down, is in the future, places like Cedar Hills, same thing is happening. Their population actually is coming down.
They're actually below 10,000. I know at one time they were above it,
Yeah.
and they've actually dropped below 10.
Yeah, so, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of classified rural, and they can get different
Thank you,
money.
Sean.
So your question is on the population. Council, are we okay with the 24.5? Is there another matrix we want to use to back into it?
I'm fine with the 24.5. Again, this is an estimate, and, in 10 years, we can reevaluate it as well.
I like round numbers. I'd say 25,000, because that's what I've been told the whole time I've lived in Highland.
I mean, we could go 24,999.
I'm okay with the existing because I haven't heard any explanation for how we get to a different number rather than just picking it.
That's the challenge. It's got to come from something, otherwise we stay with what we have.
And Ron, when you brought up about Ridgeview, you're correct. We were using the 4.6 per household. And yet you're right. We're having some demographic shift in different parts of the city. So, is the council agreeable if we just keep with the 24.5? I understand, Scott. Is it something that?
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic, but
we're not constrained in any way by using this number.
That's why, I mean, what does it hurt? Is it something?
No, and it's not a perfect number, and we take that into account when we're looking at goals and strategies. This is just a guess. How can we achieve the same goals if that number is greater or less?
Aubrey,
Okay.
can I ask you another question?
Yes, please
I'm
do.
sorry. This is going to be probably a long council because I have lots of questions. So, did your firm subcontract with Hales and with Fred Philpott?
Yes.
Is that how that worked?
That's how it works.
Because all of a sudden, I saw all these consultations, and I just wondered how that worked. Okay,
Yep,
thank you.
that's right. Yep.
That's why you got the contract, by the way, because of Fred Philpott. If he's in the equation, we like that.
Fred's great. Yep. Any other comments on this first slide? I will say I have 66 slides.
I had made one comment that you have it in here. Highland's population is gradually aging, though the median age remains younger than the county average. Now, when I pull it up, I showed the county average is 25.2 and Highland's 26.2. So, where's that come from?
That should.
And I know we're getting technical.
Yeah,
I mean,
census
I'm not trying to.
estimates. So I can double check that for sure.
That was ChatGPT. Like I said, we can get in the weeds on that. I don't.
Yeah, I hope that you can see the forest through the trees.
Yeah.
Other comments on this first slide, the low density rural character and references to increased density in the document.
Are these slides arranged by page number?
I did my best so that they're sequential, yeah.
In that case, Kim, you had 2 comments on page 2. Was that something that you wanted to?
About the rural.
The rural.
use of the term rural.
Take out the rural character and take out the part where it says rising costs are particularly more burdensome to seniors and long-term residents.
Yeah, that is unfortunately not true. And then also replace rural with urban, since Highland is not rural.
Jay, do you want me to address that one, or did you want to?
I mean, there's the rural as a descriptor as the feel of the community versus a technical term of a city of less than 10,000. I guess it's a matter of how are you reading this? I know, Kim, you working for the state, you understand and know these designations, but once again, we don't care either way. We just
How
does the rest of the council feel about that?
When you put rural in there, then I look at it as tied to funding mechanisms and definition of rural, which it's not.
Yeah, but in this context, it's just talking about the character, the feel of the community.
Yeah, and I think we've used the word rural a lot of times, and I'm sorry, I'm going to probably use ChatGPT a little bit. ChatGPT says urban is a higher population density and rural is a lower population density.
And we're trying to say lower.
Yeah, so rural is 10,000 and under, and it's proximity of distance of metropolitan cities. Urban is 10,000 and over. I mean, rural is considered around 2,500, to be honest.
But is that, if we have the word rural in our document, is it going to dock us with funding? Does that,
No.
Brittany?
I'm not dying on it. I just.
So I've got a definition here. Okay. It says there's no single number to define rural. Definitions vary by context. But a common threshold is a population of under 50,000, with many definitions using under 2,500 for smaller settlements. The U.S. Census Bureau defines urban areas with populations of 50,000 or more and urban clusters between 2,500 and 50,000. Anything not in these areas is considered rural. Other agencies use different criteria. So it's open to
I agree with Kim just because
Yeah.
it's a word that we do use in the state to classify different things. But again, like I'm not so into
Not dying on it.
the weeds.
It seems like at one of the joint meetings, we talked about this and decided to go with semi-rural. I think swapping it for urban completely changes
It does,
the,
because we're talking about the
the intent
character, which is low
of people's
density.
comments. And
Yeah.
would people be okay with semi-rural?
Doug, I love your compromise here. Sorry, I just linked so much of it to funding and what we define within our
Trigger
state.
word.
Yeah, and so for me, I mean, it triggers 10,000. When I see Cedar Hills at 90, all of a sudden that's triggered of you or rural, and now you are receiving federal fund money and state money that we are not allowed to receive.
And I always loved the word rural. We had in our old general plan. I mean, when I read through, okay, that's kind of saying, that paints a picture of what we're trying to do. Or
It's the
character.
feel of the community.
But the semi-rural,
I like semi-rural.
I like it. That's 3 right there.
So would you prefer every place in the plan where it says rural to adjust that to semi-rural?
yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding is what the recommendation was. Is that
Yeah,
good?
I don't know, where else in the plan are we talking about other than the
It
character
will
of
go
the
throughout the whole
community?
document. It talks about it through the whole document.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Jay, did you have another comment that came after that one, or should I go to the next slide?
And Kim, you also had the comment about the affordability on the burdensome
Oh, yeah.
costs. Was that something that?
I mean, that's just statistically, it's more burdensome for younger generation versus older generation kind of thing, especially younger generation is unable to afford housing. So that's just overall, I wanted to clarify. Do you see where I'm going with that, Doug? I can
Yeah,
see,
absolutely.
you know where I'm going.
Just a point of grammar, if you do the find and replace, which is what I would do in this document, you've got to be careful that if semi-rural's ever at the end of a sentence without it being a descriptor, you have to take the hyphen out of it. It's 2
Oh,
words
man.
without the hyphen.
Whatever it's that. Anyway, hey, semi-rural, this is the definition off ChatGPT.
Oh, no.
Country feel, but not farmland. Urban amenities, but not crowded.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good choice, Doug.
I never should have brought this up.
Can we say kind of rural? Rural-ish? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
We're going to have fun tonight, I can tell.
So there was a comment about about the inclusion of a comment from the public about revising certain business restrictions. That's one of the things I tried to. That's one thing that was mentioned by the public, but as you can see in the document, there are no objectives about anything. Do I even mention it?
No,
I
it's
mean,
not in there.
and business restrictions could mean a lot of different things, not just, the one that might be at the forefront of people's minds. But there was some concern that was raised about that, and so we wanted to put that out there for the group
What
to
page,
discuss.
just to help me as we go through it, page numbers will matter so I can go see it in the
This
document.
is page 14.
Okay.
And Brittany, I think that was your comment. Did you want to?
Yeah, it was my comment. I'm going back to it. And again, I got my comments in late, so there were not a lot of these that I was super tied to because I've been happy with the place that the plan has been at. What does it say?
This is last sentence on the 3rd bullet point.
Oh yeah, some also see an opportunity to revisit certain business regulations to further support this goal. I just wasn't sure why we needed that sentence in there because I think it just can be open to interpretation to a lot of different things, and until it was a point of controversy that wasn't needed in a general plan to me.
It was
but
a point of controversy, but it does acknowledge that that's what residents shared.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look through the comments, you can always say like, some see this and some say that, and
Because
some
what about if you have some that say
see
don't
different
change
things.
anything? We don't put that. I'm just being very open. You only put one side, you have to put the other. If
Some
you
don't
But
like
some do
that.
not
I
want to
mean-
see any changes at all in the city. I'm just going, if you're going to do that, you have to offset the sides.
I mean, you can see a point of.
I'm not trying.
Do we can strike the sentence
delete
if
it.
it's,
I would
Say
agree to strike the
semi?
sentence.
Strike the sentence.
Semi revisit? Semi.
semi?
Let's strike that sentence. We've made one agreement, I think.
Oh, man.
We gotta move faster through this.
I know.
That's right, because it's only 8:10 and we all seem to be punch drunk already.
We all do what?
We got this,
Okay.
guys.
Punch
We can
drunk.
do this.
There is a comment, clearly defined terms such as courtyard homes and any new housing typologies. I'm not sure where courtyard homes originated. It might have been referring to green courts, which is just a grouping of homes around a common shared space. So my recommendation here would either adjust this to specify the preferred types, maybe they're townhomes, condos, duplexes, or you can be more vague and just say, hey, let's housing typologies as appropriate. What's your preference?
Housing typologies is appropriate, because I feel like when you go into specifics, then it ties you.
I actually submitted this one because I had no clue what a courtyard home was. I thought we were building Roman villas or what. I just,
We could have that as a typology if
yeah,
you'd
that
like.
could be.
So
But
underneath the senior housing, what is the recommendation to go there on page 19? Appropriate senior housing?
Sounded like change the more specific housing types to say, senior-friendly housing, and then the language that Aubrey suggested about finding appropriate housing typologies that match the need for senior housing and
Right.
their particular needs.
We do need to highlight that because the council has mentioned many times
it's
that's where they would
semi-rural.
be friendly.
Okay, so
Was that actually
And
in
it's
there?
under the senior housing
Or was
bullet
it
there.
already changed?
Oh,
It's
thank
already
you.
in
I was
there.
The
struggling to
second
find
bullet
it.
from the bottom of the page.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so yeah, it says courtyard homes. What is a courtyard home? We don't know. So housing typologies as appropriate. Is that the preference?
That's it.
Okay.
Without the specifics.
Housing typology, what does that mean? I'm not going to chat GPT.
Different types of homes, condos, duplexes,
home.
fourplexes, mansion homes, whatever
Typology.
typology you want to
Okay.
specify. Okay, this was a series of 3 comments, 2 of which I think were pretty easy fixes. So correct outdated map references, including Cedar Hills Golf Course appearing in Highland boundaries, questionable office zoning at 4800 West, and water features shown at 6800 West. So I did verify that there is a portion of Cedar Hills Golf Course located
Correct.
in Highland City boundaries.
Correct. A large portion of it, in fact.
Yes.
That map matches our current general plan map and every map that I could find on the city about the city boundaries.
That was just, we were surprised to see
double
that the
check,
golf
yeah.
course. So we were wondering if they're serving alcohol at that golf course. They need a
Well,
license.
I also want to know if
There
we're
is.
getting the income from those tees that are on that section.
That will be a discussion at a further time. We come to find out the Cedar Hills Golf Course is in our city. I'm surprised they never tried to annex that in.
So there was another part where you mentioned that Tri-City Golf Course, and it isn't called that anymore, it's Fox Hollow, was in Highland boundaries. It's not anymore. It was, part of it was. So I can't remember the exact thing. I couldn't get my computer
Okay,
link in.
my next comment, so we have the next comment is on 4800 West across from the high school, we have the whole area as pink as office.
So I will clarify, this is from your future land use map. It is
Okay.
not zoning. It's, if we look in our crystal ball and in the future 10, 15 years, what uses might be appropriate for this area
Okay.
based on the surrounding uses, the road system. This could be a perfect use for, office spaces. If that's not correct, we can easily change that.
This was something that was specifically discussed. We talked about like the vet clinic that's
It-
going.
it
It
is.
was essentially
I agree.
saying we would expand that going south, but just along the road, not going
Correct.
back.
And that's how, okay.
When is that vet clinic going to start being built?
Next year. They had to wait for a tenant to finish up their lease.
My next comment is you also have on 6800 West, you have a water.
Yes, and I went through and verified that those are not there. I think they were remnants of
They were. There used to be a
wetland or some
yeah.
sort of water was there, so I took those out of the
It
map.
used to
They're
be
no
a
longer
dairy
there.
there, and that used to be the holding, kind of the holding pond.
Okay. Okay, so are we comfortable with the future land use showing, hey, maybe this could be office? Yes, no? Yes, I'm seeing nod. Okay.
Now, one question I have is, you don't have, there's another large parcel off 9600. You know, we specify, I guess it's an annexation, the Longhorn, and we got future potential annexation, but the other couple large parcels, we're just not spelling them out, we're just, okay.
When we don't spell them out, that we presume that they will just be R140 development, low density.
Okay, I think this is the most substantial change to this document. Thank you, Scott, for pointing this plan out. And I did my due diligence and my very best to make sure that this was integrated and that there weren't any conflicting implementation strategies or other language in the document. Okay, so as you hopefully now I know, there is a Utah State Development Center Strategic Master Plan. This was released, I believe, in April of this year.
Actually, it didn't come out till October published, but it was
okay.
finished in July.
Well, this is the first time I've seen this, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this document paints a vision, what they're calling the North Property Vision, and hopefully you can kind of see where it falls in Highland. Here's another perspective of their strategic plan vision. So they do have a large portion that is community farm, agricultural, kind of this area, and that is in Highland, and then more of their core campus. And then they're calling this a public-private partnership development. And I have some language for what does that mean.
And can I explain a little bit about that?
You should, yeah.
We're actually, the USDC board are meeting in 2 days to discuss that. Because when they presented that, I said, that looks like high-density commercial. And they said, that's not what we meant. So the bottom line with that last piece of property, and there's not just the disabled that live at the USDC, but it's for all the disabled in the state. So there's lots of discussion about anything that happens in there has to benefit the disabled. So the portion that's up in our city, you could think about disabled housing, or you could mixed use or something. But that's what I'm kind of been saying, because that's still in fluctuation. There are people in the state legislature that put all that into commercial, but there's a lot of pushback, and a lot of people with disabilities want those resources left there. So we're talking about doing things with the University of Utah, having an education center where they can come down and train people to do with disabilities. They're talking about transitional housing for people with autism and that. So there's lots of options that we're going to be hammering out. But it's not that, whether you call it 54 acres, which has 11-acre super easement on the top, so there's really only 43 acres. Any housing in there probably will have to benefit the disabled somehow. So I think we just have to be careful with our master plan to at least acknowledge there's a master plan down there. And so that was what I kept bringing up.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. I didn't even know this existed.
So is this something, is it just this wording we're putting in?
So here, I'll show you exactly what I'm proposing change. So I just put this in, this is context. So this is how they describe that North Property Development. I've put it as mixed use in your future land use map because I think that description fits. So they've got a list of compatible uses envisioned for this property. I won't read all these, but the healthcare offices, educational services, small to mid-sized grocery, restaurants, small businesses, limited housing, etc. So mixed use.
So what would not be, where'd the term north property?
This comes from their strategic master plan. That is how they're referring to that.
USDC.
Yeah, and I'll show you where it fits exactly into Highland.
But
South Highland.
This is theirs. Are you
Yeah.
proposing we put that in our general plan?
I'll show you what I propose.
Okay, the way she's
her
gonna do it.
specific proposal for our plan.
Okay, and this is the description for the community farm space, which also appears in Highland, and we're going to show that as open space in your future land use map, because I feel like that description fits best for now. Here's a list of things that this area might include: all abilities, playground, splash pad, community garden, transit center, animal stables, community education event center, large agriculture space. Lots of ideas for this space. Okay, so what I did was I took their strategic plan, I overlaid this in GIS, I used it to clip the former mixed use for the entire state property, which was shown. Now I'm showing a portion of that as developed as a mixed use, matching their North Village or North property vision. And then the other portion is shown as open space. And I have new numbers for you. So the Highland portion of the community farm is about 38.4 acres. That's out of a larger 56 acres that are planned. And then the Highland portion of the developed area, which is shown as mixed use, is about 15.6 acres out of a total of 45 acres. And so I've updated that on your future land use map. So that's the first change. Does that address, Scott, your concerns?
That addresses a lot of my concerns just because I've been involved with the other plan. But I think we need to be really careful. I think in the master plan it talks about 54 acres in Highland. But you have to realize of those 54 acres, there's 10 or 11 that have either BLM land or it's state land with a heavy, because you're not going to develop the Murdoch Canal Trail.
Right.
You're not going to develop these huge pipelines that go through that serve Salt Lake. So I just think we have to acknowledge that there's 10 or 11 acres on the north that can't be developed.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I'll show you how I changed it, so hopefully
Okay,
that
very
resolves
good.
your concern. So I'm just going to move into some of the questions, comments that kind of dealt with how this USDC revision kind of changes. So this comment changed current GP designation. This was within the description of the state of Utah property. It was a paragraph on a page. I don't think this applies anymore because I've changed that. So that's the first one. This comment, confirm and reference existing easements and accurate boundaries. That's what that future land use update is meant to show. And then again, correct acreage. I'll show you how that was addressed. Verify land ownership. This, same question, making sure the acreage is correct. Okay, so what I did is, so the comment was, reflect USDC's newly released master plan and their mandate that development must directly benefit individuals with disabilities. So I have a new description for the vacant state of Utah property, and next to it in brackets, I'm going to include 16 acres to be developed, since that reflects that mixed-use area, rather than showing 54 acres. I'm going to read this because I think it's important, so I'll try and go quickly. Okay, so a vision for the state-owned land south of Ridgeview subdivision is described in the Utah State Development Center, USDC 2025 Strategic Master Plan. Referred to in the plan as the north property, the portion within Highlands boundaries is envisioned to include approximately 16 developed acres of mixed uses, including healthcare or educational services, small retail or restaurants, limited housing, and vocational or job training opportunities to support individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The adjoining 38 acres within Highland are slated for a community farm and gathering area, potentially with an all-abilities playground, community gardens, agricultural fields, and facilities for community education or events. Highland supports the vision outlined in the USDC master plan and seeks to collaborate in guiding development on the north property to ensure it aligns with community goals, land use constraints, and USDC's vision.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's well done.
The 16 and the 38 total of the 54, but we know 11 of that's not going to be usable. Do we know where that 11 falls within the 16 acres and the 38 acres?
So the best reference I had was their strategic plan, that image from up here. So that's what I used. And
It would fall within the 38, I think.
Best estimate.
From looking at where things are and
But you've got
how they
16
divide
acres
it.
of mixed use and then 38 acres. Exactly.
right, and the unusable part, I think would be in that 38
In the 38.
acres, because the USDC has already taken that into account when they're deciding that's where they're going to be able to build.
Exactly right.
Now, with this in here, what we're stating is, and I just want, Counselor, are you okay that they're going to have in this, it's not just mixed use, they're going to have healthcare, educational, small retail, restaurants, limited housing, vocational training. They're also, there could be a grocery store. Actually, where was the words? Because there was grocery store in this, but it's not here.
I didn't list, it's not a comprehensive list. I was trying to summarize what they have there as optional uses.
Yeah, and that's still in flux. But I think this is a good acknowledgement of what their strategic plan, because in the end, that's going to affect ours, I think. Yeah.
It may be that this is not a part of the general plan discussion, and if that's the case, just say that and I'll make a note and bring it up later. But looking at that development plan that the USDC has, it looks to me like it makes a whole lot more sense for American Fork to annex our part, or for us to annex American Fork's part, rather than them try to do this development right there across both cities.
I think that
Well-
is the property owner.
Not part of the general plan.
American Fork also wanted to annex all of Ridgeview, and aren't we glad we kept it?
We advocated to keep that. I would say that's something for a future council when it comes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nothing in our general plan where we're saying.
I
they're
don't want to
annexed.
tie the hands of future council on this.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments on this new summary? Cool.
Looks good.
Okay, excellent. I also made sure that there were not other places in your draft document that are in conflict. So I also noted that there's a reference to the development in language about the Gateway C description. I didn't feel that it was in conflict, and I think it just points you back to that page. And then I also noted that in implementation 2.1, there was language that said in red that I've had crossed out, or the state of Utah property south of Ridgeview. So now this is saying explore opportunities for senior-friendly and other small-scale housing options in strategic locations like the town center. Are you comfortable with that change?
Yes.
And I think that was all I could find in conflict. Okay, next comment. Fixed cutoff lines on sales leakage strength section. Fixed. Sorry, it was cut off. Fixed. Okay, reevaluate credibility of the 709 million sales leakage estimate, which appears mathematically implausible. We reached out to Fred Philpott from LRB, and this is his explanation for that number. Would you like me to read it?
I think that the issue actually was that I and I think others were viewing that as being specifically within the context of sales tax that we would capture with the zip code change. And I think that it is unrelated to that. I don't.
And there's an economic development report by Fred that has all this information in there, and so that's where it's being taken from.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know. It'd be.
Yeah, I'm
maybe I'll
okay
send
with
it to you.
leaving it, and I think that in a year there won't be any further confusion about that. So there's probably not even any need to add context to it.
Okay, just for my giggles, let's back into this. What they're saying is that per capita, each person in Highland spends $10,755. And then what they're doing is they're taking that, the average of things, so they're saying that per household, we're spending $47,552.
Yes, so it's
In Highland.
On average in Utah, it's a $47,000 per capita expenditure, but Highland's only reporting about $10,700. And there's either two reasons for that. One is Highland buys a quarter of everything that everyone else in Utah does, or more likely, we are not capturing sales tax from that. Now, some of that may be captured through a zip code change. Some of it would be we'd have to get the right kind of businesses in Highland, and some of it we probably just won't capture because we're not going to have manufacturing in Highland. But it's showing we're leaking sales tax to other areas that are capturing our sales tax.
But we're not actually losing that because we get 75% back.
And we did add, that was one of the things the Planning Commission asked to add in was a discussion of that pooling, saying we do get some of this back through this pooling thing.
So it's not as black and white.
Right. We are still losing it.
We're losing.
Because if we're losing 100% of, because we would, if it were happening in Highland, we would get that 0.5%, and we would still get the portion that you're talking about.
Right. But the zip code appropriation's moving along.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move on. Okay, reconsider reintroducing open space bonus density concepts given past issues with open space neighborhoods, page 37. Yeah, we just need your direction.
Real quickly, before we go there, I had a note that someone had a comment on support form-based code for town center on page 27. And Brittany, I think you had something on page 28 about the business incubators and downtown visits.
I'm good with skipping over that.
Okay.
Okay, so I think this is referring to implementation 1.2. The last sentence, this could involve updating the plan development, PD district, or evaluating whether the open space density bonus concept should be revisited as an overlay.
So I'm the one that made this comment, and having been on the council off and on for quite a few years, the concept of open space in these neighborhoods was okay. It was a good concept in a lot of ways. The big problem was the design. And we've spent the last 15 years trying to resolve problems from this concept. And we removed it from our code, I think, in 2010 or 11. And so I'm just a little nervous coming back and saying, hey, we're going to look at this again, because it's caused a lot of problems that they had no concept about in 2008 and earlier when they set those up. And I think we have to be careful. We have orphan properties, we have all kinds of issues about maintenance and all that stuff. So do we want to open that up again? And so I just think there's other options. And we've had kind of descendants from the open space idea with the PD zones and, for example, around the Mountain Ridge Park, the Highland Family Park now, that was kind of the son of open space in a way, because they had all the open space in one spot. But, I just was a little apprehensive about reading that, because I don't remember in any meeting ever saying, hey, we ought to do open space neighborhoods again, because we've really struggled with those. I don't know. What do you think, Kim?
Scott, do you want to take that out about revisiting it?
Yes.
I do too.
Okay.
I have no objection to that.
Let me ask you this. Those who live in open space, because I've always looked at open space. Yes, if you go through and you go back 8 years ago, this was a major, major thing. It appeared once we've kind of taken away the fee, they're not getting fees, it's died down. It hasn't died down the maintenance issue, where we have not.
It's the maintenance issue and the design issue, always.
But there's been different parks that have been done. If you go look, okay, let's look at Canterbury Circle, where they have the park in the middle and all the houses around. Was that okay? Because they really don't have, now they did have open space, I guess, at a trail behind that was sold. But I guess that's one of the thing is going, that concept always felt good, that kept the open fill in Highland, but are we just wanting to get rid of all that? The reason I asked Brittany, you've lived in those who live in open space, do you like that, or is it just bound with problems?
Well, I think there's two parts to it. Yes, we like it. And then there's the number two part of there's wasted open space that's not being used in my area. Right. I mean, I've got 6 parks within a block of myself. I have a park right across the street that nobody uses, an open space. And so when you did this bonus, I think it created more parks that we didn't need.
Right.
Whereas, you're building these bigger parks that are utilized a lot better.
And my argument counter to that would be that this doesn't say evaluating whether using the exact same open space plan that we have used before should be revisited. It's as if using that concept, presumably we would learn from the things that went wrong in the past. But I don't object to taking that out.
And there's not, because it doesn't mean that they can't come present to the council, because if you do have this in, you'll have every developer come and present an open space density program, something. Yeah. That's the only thing. I can see if you have it in, but be aware that up by the Beacon Hills area, we have an area trying to annex. This is what they've been trying to do. However, they didn't want to give open space. They wanted to do amenities in that park. If you remember, they wanted to develop and they wanted to improve the park, but not add any more open space. So what the council is talking about is just taking out evaluating whether open space density. It sounds like there's a consensus there.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take it out.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll take that out.
Take that language out.
And Kim, backing up just a smidge in the
What did I say?
thing on page 33, you had a comment about dark sky.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, this is coming from my area of public safety, where we feel like we don't have enough lights in our streets. And so I just don't think Envision Highland is a community of dark sky when you are a community of, kids in the street playing at night, and lights are a public safety issue. I just, dark sky areas are more rural, non-semi-rural areas.
I don't know that dark sky necessarily means no lights. It just means it's pointing down. It's down lights. So you have lighting on the street, but they're just going down, you're not lighting. the
See, and
sky.
I had interpreted it different. A dark sky is what they're trying to do up in, to be honest, in Heber. They didn't want the temple light to be on at night, to turn it all off by a certain time,
Yeah.
so the sky is dark. And I've always, I've taken that as dark sky. That's, I think, where the,
Yeah, I
by
guess it
having that
means
word in
something
there,
different, but
people
that's what
interpret it
means to
different.
me.
I was the coordinator for the Colorado Plateau Dark Sky Cooperative for about 4 years, and dark sky friendly lighting does not mean not safe. It means well-designed lighting. I think that's what we're trying to get at here, and that's why there includes a description. This may include low-level, fully shielded fixtures with warm tone bulbs. Other things that it should do is reduce glare, so your visibility is good. It should reduce clutter. It shouldn't be over-lighted. It should be lighted appropriately for the use. So I could refine that language if that's a concern.
I don't know if I like the word dark sky.
Yeah, could we simply strike the dark sky word and
Yeah,
could
Appropriate
emphasize
lighting.
principles to preserve Highlands rural starry night views?
How about well-designed lighting?
I love that. Sorry, I know an area in Hurricane where they zoned it as dark sky and don't allow any lighting.
Okay.
I just know this is a big topic up in Heber. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Hurricane.
Okay. I'll change that to well-designed lighting.
Well-designed lighting.
Light fixtures could emphasize well-designed lighting, principle to preserve Highlands. Okay.
Okay.
Lighting's the cheapest insurance you can buy on a building.
Okay, so I think this is, we've already discussed this.
Yes, we did.
Great. Yeah, okay. So that one is going to, did I put the wrong implementation? Okay. So Doug, we addressed this concern? Okay.
That one's set, yep.
Clarify what neighborhood-oriented retail means. So I looked in Fred's report from LRB. This is what he has. Neighborhood-oriented retail provides personal services, food services, and general retail purchases. So add that clarification.
And I think that was your comment, wasn't it,
It was my
Scott?
comment. It was
Oh,
mine.
it was yours? Okay.
Okay, next. This one was just, I changed it. It was about implementation 5.1, noting that your process to obtain a zip code, you've already gone through one path, it didn't work, so we're changing. I changed the language, you can see what was crossed out, and I changed it to obtaining a unique Highland zip code. Sorry, I shouldn't say the
No, I was the one that made that comment. That's perfect because
Through
we've already went that path. It's not a path we're going
federal
down. We're going
legislative action.
legislative.
Okay.
And it appears, hopefully, Scott, has it went before the Congress yet?
I think it's went through the appropriation committee. Isn't that what you understand?
So I was told it had gone through committee and it was going to be up for a vote in the House this week, but I'm not able to find it online, so I was going to email them and
It is moving
ask.
forward, and then it
It's
has to get to the
moving
Senate
forward.
after, and then they figure after it's all implemented. Actually, Brittany, you go ahead. You've got,
Yeah, I met with Congressman Kennedy last week, and he said that it was moving ahead and that he had the support of Senator Curtis once it goes to the Senate, so it's working its way through the House right now. But he was very optimistic and said he would email us with an update every 6 weeks.
What else is with that bill, do you know?
Other zip codes?
Other zip codes, so other
other
areas.
cities.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
but
one
there's
that
not
they
a lot of
passed.
other
The one that
port-
they passed in July had maybe 50 cities, and it looks like they're always pretty specific to a geographic area. So like the last one was a bunch of Texas and a bunch of California. So I think having our representatives working on it is absolutely the right thing.
Fantastic.
So, what did they tell you about implementation? If everything passes, what's the timing?
So I think it takes a while because it's a federal bureaucracy that has to implement it all. So when I'm looking at the last bill that passed with new zip codes in July, it seems like that is still not complete. Like it made it through the House in July and it's not through the Senate yet. So I think it will be a minute before.
I thought the proposal was that the Postal Service was to implement it within 270 days.
That will probably be that.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm hoping we have it within a year and a half.
But I think it's going to be like it has to go through the Senate committee and the.
that was just our side
Floor as
note
well.
there. But thank you for changing that on the zip code.
You're welcome. Okay, we made it through land use. Now we're in transportation. I'm going to have Sean come up for part of this. You can kind of tag team it. Okay. I think there was a couple things that were out of order, so that's why I moved this.
So we're
comment
done
up.
with land use?
What? Yeah, you did it. Good job. That's the hard one. Okay. Yeah, right? We should, kudos.
That would be the hardest.
This one was easy. It said remove an outdated reference, so I did. Well done. Thank you. I'll just pat myself on the back.
I didn't know what that one was.
And as a reminder, the land use element in the general plan is meant as a Reader's Digest version of the plan that Hales has done, so bear that in mind. Okay, Sean, if you want to do this first one, address whether widening 6800 West is planned. It's referenced multiple times.
Okay, did we cover the roundabouts?
No, that wasn't.
Okay, okay, good. I've got a different order, so that's fine. All right, 6800 West, we showed that the city wanted to continue the 3-lane cross-section northward, and that's all that's referencing is the 3-lane cross-section. It's not a widening to 5 lanes. And this is coming from the general plan side, right, is the question. So I don't know if it needs to be, better described. No, it does say just a continuous turn lane, shoulders, curb, and sidewalk. So yeah, it's not a widening project per se. It's just keeping that same cross-section that the rest of the road has. Okay, next one is the roundabouts. These two projects were probably two of them where we were looking at traffic calming and also placemaking. We do not show those intersections are going to be heavily used in the future, that they would need to have a signal or that kind of thing. And so it was more to just keep them more calm with the neighborhood. It was something that city staff had suggested as we were going through this process. We did put it later in the plan, so it's not in the first 10 years of the plan, but it's something to look out into the future for. As you get more active transportation, especially along 6000 West, it seems like those kind of things all work together to make that work better. I know that roundabouts there's people who love them and people who don't love them. And so, if you don't want a roundabout there, the 4-way stop works. I would recommend that there's a 4-way stop at Canal Boulevard in 6000 just because of the nature of two collector roads meeting at the same place. But, if you want to, what?
I like roundabouts.
The question is this telling the future council they should add roundabouts, or is this just something that's proposed? Consider.
Let's consider.
Can
Absolutely.
we do consider instead of add a roundabout?
Yeah, maybe it's consider a roundabout at these, because it says add. To me, we're telling them that that's what they're supposed to do instead of consider. Now, the Highland Boulevard, that's already going in. It's going to add a roundabout. We're already doing that.
Yeah.
The others, maybe it's consider.
Yeah.
Consider
Okay, we can change that.
on 6000 Canal.
Sorry to clarify, so the Highland Boulevard, it should say add, not consider, because that's a done deal.
Yeah, it's coming. We're already, it will be, Chris, it's spring now because of we don't have asphalt?
Right, yeah, spring.
Okay.
And to jump back for just a moment, on page 44, Kim and Brittany, both of you had concerns on 44 with regard to the speed bumps.
Let's just take that out, can we? The line about speed bumps, because we already talked about it 75 times.
Okay,
We've done traffic calming there.
Where does it say that?
It is the second to last line under traffic safety and enforcement. Some comments suggest that the city should install speed bumps or cameras.
But there has been. Okay. Some comments suggest the city
That last sentence of that first bullet.
take out the whole last sentence.
Yeah.
Good catch, Doug. Okay, page 51, I think we're good at. Okay.
Okay, double left turn lanes. Okay, so looking at the data, pouring into the data on this, and that's what we're presenting to you is the data that we're finding. Hales Engineering did a traffic count at the Murdoch Canal Trail undercrossing. Basically, that's the location in the road where we did it. Right after school started, 2 weeks after school started this summer. So we did show 14,000 trips a day going through there. Looking at the data, were there things that looked odd? It looked pretty even from what we were seeing. So we feel confident that that data was correct. That's basically what UDOT's showing on Alpine Highway right now. So, you know, it's a lot of cars going through there. Typically, when you hit about 15,000 to 18,000 trips a day on a 2-lane collector road, you're starting to look at widening that road, right? That once you get up to 20,000, it's at failure. This road's a little different because you have limited access along it, and so you don't have as many constraints, driveways and so forth. So you can extend that just a little bit more. The dual left turns, the main constraint areas on this are those 2 intersections. And so as we looked at it, we thought this is a compromise to at least get the traffic through those intersections and give them enough time to go back into 1 lane. We don't know if it'll work. You know, if constraints of all the housing and the way it's designed already, the streetscape, the houses, you know, if they weren't there, we'd say widen it to 5 lanes and make it work that way. I came that way tonight, actually, 545, and turned off of North County onto Canal. There was about 500 feet of backup on the left turn lane. It took us 3 cycles to get through it. And so that's what it is today. In the numbers for the future, we show that queue at 2,000 feet. So it's a lot different. Whereas at Alpine Highway in the future, we show it at 500 feet. So that's not as critical as the one on North County.
So I want to make a comment. If this is left in the general plan, I will vote against it. Okay? I had a lot to do with designing that road and stuff. They built it through our HOA park. I helped bring Ridgeview in. I was on the USDC board. This was USDC. And let me tell you what I'm thinking in that. I appreciate you're looking at this, but one of the big things we wanted to preserve in Ridgeview, because there'll be 689 homes, is access to the Murdoch Canal Trail and for bike lanes and different things. So the only way, if you have double turn lanes on both ends, you'll force that into be a 4-lane road. Okay, and I think that's unfortunate because you go up a hill and it was designed to be curvy to slow the traffic. So you'd have to eliminate the bike lanes, probably the parks, and all these concrete fences. Plus, on the west side, you've got the Murdoch Canal Trail, the connection for a 22-mile trail right on that highway. You make that 4 lanes, that makes it a risk there. Plus youtain out that. So I think I'm totally opposed to this. I will fight this till the day I die because the goal isn't to put more traffic in that. And we've spent millions of dollars, UDOT and the city and MAG, to provide more access for the high school. Okay, and we're spending more money up on 4800, and I think at some point it's got to stop because I'm not sure why all those kids have to drive to school in the first place. So I'm being short-sighted, but this was a big compromise, this road. I recently kind of helped Andy as we restriped it and different things, but having a double turn lane go into a single lane is not going to work. You know that. You're an engineer. You're going to have to widen that road to 4 lanes. It wasn't meant to be an arterial, and all that does is increase the speed. So I am totally opposed to this. I live there. I know the compromise that came on that. And I think if you build it, they will come. It'll become more. So what we need to focus on is American Fork connecting 700 North. And that's been going on for years and years and years. So I'd like to see when that happens, how this changes the traffic, because a lot of that traffic comes up from American Fork. And I also think, I just can't imagine with this end of the valley, slowing down in population growth, why MAG's talking about making North County 7 lanes. I mean, why would you do that and then dump all that traffic in on us? Because we get person after person and neighborhood after neighborhood complain about the speed and the traffic congestion. And so we're going to make the road bigger and increase the speed. Why? I mean, I know I'm not an engineer,
right,
but I live there. And I know why that was designed. And I don't want to eliminate the bike lanes. I don't want to endanger the people on the Murdoch Canal Trail, the main connection there. How can you build a 4-lane road and not make it unsafe for the trail next to it? There's only 5 foot between the road and the trail now. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I know a lot of people will fight this, even though it looks good traffic-wise, but we don't want to encourage more traffic there. We want American Fork to do their part. And you know what? Cedar Hills has never finished Canal Boulevard or Harvey Boulevard so you can access up to the Canyon Road up there. It's one lane. So I don't know. I just feel really emotional about this, if you can't tell, but I will vote against the general plan if this is left in there.
Scott,
Yeah.
see, make sure I'm understanding. Are you objecting to a double turn lane that tapers down to a single lane within half a block, or are you believing that that's not going to work, and so we're going to have to continue it all the way through?
Well,
I'm just not.
They
I just
know
don't
it.
understand.
They won't know that. They know that won't work. You don't put a double turn lane into a single lane. It's not safe. Okay? So the only option you have is to widen the road and increase the speed. And it's not designed. And you've got this lift station. We just spent millions of dollars.
I'm going to now give it,
Yeah.
and Scott's given some good history.
Yeah.
I moved to my house 35 years ago. We were all worried where the connection was going to come across. It was Canal, it was 10400. It's always been fought and contentious amongst all the residents. I don't see this, even if we put it in, I don't see a council ever approving it because it will be fought so hard. This is one of those big dividers in our community. So even though we put it in, I don't think it's ever going to be approved. I'm just saying so I understand we need it, but I don't think it will be approved politically. And so I'm not sure. I mean, does anyone else in the council disagree? This is the contentious thing. It took, and Sean, you know, how long did it take Canal Road? We bought the homes in 2008, and it took until 2017, 18 to get the road. And I mean, it's taken so long to get that canal. I just don't see politically it's going to work.
I use it every day.
I know. I'm just being very open about it.
You know, the way that I look at it, the conversation earlier tonight about, I won't say the city, but there were talks about a city holding things up and so forth. That's what a lot of this comes to, right? Is decisions that are hard are made, and they don't always made correctly, right? Timpanogos Highway is huge because we never made those connections between American Fork.
Correct.
The 700 North and American Fork, it's in the plan, and it is funded, and so is Harvey Boulevard.
The Harvey Boulevard, they're doing it right now.
And so, but even looking at that, those are still Band-Aids of getting people around. My boss lives in West Lehigh, and his parents live in Cedar Hills. He does this, getting to their house.
There was at one time, it was supposed to go down 10400 and go all the way down to the freeway in Lehigh. So 35 years ago, they said they're going to punch it. The reason why North County has become so busy is that's the way you get to the freeway now. We can get out, okay, you can go down 500 East in American Fork, you can go out over here, down Temp, but now I'll tell you, if I'm going to Provo, I actually go down that way because the traffic at 5 or 5:30 between Lehigh and American Fork backs up, and at Pleasant Grove intersection, and I can tell you the exact way you get in this one lane, and you get the light, so you get blocked, and but you miss the traffic.
Well, but you work around it. So the same thing is they're talking in this plan to make Timpanogos to the Alpine intersection there 7 lanes. Well, it's already a filling lane. So I understand where engineers come from. The answer for all engineering is to widen the road and increase the speed. And look how this freeway has turned out, you know. There's other ideas, and I've read some articles and different things, and other places in the country where they restrict the traffic and they slow it down and they make the lanes narrower. But I'm really opposed to this because I know all the work that went into this road. I was involved in it, and the last thing I want it to be is a 4-lane highway and arterial. And so if in 10 years when you do the plan again, if you want to put it in, okay. But we're hearing this end of the county is pretty much built out in many ways. It's the west side that needs the traffic stuff from MAG.
So council, what would you like to do? Would you like to would you like those turn lanes in the general plan?
I agree with Scott on this one. I watched that fight go on for so long, and I agree with him. That I think it's impressive what you guys did to get Canal in the first place.
I'm okay with pulling it out. If at some point a council decides that they want to do that and it's necessary to do, the general plan can be
Just
amended
be aware to be in,
to put it
if
back
you
in.
ever want Mountain Land Association government ever to fund, at some time it has to be put back in your plan. Does that make sense?
I guess I don't see it happening in the next 10 years. And so if we pull it out now, and then when we look at it in 10 years, we're redoing the general plan and say, yeah, this is
Okay.
imperative, it needs to be
And
in
I can
here,
agree
then
to
put it-
that if it's needed, but
Yeah. But I mean, it's too close.
Ron, what do you think?
Well, the only thing, what really strikes me is the term due to impacts on safety. I need to understand what that means. If it impacts safety, then I don't know why we're saying we're not going to do this. If it impacts safety. So I need to understand what that means before I can say take it out.
I think the due to impacts on safety part is part of the argument to take it out.
To
Right.
take out?
That's the
I
argument.
I don't see due to impacts on safety included in the existing text anywhere.
That it's an impact to safety because of the traffic on the Murdoch Canal, and it removes all the bike lanes eventually.
Yes.
It increases the traffic. It's also a danger to our sewer lift station that we just spent millions of dollars on.
Then I fully
Yeah, that's
support.
So
yeah.
let's take, it appears that there's a consensus to take out those two left. Let me
Right.
ask you, I do have a question about the Hawk crossing. I don't see that's the same type of crossing they have at Lone Peak where you push it.
Right.
Do we see that really on SR 92? I'm just realistic. I mean, it's there. I understand that we have traffic lights where people can cross. Of course, the high school kids could. Do we really see that we'll put a ped crossing there?
One of my comments was crossing Highway 92, and if we talk about building a trail system from north to south, just how are we going to cross 92? So I just had wondered about that in a long-term vision. I feel like I wouldn't let my kid cross Highway 92 with a hog light
I agree. A lot of the residents that I talk to, talk about not being able to cross the trail over SR 92. So we've got to do something to make that a safe crossing for kids and to
Right.
make a trail that can connect from one side of SR 92 to the other side.
I think we're going to have to build a bridge.
Well,
That's the
okay,
only-
so if we look at
And that's the
it's
other
$4
option
million.
that's listed.
800 West, we are actually doing a trail system to get down to the Murdoch Trail. Alpine Highway has bike lanes, but does not have a trail system. Does that make sense? This was our city center. I believe the comment was brought in by Wes, is to try to connect our city center here. Is how do they cross between? And I don't really see people crossing at this time. You know, you might see a little bit up at the light there by CVS and the Domino's there, but they usually cross with the light. I don't know if you're going to actually go put a hawk light up there. I just don't know. Has other cities done that on a major road like that?
Oh, yes, yes.
So-
I think the reason it was put in there was because of that discussion of land use in the city town center and what's going across the street. You would not put a light in there until it's warranted. Yes.
What's the council on that hawk?
In addition, when the planning commission looked at this and we updated it slightly in the trails, which we're not to yet, there is, Jerry Abbott pointed out, UDOT installed a tunnel
Correct.
in the Bull River area.
Correct.
And so we are showing in the trail master plan, running a trail west along SR 92 and trying to get underneath there.
Yeah.
Now, details of figuring how that'll be worked out is something, we have no plan for it, but it
Is
is,
that
we have
little
a connection, and maybe we can look at doing others, is kind of
Is
what
that
this
that
is saying.
triangle that's down by Dry Creek Lake?
Yes.
Because I kept going, what's the triangle? I know about the little things, because actually, a lot of people be surprised that we had an LDS ward, or the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saint ward, that was actually crossed over, and kids would go and use that little underpass there. And so they were using it quite often, but there also became nefarious things happening down there, so they closed it in.
What if we just took out the phrase options such as a pedestrian hybrid beacon, took that out, but left grade separated crossing, right? Because I think that seems more realistic, maybe, or well, realistic's the wrong word, something more appetizing.
I think that at the very least, leaving in the grid separated crossing is a good thing. I think those are the, across SR 92 there, I think those are the only viable options, is do it at a stoplight or have a grade separated crossing.
So let me just make a little comment. We want Highland Mains in that area on the north side to be successful. We'd like it connected to town center. I think the only way you're going to do it, especially if they're talking about widening Timpanogos Highway, is to put a bridge over it. And why can't we get funding for that? Because we need connectivity.
Money. Provo did one, I think, to even get down to their train station, and that was I think it was like $3.2 million. I mean, so it'd come down, they'd do it if it's funding.
Oh, they're not cheap. The one at Lehigh, or right before the freeway, that's a big one, right? But that thing, it was back when things were a little cheaper than they are now, but it was almost $10 million. So, but transportation costs a lot. So, you know, the good thing about putting grade separation in your plan is you're at least trying to show we need to address the pedestrian issue. And then as UDOT goes to design this, you've got it in your plan, which can inform them that you're wanting this, right? Or you can go to MAG or others to help that too. It's probably not going to rank as high right now. As you said, it doesn't really warrant it right now, but in the future. So I would
So it sounds like we're just talking about removing the text pedestrian, hybrid, beacon, hawk, or in that second bullet point. Is that correct? Leaving it options such as a grade separated crossing near Town Center Boulevard should be studied?
Right.
Okay.
Got a little sidetracked, sorry.
That's fine.
We'll go back. Okay, what was the consensus on this one?
On Canal Boulevard, the double
Eliminate
left,
the double.
we're gonna take
Removing
them
the
out.
top bullet.
We're going to take them out. I would propose, though, we put language just to say that the intersections are failing, just so that as you move forward in the future, you know that we gave you that information, right?
Scott, what do you think about that?
Okay, explain that again. I didn't hear you very well.
So in our data, we're showing the intersections are failing. In fact, I would say right now on North County, it's failing. So we would at least put in the plan that the intersections have issues and that future decisions will have to look at that, right? Especially North County Boulevard being a state highway. If it gets too bad on the state highway, UDOT's going to come in and look at what can they do to fix that. So.
True, but we own that road. And so it would have to come, somebody else would have to fund it, because we can't afford to do that as a city.
Right.
I just want the double turn lanes out of there.
Yeah.
They've removed the double turn lanes, but they're adding the language that says that they're failing and has issues. Future decisions will need to look at that.
Right.
So
There's other parts in the plan where we say that there could be an issue in this location, but we're letting it sit for a future.
For the time
decision.
being.
Yeah.
So
I can agree to that.
We're talking about adding that new language onto page 45?
Yes.
Okay, yep.
25-year projections. So one thing here, the model, the traffic demand model, which is what MAG uses and uses all those growth projections. Hales, in our projections, we went out 10 years and then out to 2050, which is using the MAG data, right? The majority of our recommendations in the plan were for the first 10 years, right? And so if you look at those maps, the only outer year projects were the two roundabouts and then also widening North County Boulevard. And that's because it was showing, higher volumes of traffic by then. And so you're right, the general plan is usually about 10 years out, but it is good to show some far vision. And so nothing that we're proposing, though, other than those three projects, the rest of them are shown in the next 10 years.
The one thing we'll need to be careful, as Brittany goes down to MAG, they're going to be working and voting on the 2055 plan. And so they're looking to make sure you have in your future transportation plans, it might not be funded, but you've got to start getting them in if we're ever thinking, like if you wanted this pedestrian crossing, that's something you've got to put in that plan. Does that make sense? You want to start implementing that, so they start to look, hey, do we need to get funding? And that starts to move up and down the list. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, it works a lot better if the city is making recommendations to MAG versus MAG coming in and saying, here's what you need, right? And so if you have in your study showing these things, that helps you a lot at the MAG level.
On the roundabout at 68 and 118, is that potentially going to be a 2-lane roundabout? Do we have the property to do that in the future, 20 years down the road, 15 years down the road?
You're talking Highland Boulevard?
The Highland Boulevard, yeah. That's what I meant, Highland and 118th.
We had them design it so it could be expanded to a 2-lane roundabout.
You say you have? Good.
You know, and this roundabout will really help us know how successful this is. Right.
Yeah, we do not show in the plan widening that road, though, even though the numbers would suggest it probably will happen, so. Okay. Okay, we did that one.
And this one, I will fix the legend.
What's the, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it just got cut off, sorry.
There was a discrepancy in the legend, and that's why it wasn't showing what that triangle meant.
I just didn't know what it was.
I didn't know either from your description.
What is that triangle?
Let's see, resolve contradictions between concerns about speeding and proposals that expand lanes and widen roads.
I didn't put that in there, but I can address it, I think. One of the speed mitigations, traffic calming, is a narrow road. So when we talk about widening roads, we're talking about increasing speeds, and yet we have a problem with speeding.
Right.
So how do we resolve that?
So I guess one way I'd look at it is you have different sizes or classes of roads. So Timpanogos Highway is probably going to be a high-speed road just because of the way it's designed and you know, the volumes of traffic that are on it. If you were to want to put it on a road diet, I think UDOT would probably have some concerns because, you know, it warrants being a 5-lane right now. There are different ways to calm traffic, even on multi-lane roads, right? You can have narrower lanes. You can have striping, shoulder striping, and making those lanes narrower. Orem did a big study on 800 East in Orem, where they did their speed study on it, and it came in at about 37 miles an hour, the 85th percentile. Then they went and restriped it. They put in some, what are they called? The islands at the crosswalks. I can't think of the names right now. Anyway, near the schools, because there's 2 elementary schools on that road, if not 3. And then 6 months later, the speed limit was put at 35, and 6 months later, the speeds actually dropped by a mile. They narrowed the lanes. They narrowed the striping of the lanes. They didn't narrow the concrete. So there are ways to do that, but you also need to look at a road like Timpanogos Highway. It is a major thoroughfare. Yeah. And so, you know, one, I don't know if I heard this here, but one thing to just point out, studies have showed that just by raising the speed limit, that doesn't mean that everybody drives even faster. Right? If you're using engineering judgment and also the context of the area that you're doing this in, people are already driving that speed that they feel that road is designed for. And so a lot of cities in Utah put everything at 25, and yet why is everybody speeding? So, you know, anyway, I'm not sure if that answered your question completely, but there's really only Timpanogos Highway and North County Boulevard that we even show any discussion of widening the road, so.
And it would be appropriate for those. I was thinking of other more residential roads. We're not interested in widening them.
No,
If
we don't
anything,
have
wanna narrow
any in there at
the
all.
lanes.
1600 West, but that was just the turn lane.
I would like every residential road in Highland to be 9 feet. I think we'd really reduce speeds if we did that. Because you got to be careful when you're only dealing with 9 feet of road. And that's been done, you can do that with paint. That's all it is paint.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, given that it is 5 minutes after 9 and we still have votes
Yes.
that we need to take, I move that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock, the public portion of the meeting.
Until when?
11 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock already?
I'll second that.
We have a lot to still go through. Okay, I have a motion by.
And we
Doug.
can, even if we have extended it to 11, we can adjourn before that if we're done.
Okay. Have a motion by Doug, second by Scott. Do we need to do a roll call on this one? Those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor? No. Okay.
I didn't hear Brittany.
Yes.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
We got a lot to do. Okay, guys, let's keep moving.
That's
Okay.
pretty funny.
Have we resolved this concern? Discussion?
Yep.
Okay.
Add cost sharing to.
I don't know this one.
It's based on
What page? That was my comment.
Yeah,
I think that was on the 4800 West Alpine
Yeah, it's on
Highway.
page 47.
We call it an Easter egg.
It's that first bullet point there. That was a ad by the Planning Commission. And this kind of came up in context of when we had our discussions about widening this road, about who should bear the cost between Alpine and Highland for a road that seems to serve a lot of Alpine residents. So they suggested, as we're doing projects, see if we could allocate the cost more to Alpine.
Good luck with that.
That's what the Planning Commission recommended, so we added it in there.
And we are in fact doing that with the current 4,800.
It should say Highland, not Highway, though.
Where is that? Sorry.
First bullet point on the page you're looking at.
Oh, that's why.
That's funny.
No, Highlands. Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. Are we good? That one. Okay.
If it's a MAG project, each of us are sharing in the same cost on that between the Highland and Alpine.
Yes.
Okay, the last one is the extensive use of on-street bike lanes. We were just taking it from the active transportation plan, assuming that's what you wanted to carry forward. We did work there were a few, I don't know, discrepancies in the active transportation plan that we worked with staff on to fix a few, like bike lanes on cul-de-sacs and that kind of thing. But is there a concern, or are there certain roads you don't want to show a bike lane on?
No.
The more bike lanes, the better, I think.
I don't know how to ride a bike.
Okay. I think we're okay there. Housing.
Sean, while you're still up here, there is a comment on the trails map, since you guys
Helped with that?
Chris.
Okay.
Maybe let's talk about the trails map.
What page?
Sorry, so going a little bit out of order, this is from the park section, since Sean was involved with the trails map. So address trail deficiencies, including 6,000 West Corridor, sidewalk along 10,400 North, trails north of 6,000 West to Alpine Highway.
Okay. So I guess if you can explain to me what those what you were concerned about. The trail deficiencies on 6,000 West.
Page 112. I made a comment about the lack of trails along 6,000 West sidewalk. So that's on page 112. I'm sorry, just getting down there.
We're showing a trail on that road from Timpanogos southward. Or are you thinking it needs to go northward too, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just gonna get down. I haven't even got to the page. Okay, page 112. Lacking trail on 6,000 West.
I think it's on page 110 that comment was about.
It's this road right here.
Town center. No, I think you got that. I'm just trying to think 6,000 West.
Right there.
Oh, you're just showing a trail down that whole thing, and we
Right.
don't have a trail. So we're saying that could be a future unpaved area?
Right.
We don't show a trail going down from Timpanogos Highway all the way down to 1800, which is down past the Longhorn property, down past Bow River. We don't have any, we're lacking trails in that whole area.
Are you talking on Timpanogos Highway?
No,
On the north?
Going to the north of that, we're lacking trails in that whole area.
Oh, so going northward on 6,000 West?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What?
We discussed that. That was one of the discrepancies we had, and we were kind of torn on having it in there. It's not, I don't believe it's in the active transportation plan. And part of it was the concern of connecting over SR 92 is how would we connect going north? We could do it going west with the underground tunnel perhaps and Highland Boulevard, and maybe with that crossing over on the east side if we could get that. We just weren't sure how to, we could do it on-street bike lane on going north. It just, you'd have to cross SR 92 with it to continue it.
If you did, you could put another grade separated crossing and.
We could suggest that as another grade separated crossing area.
If you look at that area of the city, we don't really have any kind of trail connectivity in that area.
We could just put a hawk there.
Yeah.
It's in the middle
We
of
have
the intersection.
ones that's available now, right? So then continuing that up to 11,800 is what you recommend?
What's the council think about any of the trails we don't have? We don't have a trail going down from the Highland Family Park, but maybe we're going to be looking at, that's going down 10,400. We lack trails on 6,000 West. I don't know if we need to do anything, if that's something we want to do in the future.
So, Mayor, can I ask a question? So, on some of these major collector roads, I mean, it'd be nice to have a trail alongside those, but it would be even nicer to have sidewalks.
That's what I think. Yeah.
And what I'm thinking is maybe focus on having a sidewalk that can be used as a trail.
But we don't put sidewalks in this plan, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing I will point out, and this is with my MAG hat on, it was a couple years back that Andy Spencer had applied for improvements to 6,000 West. And part of that was putting in the sidewalks and so forth. It was denied at that time because it didn't really show a regional benefit. It was more just a city improvement type of thing. If you were to show a trail that's citywide and having a crossing at 92 and so forth and how it ties into the regional system, it'd probably be a better candidate, is what I would say.
Makes sense.
Let's note that.
Doesn't hurt to add it either.
Yeah.
At
Okay.
most, it doesn't get built.
So can we have a trail that looks like a sidewalk?
We do have
we're
several.
Okay,
of
Scott,
those.
we're actually doing a trail that's going to look like a little bit like a sidewalk on 4,800 West. Does that make sense? It acts as the sidewalk and the trail.
Right.
You could have the same thing. The thing is, though, as development comes in, that they have to contemplate that in their development.
Right. And as a city, obviously, you can continue forward to try to get sidewalk put on that road, right? Or if you are planning for a trail, build the trail as development happens and so forth. So
That's a good idea.
We didn't do a sidewalk analysis as part of all this work, so.
So we're saying add a trail down 6,000 West? Is that right?
I'm a little hesitant to make long-term strategic decisions on our trail network on the fly tonight.
I agree.
I'd be more inclined to leave it as it is, and if we want to put one there, spend some time really looking at it and figuring out what makes sense
Because here's
and
your problem,
amending
you
it.
don't have really
And how
any
we're
other
going to pay
connectivity.
for it.
Alpine was
problem.
showing the trail coming through, and if you remember, the residents came, it's when Chris Howden all, hey, you guys have had a trail here the whole time, and we kind of removed it. Does that make sense? And so there was a discussion then, and so you'd have to open all that back up, so you go, okay, how are we connecting to things? So I'm okay if it's not on it. Okay.
So did you, I'm sorry.
We're okay.
Put it on or leave it off?
Leave it off.
Leave it off, okay, good. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can we do the water one so we can get faster?
We are 2 slides from it.
Okay.
We're close, yeah.
Okay, housing. There was only one change in housing, and it was pretty simple. So as you can see in this, this was one of the strategies: monitor development of detached ADUs, et cetera. The language was changed, new housing opportunities, and alignment with city infrastructure support and services rather than impact to city infrastructure.
Actually, the comment was not about this one. The comment was about the 2026 item where we are creating the plans rather than monitoring them, and I'd like to create the plans with alignment with city infrastructure support as well.
So Doug, are you referring to this fourth
No, the
bullet?
2026.
2026.
The 2027, 2028 is monitoring the development.
Oh, okay, I see. So the one
2026
before.
is process of drafting the ordinance. And would like to add something about alignment with city infrastructure support as we are drafting the plans, rather than just drafting them and then while we're monitoring, check to see if they align with that.
Yeah, we have that list of things to consider while drafting them. We would just add in
Right.
infrastructure into that list.
Okay, so don't change the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I
Rob,
misinterpreted.
I think 2027, 2028 is fine.
Is there any concern, Rob, amending these? I mean, just because I know we have to turn in our moderate income housing plan to the state. So is there concern with, can we amend it even though we've turned this into them already?
My understanding is we can. We're ultimately not. We added an additional step that says keep looking at this, and all we're doing, we're still not changing the 2026 goal of draft an ADU ordinance. We're just adding some clarification as what we're looking at as we draft it. So.
And I think it's a great idea, Councilmember Courtney. I just wanted
that
to
was
make
a really
sure.
good point, yes. I would be perfully happy to leave that off if it was going to cause us problems with the state.
Thank you, sir.
Problems, do you?
Sure. Okay, so just so I'm clear, we're adjusting the 2026, not 2027, 2028. Okay, I will fix that. Okay.
And there is actually one other item, I think, in housing, which is on page 56. Brittany, you had a...
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Okay, we are on to water
Water.
use and preservation. Okay, so the first comment, remove or clarify unrealistic proposals such as limiting private ponds and pools. The general plan does not put any proposals or say you have to do this. Essentially, it has a list of ingredients that make for a great water-wise landscaping ordinance. It's more informational. Pick and choose from this list what you would like to incorporate to improve yours. One of those items might be, limiting ponds and pools, and some reasonable restrictions may include maximum surface area for that pond or pool, seasonal operation requirements, drought restrictions, etc. So how would you like to adjust or improve that?
So let me ask a question. So I'm the one that proposed this. My concern is, yeah, you can put all these restrictions and different things, but by and large, I think it's going to be an enforcement issue. And it's also kind of a personal freedom thing. I mean, you have to meet your easements and different things to put in a pool, but are we going to say, hey, you can't have pools? Because there are more pools in Highland now than there ever have been. And
it doesn't
yeah.
say you have to do that. It's just, this is a list of things that would make your ordinance stronger. If you'd like, I can take out that bullet item.
I just think it's an unrealistic expectation.
I agree with Scott.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, 100%.
So you're
agree.
taking out the limitation of ponds, pools,
Yes.
and other features.
That is not a decision I would
For a
hope
person
that
that has a
council
pool
would
and
ever
ponds, I agree.
entertain.
Okay, that's
And
easy
there were
enough.
two earlier items, Brittany, that were both on your list. Don't we already, on page 78, don't we already provide water users with access to their meter
And you
data?
clarified that we're talking, so I'm good with that.
And on 80, isn't the gravel pit conservation area already a thing?
Yeah, I wondered about the gravel pit. Thank you, that was a good catch. So I was under the impression that the gravel pit area was already going to be used as the aquifer, but this implied that it was one of two options, so I just wanted clarity on that.
And that's on page 80.
80?
I think, Chris, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they've done their test wells, but have they formally said this is the site and this is how we're going to do it yet?
They're planning on, aquifer recharge, so they'll drill a well to try to recharge the aquifer. They'll monitor it for the first year as a pilot program and see how it functions. They may decide that it's not functioning the way they want it there, and they may try to move the aquifer recharge somewhere else.
Is that okay, Brittany?
Okay. All right, reevaluate discouragement of artificial turf and confirm previous council decisions regarding the Central Utah water rebates. I just put in some information about why you would want to discourage artificial turf. A lot of communities are saying you can use it, great, but in the backyard, or putting some limitations that way. It does contribute to urban heat island effect. It releases compounds as a plastic product. It can become unusable as a play surface. It requires watering. It requires maintenance. A lot of people aren't aware of that, and so It could be installed wrong, it requires cleaning, so there's a lot of factors that make it not very aesthetically pleasing over time or as effective, and it could be considered xeriscaping in some instances with a Z. Those are the reasons why it might make sense to limit
I'm the one that made
artificial
that, I'm
turf.
okay, and I also made the one about the rebate, because I looked up here, it says we may revisit. As long as the word says may, I'm okay.
Yes, it says Highland may choose to participate in the future.
So I'm okay with that.
Participate in what now?
Reevaluating your landscaping ordinance so that it aligns with the requirements that would enable residents
what
to
about flip your
participate.
strip? Are
That's
we
the
gonna-
flip the strip.
Right,
That
'cause
we
I do hope we
voted no
reevaluate
against it.
that.
What they're saying is we could revisit that to allow for that rebate.
For the record, I hope we revisit that.
I think the plan is to revisit that in the winter.
It is, because we heard Alpine was able to pass something. Our concern was that it was mandatory for people to do certain things in their yard, and we were worried about
It was,
that.
but who monitors that?
I know, but that's,
So-
Alpine's been able to work through it, so we were looking at Alpine's
Yeah,
language.
exactly. I think municipalities have figured out how to work around it. We ought to figure out how to work around it.
And that's, the word may, I think, is good.
They've asked us a couple times if they can come meet with us, and we pushed them off to January just because I didn't think adding one more thing to this meeting was a good
No.
idea.
Thank you.
We're struggling hard to get done.
This one's okay. Okay, address irrigation concerns for residents not on PI who use culinary water for landscaping, PI being pressurized irrigation. Maybe I'll let Chris speak to this one, if that's okay.
I'm not sure that I understand the question on.
Okay, what the question is that you look at number A, it says continue to require all new developments to connect a pressurized irrigation system. My question is, what are we doing about those who are not
Like
on our
North
PIs?
Point, Viewpoint, what are your names?
Viewpoint.
Yeah,
Viewpoint.
well, we have others,
They
we have
actually-
other residents that have stayed on culinary that have never connected our pressure.
Viewpoint is actually on the PI system, as I understand it.
It's
We're
a separate
simply,
system.
we're simply
It's-
using groundwater to fill the PI system.
Yeah, yeah. So I think those are areas where, if they come in for a rebuild or a remodel, we would require them to connect to the PI at that time, but existing residents,
That's okay.
I wouldn't think that we would want to have that political
No, you're
push
right.
to force them to connect to.
On the average home in Highland, how much more PI water is being used than culinary on an average home?
I
5
thought it was
times
in there
more,
2/3
10 times
more.
more, twice as much?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I don't know that it'd be 5 times. I'm thinking more than 4 times.
Well,
range.
because we're paying a lot more for PI than
We
we
are.
are for culinary.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the general plan.
Ask why.
Let's move to, let's go to the next
I can't
item.
get my computer to work.
Okay, confirm status of water trade proposal with American Fork and the Special Service District. This is from a table indicating, here are the strategies Highland's working on. Here's some that are developing. This one was developing at the time we did the inventory.
The
So,
only reason I put that down is
And it
I
is
thought-
item strategy U,
yes.
if anybody's
Yeah,
looking
it's
at that.
strategy U. My understanding is the TSSD turned down American Fork. Is that not correct, Chris?
No, TSSD is going through the application process with the state, and that has not yet been determined, but we aren't feeling warm and fuzzy about it.
We can keep that in then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I like this idea, Doug. This was just getting into more details about how do you empower residents with information, explore optional strategies such as comparison graphs on utility bills. I believe what we do say is put, educational materials
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
good with that.
utility bill.
Yep.
Do you want to expound?
No, I'm good with
Okay.
keeping that.
It's a great idea, though. Okay, consider regulating large water users to protect city wells.
What does that mean?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
will-
we want
I will
to
give
add
you
some language there.
to add in regarding public
Please.
uses and water systems to conform to city standards. We'll add that in there, and we'll have some good language about that.
You need to work with Rob on
So
that.
as
We
an
need to add this-
implementation strategy, right?
We just need to see if there's large users that come in that are going to add a well or
can
things
regulate it.
that we can regulate.
So that's a yes.
Correct, Rob?
That's
Correct. We'll add it either as an implementation or a strategy.
Everyone
for
understand?
Well, I'll work with you on the best location.
Well,
Sounds
you need
good,
a
Rob.
strategy, but at the same time, those large water users are still rural. And I think we need to be open to ways that they can do it.
We'll do it as not a prohibition, it's just a monitoring, regulation, and make sure it, all
If they
users.
start to draw down our wells, we need to have a way that we can
Yes.
affect it.
I'll give you the language on that.
Okay, that's the end of the section on water. Would it be helpful to summarize the takeaway since this is, our focus for adoption tonight? I would make that assumption. Okay, so I'm just going to summarize really quickly, make sure we have everything.
Now, hold it, Rob, if we need to put some language in that, do we need to know the language if we're adopting it tonight?
Are you comfortable with me adding language to it?
Yes.
I'm comfortable with you adding.
You need to see it first. That's the question.
Well, I'd like to see it before we vote on it. Can't he do that quickly?
Talked about putting this in the sustainability section, not the water section. Where does it make more sense?
As long as we can pass the water one tonight.
Yeah, I showed it on page 137.
Right, which is, I mean, it's
quite a
related
ways
to
into
water, but it's about sustainability.
Do we need to summarize everything she's gone through, or are we all in agreement with everything?
Well, why don't we go through
It's quick. So we're removing the reference to pond and pool regulation. This one's, we're not changing. This one's not changing anything. This is also not changing. And then including the new strategy. So it's really just those two things then.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Parks, open space, trails, and recreation. We're getting close. If anyone needs to stretch, drink some water.
Diet Coke.
Okay, the first comment. Correct depiction of areas needing parks, including acknowledging the newly acquired dog park parcel in town center, new trail connections in the area. I will say we had labeled I believe it's this circle here showing that parcel, that's the dog park. We showed it as a dog park, but then we made it more general.
Yes.
We can switch it back.
Yeah, I would make it more general, yeah.
It's currently just says future park.
Perfect.
That's fine.
Okay. And then trails are shown on the trails map. Do you want them here as well?
No,
That's
I
fine.
think we're okay.
Okay. Okay, we already talked about this with Sean. Sorry, I have it in here
And
twice.
Brittany, you had an item on page 116. It talks about acquiring new parkland, but many
I'm
times
good.
it's, okay.
I talked to staff earlier, so I'm good.
Okay. All right, so this is on page 118. Confirmed support for Timpanogos Cave Visitor Center option inside Highland. This is implementation 4.2. How would you like to confirm or change this?
I talked to Congressman Kennedy about this, and he said he had never heard anything about it. It's not on anybody's radar. Nobody's talking about it, and he doesn't think it is.
A thing.
No,
Well,
I think that's what.
it was a thing.
It was.
And the fact that he doesn't know about it doesn't mean that it isn't a thing, because they bought that property down there for that reason. And eventually they're going to have to do something like that because of the congestion in American Fork Canyon.
And we looked
Yeah.
at it. I showed him on a map, and
Yeah.
we looked at it, and he just said that he was not aware of any conversations that had happened.
They
that
don't
he
have
was aware
funding.
of.
Their big thing has been funding.
So
The
I'm
question
not
is,
saying it's a bad idea.
okay,
just
we
that was
have
the
it in
update.
section 4.2 about the Timpanogos Cave Visitor Center, possibly the community's eastern edge. Is that something
Yeah.
we want to keep in?
If we changed it to consider collaborating with or something along those lines, since they're not, or investigate collaborating with, since they're apparently not ready to actually collaborate.
I like
Does that,
How about explore collaboration
Explore.
yeah.
There
with
you
the
go.
national? Okay.
Yeah, I like that, but I don't think we should just write it off, because they own that land for that purpose, even though people don't seem to be aware of it. But at some point, with the congestion up American Fork Canyon, you're going to have to do something like that, like they did down at Zion's.
And I did ask him to look into it.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Okay.
Thanks for
The next one is on page 119, underneath Canterbury Circle. They do have a tennis court that can then also be converted into 2 pickleball. We put those in.
Okay, so you're referring to the amenity
Yeah.
The
table. So
snapshot.
this is missing What'd you say? It does have pickleball?
It has tennis
Pickleball
court
and
that then can be
tennis.
converted to
Okay,
pickleball.
so it's kind of dual.
If you had my vote, I would actually go convert both into pickleball. I'd take out the tennis court and just convert both to pickleball. But right now it's tennis, and you have to bring your
tennis.
temporary nets to go to pickleball.
Okay, I'll put a little Y in the pickleball box.
So
Okay.
can I just add something to this? Spring Creek Park, for example, we left a space in there where you could put pickleball courts. And I'm kind of thinking we probably ought to kind of say, we're going to look at different parks and consider if we can find the funding for it. Because we designed that park where they could put pickleball in, and there's been a lot of people that want to do pickleball there. Do you know where Spring Creek Park is? It was
Yeah, and I think we actually have a goal in here that it says something about do a study to see what kinds of amenities and recreation opportunities people want. I'm trying to remember where
Okay,
it's
that
at.
covers it. That covers it.
Okay.
This is not a substantive.
3.1.
This is not a substantive change, but from 119 down the snapshot sections, on the second page of each item, so 120, 122, is there any way that we could put the park name there, maybe scrunching down the other notes?
Yeah, since
'Cause
it's
that-
kind
that's
of a
not a really
spread, but you're
useful-
not necessarily going to read it as a spread every time. I could probably figure out something.
Even put a number. If you put a number, one at,
Yeah,
and
that'd work,
then you put
right.
one over on the other side so they can correspond to what we're talking about.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to handle the top one or two and the bottom one or two, but beyond that, it gets
Correct. I agree.
dicey to look at it.
Okay. Lack of bathrooms at Lone Peak Fields. Let's look at that.
Their porta potties, do we put down even if they're porta potties, they have bathrooms?
It does have a Y, so are there not restrooms?
They are porta potties.
Oh, well, it's a restroom.
That's my question. Are we okay saying restrooms when they're porta potties?
I mean, we've pretty much committed because we rent that facility out and we've called it a community park. We've committed to that.
Okay. That was just my
Keep the Y, okay.
I would.
Not ideal.
I think I would be inclined to put an asterisk next to the Y and a little tag at the bottom explaining that.
Stinky?
That it's not built restrooms. We're using porta potties there to. Simply
While
because
we're
that's a
kind of-
different Y than every other
So do you
item on the
think-
list.
While we're kind of I don't know how to say that.
Why don't we
word,
just have another
asterisks.
column says porta potties?
Adding asterisks is, I'll say, staff did want one more chance to look through this and just make sure everything was absolutely correct on it. And then there was another section that classified the parks as different, like neighborhood versus community, and we realized that we got a couple in the neighborhood category that need to be in community, so we'll get that fixed as well.
Good. Yeah, I agree with you,
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll review the table and make those corrections. And that should address the porta potties. Okay, confirm so I think this is the same. We're gonna look at that. Okay, so these are some ideas for additional implementation strategies. Reconstitute the Parks, Trails, and Tree Commission, constitute the Emergency Preparedness Committee, plan for long-term infrastructure needs. And I think these might be in different sections than the parks section.
So what's your question here?
Considering these implementation strategies, I think these were from Doug, just some ideas. So I can go to page 116. Let's do that.
Yeah, the question is to me that it's in the parks, open space, trails and recreation section. I think that we do want to reconstitute that committee. The question is that something that's significant enough to put in as an implementation strategy, or do we think that's too detailed and we just want to leave it out? Okay. Okay. Then
Page 139.
I'm good with scratching 116 and 139 both.
Okay.
The one on
154.
54. Let me take a quick look at that. That's the very bottom.
Are you seasick yet?
Public
Okay,
facilities
there it is.
and I'm just looking to see if there's anything that plausibly covers that already. I think there was not, or I would not have listed it, but.
Okay. Are you going all the way down to 154? I had comments
Yeah.
on 138 that talks about rebuilding or retrofitting a new community
Yeah,
center.
on the list here, they pulled the implementation strategies all together, and then I think we'll jump back up.
I wonder if maybe adding something to 1.3, Doug, would make sense.
Yeah, that's what I am looking through 1.3, and I'm not really seeing.
So add some language about long-term infrastructure
Yeah.
needs in 1.3.
Specifically, coming up with a plan.
Okay.
To address them, and I think you're right, Aaron. That 1.3 is the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Getting close?
Yes, okay, so there's just one in the environment and sustainability section of the document, address rebuilding, retrofitting the community center. I believe this includes a list of ideas and strategies for building community resilience, and since there's the discussion of, doing some improvements on the community center, rebuilding, expanding, whatever it may be, this is saying you could make this an example of, durable, efficient building systems that reduce long-term costs, improve indoor health, and then there's some examples of what that could mean. Use this as a model by using recycled or locally sourced materials, water and energy saving systems, and minimizing harmful chemicals.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm the one that made that comment.
Okay, this is the last section. Highlight potential joint community center library partnership on page 144.
And I'm looking for it right now. The note I put next to that one was that it's already listed as being a strong interest, and wasn't sure what we wanted to do to highlight it beyond that. It's the second sentence under community gathering spaces. There is strong interest in exploring options for a dedicated community gathering facility, ...
Do we want to add some specific language in there in terms of the art center and historical society museum type of collaborative community center?
I mean, that kind of means community center where it could be a
Yeah.
library, arts council.
Yeah.
Historical.
Historical society, museum.
It could
So
be facilities for
implementation
arts, recreation,
2.3.
community, and historical. Maybe that's where the community center is located at the Heritage Park. The Highland Community Center is reservable rooms and facilities.
You're looking on page 146, yes?
It also says that we have a maintenance storage shed. I changed that name. We probably ought to put down park maintenance building.
Building, shed. If that's a
Just
shed.
a little more than a shed.
A little more.
What is it, 2.8 now?
My gosh.
Well, I think there's two things that are going on. I mean, it's this 1.66 acres east of the police station where
Yes.
there's some interest between the group of people that support the library, the Historical Society, the Arts Council, to maybe develop that into even a senior citizen center.
Right.
I think the most important part there is saying fiscally responsible, because I'm not sure the city's going to have money to do that, but if people came forth with a nice design and they did a lot of fundraising, I can see it happening.
That's
Where,
right.
what page
Yeah.
is that on, Scott?
I don't know.
That's
Look-
the public insight summary,
Yeah.
talking about what people were interested in. And then there's a couple places in the chapter where it does talk about the community center. One of those is on page 146. So we could put some language here expanding what we mean by expansion or improvements.
But there's two community centers. See, we have the old city building down by Heritage Park. That's called the community center. Are we talking about remodeling all of that, or are we talking about a possibility of building a new
I
building?
think you have to put
Yeah.
also another one on here that talks about the parcel to the east
Right.
of the city center,
It's
city
actually
offices.
two parcels. There's a road between
Yeah, that's true.
them.
There's, the parcels could be used, for multiple
One for
purposes.
parking and the other for the
But
building.
it could be used for multiple purposes.
Right.
It could be,
Will you jump to 153 implementation 2.3? Because I think this is addressed and maybe we just need to expand that.
Okay, thank you.
153?
What was the?
2.3.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. it
Okay,
says
here it is.
explore
Explore the
the use-
city-owned land,
That's
okay.
it. Thank you. Yeah.
Multi-purpose programming, events, workshops, arts,
I think you
Arts
put-
and culture.
I
That
think-
covers it.
But maybe you put historical on there too.
And put
Yeah,
historic-
throw
add
historical in there.
Yeah,
Because they've talked about having that partially as the museum.
yeah. That's a good catch.
And then you got the other one where you need to change the maintenance storage shed to the maintenance,
She made
park
that-
maintenance
Yes,
She
building.
made
I
that
made
change.
it all capitalized. It says park maintenance building. It's official.
Have you seen the building? It's not a shed.
Okay, there are 4 more slides.
And actually, back on 145, Brittany, you had a question about why will administrative needs grow when we've.
I'm
approved-
good. I talked
Okay.
to, yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, these
More
last,
slides, let's see.
yeah, these last 4 were easy. I already made the changes. Make sure you're okay with them. So this one, on page 151, I adjusted the language. Rather
be
than
may
saying
versus
should,
should.
it says may.
Okay.
This one, I added, the city will evaluate this partnership,
Okay.
referring to Lone Peak. Is that okay? Okay. And then on this one, I added a sentence to the end of implementation 1.2 that says the Transportation Utility Fund may be renewed following new state guidelines.
Okay.
On the Lone Peak, if we're saying that we're going to evaluate it, does that send a message to Alpine that we're looking to get out? Okay.
The one that said fund, is that the fund or a fee? It is a fund.
No, it's Utah, it's a fee.
It's a fee. That's what we're
Transportation
evaluating
Utility
is the
Fund,
fee.
its fee may be renewed following the new state guidelines.
Right.
Oh, I think it's saying
I think it's both, maybe, but.
Okay.
Yeah, but fee.
But the fee is specifically what sunsets, not any
Right.
fund.
Not the fund. The fee is what sunsets. So I think it needs to say fee.
Yep.
We could do fee dash fund?
That'd be fine.
There you go.
Eh? Semi-fee fund.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Fee slash fund.
So the only problem with that, I mean, and we'll have to analyze things pretty carefully, but that indicates that the council's planning on renewing that fee. And I think the goal always was not to, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But it says
I think
may-
it just says may be renewed.
May be renewed. Is it sunsets coming up in 2028? It may be renewed. We'll have to. That's going to be. You guys will be the council.
Yep.
Don't sound so excited. We made it to the last slide. Congratulations. Okay, on this one, I just added some language. It now says, including potential public-private collaborations and partnerships with the school district to explore a joint recreation center, making that partnership clear. Okay?
And I just noticed that on the copy I have at least, we jumped from implementation 2.4 to 2.6.
Oh.
Right there on page 154.
Yep.
Oh, we
You
do?
don't have
Thank
2.5.
you.
Doug, what would we ever do?
Then I do have some proposed language to add into our water element.
Yes, because we got to go back if you're going to implement it tonight.
Yes,
We need
if
to
we
know
could
the
go back
water language.
to page 90.
Okay,
of-
just let's see. Do we have? Is there anything else? You did have on page 153 under 2.3 a new community center library, possibly partnership together. I think that was on page 153. Are you going? Maybe I'm taking it backwards the other way.
But I think we need to emphasize the language may.
Yes.
And that this isn't sure deals. I mean, we may think about it, yeah.
Everything should be may, not will.
Because we have to pay for these things.
Okay, so what I've proposed is under goal 3, which is explore opportunities, maintain a coordinated planning process that aligns water supply, conservation, and demand across all city policies and plan, is to add a third implementation strategy. Adopt or update regulations to ensure that creation or expansion of public and private water systems and facilities within the city are planned and coordinated with the city's system to avoid negative impacts to the city system. Limit new or expanded system as appropriate to prevent interference with the city's water supply and unnecessary use of water.
That's so good.
Slow clap.
So if you're good with that, we can add that in
I
as
feel
a...
protected.
That was supposed to protect.
That is so good.
Okay. Jay, were there any others that I missed?
I think we got all of them, yeah.
Hey, I guess what's next?
Okay, if not,
I move that we.
No, we have a public hearing. We have to have a public hearing.
Yes, yes.
Is there anything else that needs to be gone over before we have the public hearing for the public, so we can have input from the public? All 3 of you here, or 4?
And it is conceivable that once we have public hearing, we'll be bringing you back up to go through stuff again, but.
Okay. At this time, we will open up the public hearing on item number 4A, our general plan comprehensive update and amendment. The public hearing is now open. Anyone like to come up?
Hello again.
What was your name?
Liz Rice. Liz Rice. Okay, so the best.
Liz, do you have more than 3 minutes of?
Well, I don't think
material,
so.
do you
And
think?
I can type this. Are you going to?
Let's
Do you
go.
think you're going to
Oh, okay.
approve this tonight?
Are we
Or
okay
I
with-
mean, because I can type it up and send it to you in the morning.
We may pass.
It's just
we may-
little spigots. It's just not a lot. The best idea tonight was for traffic control was a toll booth at each of our entrances to Highland from Alpine. Claudia did that, not me. Anyway, going on, just a couple
Remember,
of
we
notes.
have to be good neighbors.
I know. I thought it was very clever, actually. But so I just got looking, to kind of piggyback on what Scott was saying. So urban, this little thing between rural and urban, but the Department of Agriculture, anybody under 20,000 is not considered rural. It's just a note. It's not. I do agree with Kim on the.
What?
No.
Like the
don't
notes to
pass
reflect.
out.
Put that in the notes. Oh, dear Lord. Are we going to have a second person that we're going to have to notice every time we agree with them?
You need to add 2 minutes. Aaron, 2 minutes to my time.
Okay, hold it. I'm in the moment. Okay, let's hear it.
I know, it's not, the ground is not moving. Okay, all right. Anyway, back to what I was trying to say. Kind of on the open space, the idea that she was talking about, I'm trying to abbreviate, but I kind of would like to know how many orphan pieces of property we have left on open space. Maybe that doesn't go in here, and that's fine. On the question of neighborhood-oriented retail, what I remember from that and in our open houses was encouraging family businesses from neighborhood-oriented retail or farmers markets, more of those. That's what I remember. That could be wrong, but that's what I remember. I just have to tell you that I love the traffic islands on 6,000 and Canal Boulevard. I do think they're cheaper than roundabouts, and I know that money is going to be an issue. I am going to say this. During this, and I don't know really who it was, and I don't want to make accusations. I get really uncomfortable when somebody says, "Well, I live in Cedar Hills, and we need to make it easier for Cedar Hills to get to Costco," and that's an almost direct quote. So I think it was Scott who said this to discourage a little bit traffic and make it. I also like what Ron said very much of, the skinnier streets, but then you're going back to rural, just so you know. Yeah. Sorry, just so you know. Okay, that was just, I remember on the county plan when I was on the planning commission that 1100 North in American Fork was to go all the way to the interstate. I've got like one more.
Go ahead.
They've changed it, and I do believe that American Fork is not holding up to their end of transportation. Scott.
Right.
Just so you know, the crossing at SR 92, we might want to check with the school district on that, because I know that they have kids that are going from the high school area, you know, where that is. They're trying to cross SR 92 to the elementary and junior high over there. And I know that they were talking bridges, but, you know, that's
in the
kind of
works.
probably a side thing right now.
Yeah.
So that's just a thought that came to me. And then on the rebate on park strips, I know that I talked about this in one of the, probably just the introduction type thing, but I think that rebate on park strips, and I can't remember reading this, the new developments, that was more for new developments, and I think we need rebates for that park strip for more mature areas. I've said that before, because, you know, it's like 40 grand to do my park strip. I can't do that. And on the little chart, you could just put P for porta potty instead of, you know, it's just, these are just ideas.
That's what happens.
I believe that's all, but I do want to just take a second and really thank you guys for all the nice things you sent to me when my mom passed away. It's been a rough month. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to come address? Deborah?
I am Deborah Mon, a Highland resident.
Hope you're on the planning commission.
Pardon me?
But she's here as a resident.
Highland resident. All right. Scott, everything you said tonight, I was right with you. Everything you said tonight, just so you all know. And the Canal Boulevard thing and the double lanes and all this stuff. And here, I don't understand how we can be talking about this lovely, you know, area that we're in and want to keep it rural and open and blah, 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 and then say, okay, and we need double lanes and triple this and turn over. I'm baffled by that. I'm going to need a little time to process that. But seriously, the double lane thing is just not, there's kids crossing. There's all houses there now. And they're going to go over and get a smoothie across the street or, you know, go to Costa Vida, whatever it is. And that's going to be really dangerous with 2 lanes. This, you know. Anyway, and people around here let their 9-year-olds and 8-year-olds do things like that. So, you know, we've got to, people were invented before cars. That's all I can say. Wait your turn at the light. You don't like it, carpool, don't go, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm from New England. We have roads this wide, cars parked on both sides.
Yeah.
Now, this is Boston area, okay? Big city Boston area. And the people going this way have to wait till this guy goes, and what do? They stop and wait, and then they wave to each other. You get used to it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Okay, enough
Friendly
of that.
wave, right?
It's just a good thing. It's not a problem. You're not going to get there any faster. We all know this statistically. You're not going to get there any faster, so deal with it. People already go 5 miles faster on roads that we mark 35 miles an hour. They're going to go 40. We have to keep that in mind when we change speed limits, because unless it's, you know, most people, like someone up here said, you know, if you're in a certain neighborhood with kids, you do slow down. That's just something you do subconsciously. But like on Canal Boulevard, that's wide open. I would not raise the speed limit there because they're already going 40, you know, and whatever else, 35, 40. And pressurized irrigation we were talking about, that's not mandatory. When I got it, when we first came out with pressurized irrigation, I remember them saying, we're going to all have to switch. And all that, so we switched right away because I think we had some discount or something. I can't remember at the beginning, but it was a good deal to do it then. But I thought we already had pressurized irrigation as mandatory at some point for all homes. We switched and we were the others. So anyway, you know, there's certain things that, you know, I don't know about that then. I was just under that impression, so. Anyway, that's all I have to say, and I am the one who said toll booths, I'm sorry, from Alpine. 10 cents, you know.
Actually, I've already said that one.
What?
I've said it too.
Oh, well, you know, whatever. Just as long as everybody's fair. They've got to be a little more fair.
Deborah, thank you for being here tonight.
What?
Thank you for being here tonight.
Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Anyone else like to come up and address the council on the general plan? If not, we now close our public hearing and bring it back to the council. What would you like to do with this general plan?
I propose that, I move that we approve the water, whatever the rest of that is, water and, what's the name of it?
Under use and preservation?
Yes. Use and reservation section of the general plan, period.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Ron, second by Scott. Any further discussion on that?
To clarify, it's the water element as presented, incorporating the changes that we discussed tonight.
Correct.
We're adopting that.
So
Correct.
you'd like to incorporate the changes?
Yes.
Can we go with, I move that the Highland City Council adopt the water use and preservation element of the proposed general plan as included in the agenda packet, but with the amendments agreed to this evening as an element of Highland City's current general plan?
Yes. That's what I.
Okay, so I have you are agreeable to that motion.
Ron
Was
and
it?
Scott.
Ron and Scott.
I'll second it
So
again.
Scott seconded, Ron made the motion. Doug just gave the wording for the motion.
That should be the wording that you already have.
Okay, with that, we will now go to vote, and we'll start here with Doug.
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so the water portion has passed.
So, can I just add on that? So the rest of the general plan, I would like to see all these changes. I'd like to see the written plan. I'd like to read through it. I'd like to publish it so people can see it, and we may have 2 people come. But I still think we need to be real transparent on this and just say, hey, please look at this. I still like the postcard idea or some way to communicate with the people and say, this is our final draft of our general plan. Please look at this. Are we going to make changes from what the comments that are made? Probably not, but they have the opportunity to come and understand and express their opinion, and they may not come.
Okay, so
But,
Scott, was
yeah.
that a motion? Are you proposing a motion?
No, I'm just saying that's what I'd like to do for the general plan.
Well, I move that we continue the remainder of the general plan discussion until the first meeting in January.
I believe our plan is that we will not have any business on at the first meeting in January.
Second.
Is that correct, Aaron?
Yeah.
And I will second that, because that's basically what I was saying.
I have a motion by Ron, second by Scott again, to continue the general plan to the second meeting in January of 2026.
To bring back all the revisions, and we need to see it ahead of time.
We will try to get those out soon, so you can have a full version to look at over, if you're bored over Christmas, you don't want to look at your family anymore, you can look at the general plan instead.
Kirk to Mexico.
We'll get that out as soon as we can
So-
and publish it to the public.
So Rob, can we just put it on the website too and say, this is the revised new general plan, look at this? And we need to have it in the city newsletters.
The other thing is we need to be very transparent. Scott brought this up. When we click on the general plan right now, it goes to the the current general plan, because we're revising it. We need to have the link actually to the draft general plan.
Right. So you have to kind of look a little bit, yeah.
If we can have that on that front, so. Okay, with that, we have a motion by Ron, second by Scott for a continuance, and with the wording going until January. We're now going to start with, is there any discussion on that item before we vote? Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Could I ask one favor? I would like to ask that when we bring it back in January, that we take public comment, and if there are anything major that we notice, but that we don't need to go through the whole thing again and all of the individual sections. Let's just address what we need to that night.
Okay, with that vote, we're now moving on to item number 4B, which is a resolution. It's the boundary line adjustment between Highland City and Draper City. This will be Stephanie Cottle. And we're going to start moving.
Hey, before we do that, can we have just a mini?
Do we need a break?
A little mini break?
Right now, it's 10 o'clock. Can we say 5 minutes?
Yeah, can we
Okay.
just have a mini break?
Yeah, a mini break till 10:05. And let's go for it. It's 14. No, we were doing a countdown, but. Stephanie, we back on? We ready to go? Okay. We are back on. We're now going to do item number 4B, which is a resolution of the boundary line adjustment between Highland City and Draper City. Stephanie Cottle.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
These are great.
This is a very, probably a simple item. I've prepared a report to give to you. If you would like to if you would like me to report on this, I'd be happy to. Otherwise, I will answer any questions, and we have a prepared motion for you.
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
Would you mind advancing to the motion?
I'll make that motion. I move that the Highland City Council adopt the resolution indicating the intent of Highland City to adjust a common boundary with Draper City and set a date of Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 for a public hearing on the matter.
Have a motion by Scott.
Second.
And I got a second by Doug, is that correct? We will go ahead and we will go to vote. We'll start here with you,
Well,
Ron.
is there a discussion?
Oh, yes, go ahead, discussion.
Yeah. Why is the wording indicating the intent of Highland City to adjust? Why isn't it to adjust?
It's a two-step process that we pass a resolution with our intent and setting the
And then there's a second one
setting
to approve.
and then at that point we pass an ordinance that actually makes the adjustment.
Because it looks like they're already, the adjustment's been made, right?
No.
No, the adjustment
No,
won't be
that's
made
why
till
we
you
have
do
to
the
do it
ordinance.
first.
Okay,
There's
all right.
public notices that go through, and I think it's 60, I mean, there's some timing that have to go through.
Okay.
Draper City will be having this on their agenda on December 16th, is that correct?
That is correct. They're doing their intent, their resolution of intent on the 16th, and then on February 17th, I believe it is, they're having their public hearing and their ordinance to, where they may adopt the boundary adjustment.
Okay, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, once again, I have a motion by Scott, second by Doug. We're going to go ahead and we'll start over here with you, Ron.
Yes.
Brittany? Yes. Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
5-0. We'll now move on to item number 4C, which is renaming the Canterbury South Park Charlie Greenland Park. This was put on the agenda by Councilmember Kim Rodella and Scott Smith and Ron Campbell. And who's good? And Aaron Wells.
I'll be brief, Mayor and Council. We were all here 2 weeks ago when we had a number of residents come and petition the city to rename Canterbury South Charlie Greenland Park. For reference, if we'll go to the next slide, here's a picture I went out and took today. It's a simple park with a walking trail around it. And so really, Mayor and Council, it's up to you to decide, do you want to rename this park, and are you ready to do so now? Or we talked about in the staff report, do you want to put something more formal in place of here's what we do when we go through the process to name city facilities, specifically a park in this instance? And that is a question to you.
So council, we're looking for some direction here, and then we'd look for a motion.
Will you go?
I have three concerns about approving this evening. First of all, personally, I would like to see us have a policy when we're talking about naming parks after people, and I would prefer to hold off until after that. The other two things are specifically with regard to Charlie. That one, I think that if it is meaningful enough to name a park after somebody, that we should also put up a plaque or a display of some sort to memorialize them. And I would prefer to specify at least the basic details of what that's going to be, either in policy or in our approval. And thirdly, I would prefer to do this with a resolution rather than a motion. I think that more clearly identifies it, makes it easier to locate down the road, and conveniently, it gives us something that we can print up looking nice to present to Charlie.
Other discussion?
I agree. I would like to have a policy, and I think it's a nice idea that you're going to name a park after somebody, then you make it an event for them. But I like the idea of having a policy first.
You know, my only concern is that we looked at the Highland Family Park that we were going to have funding go to a name. Now, I understand the other concern I'd have is you have the Thompsons, the Adamsons, the LeBarons, the Westwoods, the Whites. They're also long-term residents in Highland. Now, and you go, okay, but the Greenlands lived over by this park. Well, the Westwoods did too. And Rick Westwood served on the Planning Commission. He has served, there's some other things I think, okay, yes, I agree, the Greenlands. Personally, I wouldn't name it the Charlie Greenland Park. I'd name it the Greenland Park because that's the Greenland family. But I would recommend that we do come up with a policy, and I think you've got to be sensitive to the other families in the area that maybe have lived by you got the Buellers. If you said we should have named the Highland Family Park the Bueller Park, And I understand, but I'm just showing that we've got to be careful that there's geographic areas that, you know, the Adamsons have had 2 of their family members be mayors. You got Mark Thompson that's been a mayor. I mean, there's just a lot of concerns.
But on this one, we were responding to a request by the residents.
Correct.
We were listening to the residents, which is always our first obligation. And I think we have to have a reason not to do it when there's something that is really makes sense in terms of the rationale of why they came forward with that. And they did come forward with it. These other families, nobody came forward with it. And if they really wanted it, then come forward with
But
it.
we
and
haven't
we'll
given a
address it.
process for them to come forward.
Well,
are there
we didn't
are
have
there
a
3
process
people?
here, and yet they came forward. And the other thing is, how frequently are we going to be renaming parks? I mean, is that something that really, or is this just a one-off that we can take care of?
I
and move on?
sincerely doubt it is a one-off. Once we do it once.
There'll be more parks
I do.
that we'll rename.
Yes.
Okay, then we need to
But
have a policy.
are there 3 folks who want to approve this
Yeah, I
this
think
evening? Because
that's-
I have a motion that I'm happy to make
And I think that's what we need
to approve it this
You had
evening if
3
that's
that
what people want.
Put it on you 3 still there, or do you want to
What do
come
you
with
think,
a policy?
Scott?
What do I think?
I want to hear you.
Well, what I think is the following. If you went through all the parks in the general plan, there's a bunch of little mini parks. We could name them all after different people in the city if we wanted to. I just think you had a large group of people
Yeah.
come and said, let's honor this person.
Along with
We haven't had
petitions.
anybody come say we don't want to do it. Now, I understand where the mayor's come from. I understand where Doug. I think we need to codify some way to do this, but maybe we could make this motion an intent to name this park after Charlie. But at the same time, I don't think it's a problem because we got so many little parks in the city. We could probably name a dozen of them.
We could have a Bueller Park.
Yeah, I know. We could have a Bueller Park, easy.
In that case, if no one objects, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion. I move that the Highland City Council direct staff to rename Canterbury South Park to Charlie Greenland Park, to design and place a suitable monument in the park memorializing Charlie Greenland, and to prepare a suitable certificate for presentation to Charlie Greenland at a dedicated event.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Doug, second by Scott. Any further discussion on this? Okay, we're going to start down here at the vote with Brittany.
And while we're waiting for just a moment, Stephanie, that is the motion B from the set that I
Can you read it
gave
one
you
more
earlier.
time, Doug?
Yeah. I move that the Highland City Council direct staff to rename Canterbury South Park to Charlie Greenland Park, to design and place a suitable monument in the park memorializing Charlie Greenland, and to prepare a suitable certificate for presentation to Charlie Greenland at a dedicated event.
So I'm saying no only because I think it makes more sense to have a policy before we do it. So, no.
Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
No.
You
Yes.
just voted against your own motion?
And Ron?
Yes.
I wanted that to be the motion.
That passes 3-0.
I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to create a policy regarding the naming of parks in the future.
So you're okay doing the one park right now
I
without
am,
policy?
I am. But we still need a policy.
Can we
And
do
I-
that?
Can we
Rob,
just
do
give
that as
direction?
a motion?
I think more just give us direction. We will work on that. We'll add that to our project list.
Yeah.
We got it.
So how did this turn out?
It was 3-2.
3-2.
It passed that the
passed.
Canterbury South Park will now be called the Charlie Greenland Park. Okay, let's now move on to number 4D. We have our ordinance, which is an alcohol license amendment, removing the pre-zone limits. This was put on the agenda by council members Kim Rodella and Scott Smith. Are you going to handle this, Rob, or?
I'll take a first stab at it, and everyone is welcome to chime in. So as you all will fondly remember, back in 2024, the very beginning of the year, the city, after a lengthy process, revised its alcohol laws to allow for a limited number of restaurant alcohol licenses, either full or limited service we didn't regulate. The primary restrictions, in addition to the numerous state law restrictions and all of those things, were the number of licenses. We had a 4-license limit within the city. We required all of them to be within what we called the city center, which is the area around here that I've shown on the map. And then we also added a 2-license limit per zone. So looking at the map, you can see there's 4 zones involved here. There's the CR zone north of SR 92. There's the C1 zone south of SR 92 in the Macy's area. There's town center commercial that's kind of everywhere through the town center, because it used to be one big zone and then it kind of got chopped off into different commercial zones. And then we have Apple Creek over here, 10700 project off to the side. So in the 2 years, more or less, since the alcohol laws have changed, we've not received any requests or inquiries from restaurants in Town Center, C1, or Apple Creek zones. There's only 3 pads left that are undeveloped or unplanned. That's the north of Arctic Circle, the Taco Amigo parcel, and then the 2 in Apple Creek have any plans. Little India has received a limited service license, and Highland Mains has expressed interest in additional licenses there, but under the current regulations, because we have that 2 per zone limit, Little India and Highland Mains share a same zone, so Highland Mains can only get 1 additional license. The proposed amendment is just to strike the final part of this sentence that just says no more than 2 licenses per zone. It doesn't change anything else regarding any of the other alcohol licenses. As staff reviewed it, and as we went through the general plan, we did have this town center concept. And when I looked at the zoning map, it was hard for me to see why, from just a pure planning perspective, when we have 3 or 4 commercial zones that all have very similar regulations and uses, why it's fine to have 2 restaurants on one side of Town Center Boulevard, 2 restaurants on the east side of Town Center Boulevard, but not 3 in 1. Especially with how Town Center Commercial is kind of all just intermixed through all of this. Obviously, it's still a policy decision by the council. Just from a staff, we looked at it, this does seem to align with the general plan and how these zones have developed over time.
Policy-wise, we're still limiting it to 4 licenses total for the city, which I think is important that we maintain that we're not increasing that. We're just eliminating the language of per zone of 2, which at the time, when we talked about that, we knew that Highland Mains may come in for 3, and we said, well, if they do, they can come forward, and we as a council can increase it to 3. But rather than mess around with that, just eliminating the language, having 4 total, we're still within the spirit of what we passed, which is 4 total for the city of Highland.
Rob, can I ask a question?
Of course.
So you said Little India has a limited alcohol license. Could you define what that means?
Yes. So they're limited to beer and heavy beer mostly. Their selection is very small. They can't sell spirits or mixed drinks or cocktails or any of the harder liquors.
Can they sell wine?
Yes. Beer, wine, heavy beer are the categories.
So do our 4 licenses, they must include full service too?
They do.
Which is your hard spirits? Potential.
Yes, we said you can have up to 4 licenses, and they can be either of these 2 types of licenses in state law. Limited service or full.
So you couldn't come back and say, well, there's a limited one here, so we get another limited 5th. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to split the difference.
No, we could have gone that route. We could have said, we will only issue 2 limited service and 2 full service. I think that was actually one of the options we talked back through, and we ended up saying, rather than try to figure out which restaurants would want which license, we just said, these are the only 2 kinds of licenses we are comfortable with, and we want to limit it to just 4.
Okay.
Okay, can I just ask, we had this put on by 2 council members. Kim, was there a reason, had Highland Mains reached out to you? What was kind of the thought? Why is this coming at this time?
Yeah, so they are in the process of signing leases. They have Black Sheep and then another restaurant called Pasture and Stream. And so that was one of the contingencies in their leases, that they would be able to do that. But I don't want this to be a development developer. Sorry, it is so late. Decision. I wanted this to be a council decision, so that's why I decided to approach the council about this. The developers didn't approach me to put this on the agenda. They were actually going to come and ask for more licenses, and instead I said, what is it we can do as a council to look at this at a different way?
So let me give you a little background on why I decided to support Kim on this. She approached me when we dedicated the pump station. So I hope there's no doubt in the city that as a physician, I don't favor selling more alcohol, okay? I mean, I made that pretty emphatic. And because I tend to see all the negative things of alcohol, and I can give you example after example, and you know, I just had, I'll just be real brief here, I just had one of my employees today who lost 2 of her relatives. They were in that horrendous accident up in Salt Lake where someone who was drunk came down the wrong side of the freeway and knocked out a couple teenagers who were going to Idaho on Thanksgiving. And this is a relative. So I just see so much of that. And I'm not saying that necessarily happens. There's a lot of people who socially drink, who handle their alcohol very appropriately. But it's hard as a physician, I see the negative things. So why did I support this? One of the things that really, you know, we went through a big discussion. And we talked the pros and cons. We had the survey. Liz worked really hard on the referendum. And the referendum wasn't 100% successful, and part of it was because of some changes in the state statutes, which have been thrown out since by the Supreme Court. So who knows if it would have passed. So I understand all of that. But the other problem is I see is this. When you look at politics nationally, there's such polarization. So if the President of the United States said, breathing's good, there are other people on the other side of the aisle that would hold their breath until they passed out. And that's what I see in national politics. So my feeling is we made this decision as a council. I voted against it. I made my wishes expressed, but the majority of the council voted for it. My feeling is I'm going to support the majority of the council. The other thing that Ron brought up is the following. This limits it to 4 licenses. And I was always worried that if Highland Mains came, that we'd end up with 6 licenses or more. So to me, it kind of fulfills all these things. And I feel good that I'm willing to support the majority decision of the council. And I think we need to do that. We can agree to disagree, but when it's done, it was done by the majority opinion. If the people can bring a referendum or change to that, great. But if it's unsuccessful, then I still think we need to work together as a council. Because I've been on a couple councils where there was disagreements and different things, and part of the council went out and lambasted the rest of the council on the internet, which really hurt my feelings, or they went out and just campaigned vociferously and really bad-mouthed other people. I think we need to be careful with that. We are here to deliberate, and we're here to make a decision, but when the decision's made, I think we need to move together as a group. Does that make sense? 100%. So I think we need to be careful not to be divisive long term. That's where I'm coming from.
Scott, can I just say that what you just expressed is the exact reason that I have so much respect for you as a person. That mentality or whatever that is of how we are one body, and we may disagree, but when we vote as a unit, we're still a unit. We're still a council. And your recognition of that, I deeply respect. And I
we're
respect
still
you for
friends.
having
We're
that.
still friends.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you.
I have one argument in favor of this, and one reason why I believe that tonight is not the time to vote for it. The one argument in favor of it is my recollection is that we have talked about, as part of our going through and dealing with our development code, condensing all of the commercial zones into a single zone. When we do that, we will need to either cut down the number of licenses that we have in the city to 2, or do exactly the same thing. Because once it is all one zone, if you can't have more than 2 in a zone, it means we have just limited it to 2, or we do exactly the same thing.
But that's arguing to eliminate it from... Are you saying that you're voting in favor of eliminating the language restricting it to 2?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's an argument in favor of making this change.
Gotcha.
That I believe that with the plans that we have for our development code, we are going to make this change. Because once it is all one zone for commercial, it doesn't make sense not to. The reason that I think it is important not to take this vote this evening is that this has been a very controversial issue in the city. The no more than 2 per zone was a compromise that we reached to try to address all concerns that were there. And I'm really concerned about giving residents 5 days notice that we're going to make such a substantial change, particularly when those 5 days are over the Thanksgiving holiday. I would prefer to continue this, schedule a public hearing when we bring it back, which implies at least 1 week of notice that goes out to the residents.
I would disagree that it's a substantive change, and I would be ready for I would make a motion if I had Doug's motion in front of me.
Okay, one thing I told at the very beginning of the meeting that we would actually allow for some public comment during this. So if there's no other discussion, I'd like to open that up for a public comment, because we mentioned that this would be the time. So at this time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So I appreciate Doug's comments. The thing I have to ask is, we allowed 4 licenses in the city. And that this motion doesn't change that, right?
No, it does not.
Okay.
The change you're making is this, the 2 lines here, is that it's
We're
not,
just taking it so it's not 2 per.
I would
zone.
argue that it is a substantive change because part of that compromise was limiting that in order to limit the density of alcohol selling restaurants.
Agree to disagree.
no, but what, I have to agree kind of with Doug. I do remember we tried to do a compromise saying, hey, they won't be all in one area. But we're also looking, does it matter if it's really over by Macy's versus over at Highland Mains? I mean,
want the nice restaurants.
but that's the whole thing. This is about trying to get nice restaurants. I'm not beyond, and that's, we're seeing some.
Little India is nice.
Little India is nice. It's a restaurant. It's not, it's,
We need more.
I understand. The state has actually done what's called the POLD, the place of last drink. They're doing a study right now actually to try to find out where DUI drivers came in. Because that was the study I was trying to find. But they were actually supposed to have it out. That won't change the decision other than if we're saying, hey, restaurants. The question is, it sounds like we've got council that would like to move forward with that. We wanted to have public comment. We wanted to have.
Can I make one more comment? So, again, and I'm in an odd position here. But at the same time, my youngest daughter worked at Olive Garden in American Fork and the one in Sugar House for some years. And she actually went through the training to serve alcohol. And she told me, Dad, she says, okay, you can keep arguing about all of this stuff, and I understand, but she says you have to realize that every week we disposed of most of that alcohol. And the managers of Olive Garden approached the corporate headquarters and said, look, why do we have to have these licenses? Because we're not selling enough. We're losing money on it. And it was a corporate decision. So I think in the end, in my opinion, when people have freedom to choose, and I'm kind of opposite to what I said before, that I think a lot of these restaurants in the end will not continue to serve alcohol. So but I understand Doug's decision, and I understand, I mean, I've had a lot of discussions this last week. and I'm not pro-alcohol, but I just think we've made the decision. It's 4 licenses. I think we need to move on, but that's my opinion.
If that's okay, I mentioned that we were going to allow some for public hearings, so at this time the public hearing will be opened up if anyone would like to come and address this item.
I have a copy for each of you if you so want it. Yours is a little different. So there's kind of a couple of things, you know, that I want you to understand as I approach this council. Like Scott said, I of course don't agree with, you know, the liquor thing, and it's not a matter of choice, and I'm going to need more than 3 minutes.
We'll see how we do.
I would ask, please. But when I am helping somebody, I want to make sure they succeed. And I do want to see Highland Maine succeed. But to me, success means making money for the city. And I have a grandma request in for Little India to find out how much they've actually contributed to the state. I spent a lot of time with the DABC on the phone Friday and then again Monday. And just, you know, and Rob actually said something to me that I need to make sure you understand as we approach this. So a liquor license, and maybe this is more to their benefit, but a liquor license cannot be shared, both in our rules and in the state rules. My understanding right now is that, and I haven't seen the plans, and I'm anxious to see the plans, but that Black Sheep Cafe and Pasture and Stream?
Pizzeria 712.
What? Are going to share a kitchen, and they cannot even share a prep area. Just kind of let me finish, because honestly, can we agree more than we disagree? They can't share a kitchen prep area for liquor. It has to be separate. So they can share a kitchen, but not for prep on liquor. It has to be 2 separate bars, okay? So some of this, with Doug's, you know, his words tonight and the motion, might negate some of this, but I don't want you to shut me off. I just need to, and I approach it with the most humblest of terms. I also want you to understand the difference between, you know, we keep saying we want nice restaurants, nice dining. Maybe this is sit-down dining. So just keep that in mind. It's neither here nor there. So I'm still learning what I can and cannot do, but I sent tonight's agenda out to a number of residents. And I'm going to relay most of what I got back. Some of the angry responses are not appropriate to share here, as they contain some derogatory comments about the current council. I was reminded more than once that this is actually a lame duck council, which includes 1 vote from an appointed and not an elected member. Several residents were frustrated by yet another unwarranted liquor issue being chosen by this council without input from the residents. And I would agree that this is not enough time for a public hearing as well. The fact is that 2 years ago, as a write-in candidate, I came within 308 votes of one of these seats. In this recent election, with my name on the ballot, I maintained a sizable lead over the other candidates while nipping at Scott's heels. I realize that everyone may interpret this information differently, but from where I sit, it tells me that a majority of the residents did not agree with the decision to bring liquor to Highland. I believe that that same majority is not going to be happy if or when the businesses at Town Center come back to request more liquor licenses, because this council gave all 4 allowed liquor licenses to Highland Maines. And of course, if that changes and you make it all 1 zone, but you still have a concentration within a 1-block area of 4 licenses. This was supposed to be a compromise for 2 liquor licenses on one side of Highland and the other on the Town Center side. I remember Councilwoman Bills said at the time of the amendment she did not want to deal with the issue again, and yet here we are. I believe we should not favor one area, commercial area, over another. I feel as if we are dealing with a needy relative that just keeps coming back time and time again for more money or favors so they can be successful. It is not the city council's responsibility to make any developer successful. And yet again, I will repeat, I want Highland Maines to be successful, as I do all businesses in Highland. But liquor does not guarantee that success. And again, please do not tell me this is about choice. It is not. This is about favors upon favors upon favors to one business over all the others. Highland Maines has proven itself to be proverbial camel in the tent. and they will keep coming back for more. Other comments I received were as follows. Why is this being pushed through before the recently elected council is in place? Why are they pushing this through the busiest time of the year when it is hard for people to pay attention? Again, quote, again, this seems shady or inappropriate, end quote. Do we really need 4 liquor licenses in one city block? I don't think this council should be voting on policies and ordinances in the month of December. There are no actual applications for licenses before us currently, as far as I know from Rob, not even one. It remains to be seen if the current restaurant has made any tax money for Highland at all with their current liquor license. But if you are going to move forward with this item, please leave some available for other parts of the city, not just concentrated in one block area. The way this council has bent over backwards for this one particular project is raising eyebrows with residents. And if you allowed for more public comment, I believe they might have told you so themselves. Elizabeth Rice. Again, I want to work with you. I want this to be successful, but I think you need to know what the feelings are. And I got numerous emails and numerous phone calls. That's what I've done for like several days. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to come address the council on this item?
Do it.
It's up to you, Deborah.
Deborah Mon. And I was here for all of those meetings with the alcohol thing, and I think I don't drink enough. I have like 3 or 4 glasses of wine a year because, you know, with dinner or something. So I say I don't drink enough instead of I drink too much. But I don't really believe that. I'm teasing. It is a choice. Okay, it's a choice. You know, you don't have to drink. Also, we haven't had any problem with the golf course. Most people didn't even know that they were serving alcohol at the golf course till those meetings over the junior high. It's like, and the policeman at the time, I can't remember who it was, had said, guess how many problems I've had over these, 30 years or 40 years with the golf course? 0. So it's a choice. And also what I was going to say is the restaurants would lose their license, okay, if they overserve. There's a lot of really strict laws on restaurants serving alcohol in Utah. And they would lose their license if they, you know, overserve and do all that other stuff. If someone leaves the property with alcohol, all those things. We're not talking about kids getting into the grocery store, sending their big brother in the grocery store to buy them booze to drink up the canyon or something. That's a whole different picture. This is adults in a restaurant having to show their ID, having to drink, you know, having their drink with their meal. It's a whole different thing. And a lot of people, you know, and I get it because a lot of people have had they've lost people from alcohol overuse, and they've also lost people from prescription drug overuse that no one, you know, I mean, there's a whole lot of ways. But anyway, I just have to say it is a choice. And I don't think, you know, I just had to kind of get that in there.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Now we'll bring it back. Rob, I have a couple of questions because some things came up and I think the council might need to be aware. There's the state laws and then there's the city. When we pass an ordinance for 4 liquor licenses, right now, one is being taken by Little India, correct? And I will say it is a good restaurant, and I go there several times. But I also want, Kim, I want to know, Scott talked about Olive Garden. I wish Olive Garden come in. I don't see them coming. But with that, we understand that we have Black Sheep Diner, and we have Pizza 712, am I saying that?
Yes, Pizzeria 712.
The pizzeria, they were trying to share a kitchen, but the understanding what we heard from Liz, and I have heard it, they can't share a liquor license. So if we're looking at our liquor licenses, one is Little India. We have a second over there, so they'd have to choose currently between Black Sheep or the 712 to serve the alcohol because they can't share it. Is that understanding?
So just to clarify, we use liquor license kind of colloquially in Highland. The state issues the alcohol license. Highland City issues a business license that authorizes the sale of alcohol. And so we authorize businesses at a specific location. So we've authorized Little India to sell alcohol as long as they go get their state license and comply with all of those requirements. If more restaurants came in and asked for it, we would license each business, regardless of how we wouldn't really care in terms of the business license side, how they've structured their kitchen or what that is. We say, you're a business, you get a license. If you're also a business, you have to get a separate license. If you both want alcohol sales under the current code, we would say no, and we'd give it to the first one who had applied.
So let me ask you, if they are the same business owner, which Black Sheep and 712 are, could they not just do one business license saying we're Black Sheep 712 and they go form an LLC as that?
They could do something like you have a I'm thinking of, what is it, Hires and Lisa's Pizza, where they're like kind of two companies, but it's really just you have a menu that does both things. That would be just a business. But if they're really we have a LLC that has this name and a separate business entity with this name, even if it's owned by the same company, we would still say those are two separate businesses for our purposes.
So but I'm just saying, as a business owner, I would work around it and go form an LLC with both teams together to use it. But that would be up to them to use how they do it.
They could create a single restaurant for our purposes.
The only
if
reason
that's
I'm
what they
saying
wanted
that
to
is
do.
you have to look at right now, currently what we're hearing is there's 3 restaurants that would like a license. There's only 2 over there. And I'm not saying you grant it. There's ways that they could, but that is something that you have to decide if it's a substantive change. You have to decide if it matters if it's on one area of the street or not. You have to decide if you feel like we need more public time for them to come. Would that make a change and then we're ready for discussion and a motion.
Yeah, the idea that this is favoring Highland Mains, all we're doing is eliminating 2 per zone. All 5 zones could still do it.
But do you
if it
agree
happens to be Highland Mains who actually does it, which is so far the only ones that have done it.
But would you agree that when we were moving the motion that we did do it separate to try to, as a way, work with the residents who were against it to try to separate them?
Along with the idea that if a third one came in, we would increase it to 3. That was in the minutes. Okay. We can go back and review those minutes. And if it goes to 4, all 4 would be there. So eliminating it, to me, is non-substantive. I'm sorry, Doug, I just disagree. I believe it's non-substantive. If we change from 4 to 5, that's significant. That's public input. But this, to me, is a non-issue. All we're saying is, rather than limiting it to 2 per zone, we're saying we're staying with 4 total, and wherever those 4 are is where they'll be. If somebody from one of these other zones comes in, they're going to get it, unless Highland Mains gets it first. If Highland Mains happens to be the ones that gets the restaurants that want to serve the liquor in order to get that franchise into Highland, which they're not going to come unless they have that option, we're giving them that option. That's all we're doing. So it's not favoring anybody. It's just saying we want to attract. I would love to attract it over on our side. I would love a restaurant to come in here, a sit-down restaurant, but somehow they're not doing it. These other zones, the other developers aren't doing it. Highland Mains is, so let them do it.
Any other input or a motion?
Just one comment that, as I said, I think there is a really strong argument in favor of making this change. Because I believe that with the plans that we have for zoning, we're going to have to make this change. If not now, within the next 6 or 9 months. So that isn't my concern. If this comes to a vote this evening, I will be voting against it. But that is simply a process thing that I really strongly think that we should give notice and do a public hearing before we make changes to our alcohol laws.
Can I see the motion up here? I move that the City Council adopt the ordinance amending Title 5, Chapter 12 of the Highland Municipal Code and repeal the per-zone alcohol license regulation.
I have a motion by Ron.
I'll second.
I have a second by Brittany. Any discussion before we go to vote? Okay, we will now start down here with Scott on the vote. Sorry, Scott, there's just the way the line was coming.
I got to think for a minute. Ken, is that okay?
Yeah, let's rest.
Okay.
Are you okay, Doug, to vote?
No.
Kim?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Now you can vote no, Scott.
This is such a hard thing for me. I'm going to vote yes.
That passes 4-1. Okay, we're now going to move on to our number 4E, which is resolution on personnel policy regulations. Just know that we are now at 10:53. And we have Jess here. She's been here all night.
She's just been having so much fun.
She's going, man, I'm glad I'm not here all the time.
Do you care if I sit here?
Why don't you come up if that's
You
okay?
want me to come up? Okay. I was liking my chair. It's keeping me warm and cozy all night long. It's been a rough night, kind of long, little touchy subjects. I don't come to these very often, so it's kind of fun to interact and watch you guys do your thing up here. But I am presenting on one of the policies, and it's a little bit of an uncomfortable one because it pertains to some benefits that you guys receive, but you guys are the final decision makers, so we're going to talk about elected officials receiving URS contributions. The reason this came up, so a little bit of history, we recently went through a URS audit, and in our audit they requested our policy on Tier 2 elected official contributions, and so I've done some history searching, I've done some research, I've looked back in lots and lots and lots of records, and we found that in 2016 we actually, well, not at one point, elected officials were considered full-time, and they were in the URS pension portion. So we would contribute that, and that's what the rate was at that time for Tier 1. At some point, with the elected officials were no longer considered full-time, and so that rate was still that rate at that time. It was moved into a 401k. And now we have a Tier 2 version of, well, for URS, just Tier 2 was implemented in 2011. And this number has still, this number has just stayed the same the whole time. It just moved from going into a retirement pension plan to a 401k. In 2016, it should have changed to 7.5%, and the reason for that is because Highland City is Social Security exempt. So in lieu of Social Security, specifically for part-timers, we have to put 7.5% into a retirement plan for them. Full-time is a different story.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, when you said that in 2016, a policy had been adopted that made elected officials ineligible, Tier 2 ineligible.
Correct.
What that means is ineligible for anything above the mandatory.
Correct.
Yeah. In lieu
the
of
required
Social Security.
in lieu of Social Security. Okay. Yes. Yes.
We've been getting what, 16.1% or something?
16.04%. So there's a difference of, I think, 8.54 I'm doing math. And memory. I think it's 8.54 is the difference.
So do we have to give it back?
No. No.
But there was a motion that we haven't followed. I think that's what you're saying, is there was a motion made in 2016 to do away with it, and it never happened.
And it never happened. So staff is presenting to you 2 options. And of course, if you need more time, or if you would like me to do more research, or if you would like staff to do more comparisons or what have you, you have been sent some things in the staff report that kind of give you an idea of what surrounding cities do and whatnot. But if you need more time, that's totally fine. But we thought that we'd try to present it now before we had some council changes.
So the decision tonight is, you say there's 2 options.
We could continue the way that we're going, the way it's been.
Look at
With
the
the
screen.
16, yeah, with the 16.04%, we could continue that, but we just need to make sure that our policies match, or we change it to eliminate the additional contributions and then make a policy that specifically
I have no
says
desire to have a 401K through public service. 0.
I do have a question though. So I know that when I worked for the state, in order to get my contribution of the 16%, I had to have worked for the state of Utah or for URS for 4 years. I worked there for about 3 years, and since I didn't get that extra year, then essentially I lost all of that. And so I think that's one of the things is it then if you work for the state, you don't have that full 4 years, you're in an elected position.
There's no vesting period for this.
No vesting.
Because it's a 401K
So it doesn't
plan.
contribute to your vesting period?
No.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't apply to me because I'm back working for the state, but that was just one question I had for anyone who is potentially wanting to run. Okay.
Sure.
Well, I don't have any problem with it going back to the 7.5%, but, you know, I have benefited because I've been on the council for a while.
Yeah.
And it's really actually been, other than my Medicare taxes, that's the main benefit I've had, so. If they think we need to not do it, I'll support not doing it.
I'll be honest, we have one of the lowest pays as city council and mayor. I mean, extraordinarily lower than most cities out there, plus no healthcare benefits. And thinking of future people who want to run for council and mayor, I would vote in favor of keeping this, or if not, then you need to relook at the salary.
And just to be clear, staff isn't recommending get rid of it or keep it. We're just saying we're keeping this practice, but our policy kind of says something different. How do you want us to handle it? Yeah. We are ambivalent as to which direction you want to go.
There was also information in your packet about pay rates, because we did. Councilmember Rodell is completely right. We do pay less than a lot of other cities do. And so we wanted to give you at least some basic information to understand that as you were trying to make this decision.
But we'd still get 7.5%.
Yes, regardless, we have to give 7.5%.
And I
get overtime for these meetings?
401K or what?
I'm sorry, what?
7.5% to what?
To the same 401K account with URS.
So we have that no matter what?
You have it no matter what.
Well, yeah, then it doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, we can keep it, that's fine, but we need to have the policy.
Right.
That's the problem, is that there's a policy out there that says don't do it.
Let's adapt
If we're
the
going to
policy.
if we're going to do that, you need to now put a policy in place to do it. That's, do we want to continue the way it's going or discontinue? That's the motion.
I agree with Kim, and I feel like if you go back to the 7% or whatever, it's effectively a pay cut, and I don't feel like that is fair either. That may not mean a lot to some people, I don't know, but
No, absolutely. Again, this is about compensation or a benefit that you guys receive. That's why.
So I think we absolutely need to be in line with policy and what it is, but I would also be in favor of having a discussion about what that should look like, and I would not be in the favor of doing something that reduces pay. I mean, we're not talking about a lot of money. Let's be very clear
Are you
about
wanting
that.
to make this motion tonight, or are you wanting to continue this item?
I am going to sound like a broken record here on this one, that I believe that we should have a public hearing. about this. And my reasoning for that is because if we were talking about increasing compensation, we would be required to have a public hearing. Now, technically, under the law, this does not count as compensation.
Decrease.
And we are talking about an increase against policy. Because our policy currently says 7.5%. We are contemplating 16.04%.
But we've been
But
getting
it- we're-
16.
we're-
We
it's not an
have been getting
increase
it,
over
but it
practice.
is potentially an increase in policy that we're talking about, and it ends up being about $4,500 a year all told across everybody. But I believe that if we're talking about changing policy in a way that gives us an extra $4,500 a year of taxpayer money, we damn well better have a public hearing about it.
Now, to be clear, we're not following the policy. So
That's
we're
why
not
you have to-
increasing what.
We're decreasing.
But the policy that was made, I think what Doug's saying is there was a policy out there that weren't paying it. We've been doing it, and I understand they didn't change it. The problem is the policy currently,
Right.
we're not supposed to be getting the money.
So in the process of changing the policy to be consistent with our actual practice, we
With
are
our
actually
budget.
increasing our commitment from the residents to our contribution to us. I get it. I get it.
But I think the audit's saying that we can't really do that, that we have to be consistent at the 7.5%, right? Because we're
You just need to tell us which one you want to do. Do you want to follow current practice, which is the 16.04, or do you want to follow the policy that was adopted in 2016 that says 7.5?
But current practice is
Is
illegal.
1604.
If we opt for 16.04, we are, my understanding is that we are resetting policy.
So
This
why
evening.
don't we go in line with what the policy says, but add this to an item that we would like to revisit during the public hearing process of the budget and talk about compensation?
So in the meantime, it all gets reduced to 7.5%.
So that we're in compliance. Kim, what do you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a motion to continue.
Yeah. Can I just say one thing? I mean, it's a late meeting and I apologize. So in 2010, during the middle of the recession and stuff, when I was on the council the first time back then, we cut our salaries because we felt that it was a hard time for a lot of people. And we didn't make that much. We adhered to that policy for 13 years, even through all the good times. So I think you need to kind of keep that in your mind, because the little increase we did 2 years ago, I mean, that's after 13 years of having cut in pay. So, you know, I have a hard time saying this is really kind of a bad thing. We just need to have better discussion on it.
Mr. Mayor, given that we have a vote that we're about to take on this and we have additional votes on the agenda, I move that we extend the meeting until 11:30, since we are now past the...
And I hope we're done by then.
I'd like to make an amendment to that to move the meeting to 11:13.
11:13?
I'll second.
Okay, you're seconding.
I'll second the 11:13.
Okay, hold it. I've got a motion by Kim as amendment, but yours never was seconded.
I would argue that Kim simply misspoke, and what she said was that she would move to extend it to 10:13 when mine failed for lack of a second.
No,
Yes.
11:13.
11:13.
11:13, sorry, yes.
11:13. So I have a motion by Kim, second by Brittany for 11:13. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Kim, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, we're now going to 11:13.
I got a bet running
Okay,
on that
guys,
number.
Now we need a motion on this. Let's just get this done because we've got some stuff to do.
So Brittany's
motion?
suggestion would be to take this motion, which is eliminating that extra pay for now, but readdressing this and salary as part of the budget in the upcoming year.
Yes. Make that motion.
And I'll second it.
I have a motion by Kim, second by Scott. Do you understand the motion, Stephanie? What we're just saying is they're not going to amend that. They're putting it back to the 7.5.
Stephanie and I will figure it out.
Yeah, we'll work
We're
out.
going to follow the policy from
Now you have
2006.
electronic voting up. Are we supposed to?
No.
Okay, we're going to
Just
start.
the screen.
Okay, we're going to start here with Kim.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Brittany. Yes. Scott.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to move on. We have some really fast items now going to happen here. We have item number 4, A, B, and
Thanks, Jess.
C. They are expedited. Is there any discussion anyone needs to have on any of these before a motion?
What is a dick trick?
What? What?
What?
It says big public safety district.
I thought he was saying something. I go, what?
I kind of misheard that one too.
Okay, does anyone have anything that needs to be discussed?
The
on-
only thing I would request before you make a motion is to clarify, is the council still amenable to the principle of option 3 as part of the budget process? I think that would be helpful for
You're
board
This is the
members.
Lone Peak.
Yes.
Lone
Yes.
Peak, item number 4A, they had down, what was passed is that the ILA will just go off of property tax. There was an option 3 that we said we were favorable to, which we would pull money out of the reserves.
Right.
And would
The
help
Rob
with.
option.
So you just need, the question is, are you amenable to option 3, or is it just, no, we just want to keep it?
I think we should go with option 1.
I have a strong preference for option 3, but I also have a preference for doing it as part of the ILA rather than the budget process.
Okay.
Whatever we pass here is going to have to be passed by Alpine.
Correct.
Right.
So we can pass something that we know they're not going to approve. So we got to be careful.
Well, I plan to speak with folks in Alpine and encourage them to go with option 3 and approve that,
We want-
which would then come back and we would have to approve it.
That might be, maybe we do the option, we just approve the property tax. Suggesting to Alpine to approve it with option 3, then that would come back to us.
Got it.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? Doug?
That'll work.
Okay, guys, we are now down to 11:09. Do we have a motion? This is on, is this
I
on?
move that the City Council approve the resolution approving and adopting amendments to the interlocal cooperation agreement between Alpine City and Highland City governing the Lone Peak Public Safety District.
I'll second it.
Okay, have a motion by Doug, second by Scott. We're just going to start here with you, Ron.
Yes.
Brittany? Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. We're now moving on to item number B, which is action item 4800 West Design Contract Approval. Anything anyone needs to discuss here? No. This is just the contract. Okay, we'll start. Is there a
We've
motion?
Approved it, yeah.
I move that the City Council award the design services contract for the 4800 West Safety Improvement Project to Concert North America in the amount of $338,459.
I'll
Second it.
I have Scott as the second, so I have Kim as the motion, Scott as the second.
And before we vote, just to clarify, this is the number with the
10%.
10% rather than the one that was in the, okay.
Correct.
This is for design only. Okay, we're going to start here with Brittany. Yes. Scott.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
And Ron.
Yes, but
5-0.
by design only, it also included the inspections, and there were 4 items on that checklist.
And some construction management and,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. We're now moving on to 5C, which is the Public Works Work Order System. Any discussion on that item?
I trust staff.
We're moving fast.
There was concern brought up, and I'm sure you've looked at the systems pretty carefully, but we have a lot of different software systems in the city. Do they all communicate with one another, or how many different systems do we have? I mean, wouldn't it be good to have one big, consistent system?
Maybe Scott talked to me last night. I don't know.
It would be wonderful to have one system. We have, how many?
A lot.
Some of them talk to each other, not all of them. In the past, when we've looked at a software system that all talks to each other, it was beyond our budget. And I don't know of another software that does everything we want it to do. So this has been this, well, I'll let Krista speak to the details of this system if you would like.
This system, I think, will give us what we need to really have interaction with, as far as Public Works goes. I think that it has the ability to output hourly, logs of personnel, time, equipment, materials. That could always be put into a spreadsheet and could be entered into Cassell. It could be used as part of our budgetary process, but I don't really see that we need tons of interaction with some of the other softwares. It should work with with Yopify or whatever other 311 services that we might have, that we would get complaints in or concerns in from residents that we need to address and go out and fix a pothole or get a street light working. And it would have the ability to respond back to those requests as well. Which is something we don't currently have with our software. It gives us the ability to track how much time we spend and to also have a better log of what maintenance we've done on the city's infrastructure.
Can you remind me, is there a length of, how long is the contract? I know there's an implementation time and then a yearly fee after that, but is there any?
They gave us 5 years for the same price at a reduced fee. I would assume after that 5 years it would probably go up to their standard fee at that point, but we did get the first 5 years at that discounted
Chris, have
price.
you ever used this software?
I haven't used this particular software, and to be honest, I think that's partly why we got the discount is because they're trying to break into more municipalities. They do a lot of DOTs throughout the United States. They have, they're working with UDOT, and they've got a couple other municipalities close by. A lot of municipalities kind of in the Midwest, but they're trying to kind of break into more of the city government stuff in this area.
But the cost is about half what you thought it could be, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a
Mr.
motion?
Mayor, I move that the City Council approve the purchase and implementation of the Atom AI Enterprise Asset Management Software.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Doug, second by Kim. We'll start.
Can I ask us something real quick? So Aaron, I know it's late and we've got to get done here, but do you think as a city staff, you can kind of look at ways that we can maybe coordinate these softwares, or if we need to at one point have all the same software?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time we get a new software, we try to look at that and have ones that talk to each other, because you're right, it's a much better, more efficient way, Councilmember Smith.
Okay, we'll go ahead. If there's no more discussion, we'll start down here with Scott on
Yes.
that motion. Doug?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
And Brittany? Yes. 5-0.
And I would like to, once we go live with this, I would like to schedule a demo of the big picture features that are described in the agenda packet for a council meeting.
Okay, since we're moving fast, this is just kind of a heads up. We have a council vacancy.
Am I correct that we have no more votes at this point?
We have no more votes.
Okay.
This is all communication. Okay. We're going to just move fast through some communication items. We just want to notice that tomorrow is the last day. If there's a vacancy, you have to have your application in by 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is it? I thought it was 5. So 6 p.m. on December 3rd. Of course, we have on December 11th the 6 p.m. council appointment. We have also on January 6th our oath of office. There was one. We'll get to it on what we maybe do on this thing. Let's just now move on to the.
How about
May I
December
add
10th?
A quick comment on this. Sorry. We had this conversation with a couple of concerns and some advice from a different attorney for a different city regarding whether you can or cannot talk to applicants who are up for appointment. Nothing in the law prohibits you from talking to them outside of a meeting, but I would recommend the intent of the law is that most of the interviewing and discussion of the candidates to be appointed happen as part of the public meeting. So I would recommend that you focus those conversations and wait until the December 11th meeting for that. Still talk to Ron.
With that, we wanted to just kind of keep you updated a little bit on the ridges at Alpine. This is the Alpine Hollows Ridges Blue Bison. Rob's going to bring it up just because there's been some movement this last week where you're going to get residents asking you some questions.
So we just put together a couple of displays. This on the left is their plat map that of their development that they have approval for, and you can kind of see towards the left side of the screen where we have our pond and the trailhead. I did the aerial photograph that it shows up. The trailhead and the pond show up a lot better, and you can kind of see where some of the existing trails are, kind of through the Hogs Hollow Wash through that area. If we go on to the next slide. There's the red line that goes kind of diagonally through there. That's where the gas line goes, and that's their planned access for trails from anywhere to get up into the trails into Draper. You can see I've kind of outlined our parking lot. The trail accesses have gone a little bit outside of where that red line is. Some of that's probably going to have to be kind of redone so we could get access. This line through there is the city boundary line. So Highland owns everything kind of on that southwest side of it. So once we have that access, we'll be able to still use that trail. I know the contractor, when he originally reached out to the city, he had wanted to close trail access for 1 to 2 years. The developer said for the gas line, they'll be installing a culvert so that there will be access through there. The road will be, it's basically a bridge for the roadway. Once that culvert's in, he said that there should be no reason why the trails can't be used, and he expects that work to be completed this spring. So by this spring, trails should be opened and usable for interested people. I'm willing to answer any other questions.
So right now, if you go up to this trailhead, they have closed it off. And so people cannot access this area because of the construction going on. And so we just need to be sensitive about what's going on. So this whole area here, actually it's not drying. Why is it not drying?
Eraser.
Oh, I have the eraser. Okay. So this whole area here will be cut off. And so our trailhead is cut off in this area. If residents are coming and asking how to access, we have recommend they go that way to get around the property owner, because this is private property, that they could then access the Draper. But we do anticipate this will be closed off at some time. So you are going to start getting calls because they just started doing that last week.
All right.
Okay, so that trailhead's good. We're hoping to get it back open, and also if you're following Brandon's Trail down in there, we're going to be connecting Brandon's Trail up into that the gas line is where we're trying to go. Any other questions on that? Okay.
How deep is that gas line? It's just curious that lot 108 is going to have it go right through their property. Where are they going to put their house?
Yeah, I honestly am not sure how deep it is.
I mean, that's not our problem, but that's curious the way that's drawn.
Oh, they'll have a smaller building envelope.
Yeah.
Okay. Better? Meter?
Yes, I'll be really fast. I put some bullet points on the presentation. I'm assuming will be in the minutes that the council can review. If you have any questions about all of this, let me know. But in a nutshell, we're about 2.5 months into our investments with Meter. We've started to receive interest, but it's a little bit, it kind of ramps up as you go on because we've had to purchase all of these securities. And so the first month wasn't very strong. Second month was stronger. I anticipate that it will level out as we get further into it. But yeah, as far as the interest number, if you have questions on here about accrued versus received, let me know. It is a little bit more complicated than our PTIF interest, where we just get an amount in our account every month. But essentially, we accrue it, and then at some point, whatever, based on the security and when its coupon is scheduled, we get the interest paid out. So a little bit harder to calculate than the PTIF, but.
So did I correctly understand these two screens that at the moment we are making a lower interest rate on our meter than we are on the PTIF?
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I just checked. The federal funds rate right now is about 3.89, and our average, so it's different for each security and maturity length, but our average is 3.65 with Meter right now. But we anticipate that remaining at that higher rate longer, where with rates coming down regularly at this point from the Fed, the PTIF will be below that, we anticipate. So.
And at least from my perspective, the stability was predictability was the strongest argument for moving this way. So.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on. We have, you notice there's an item down here called America 250 grant. We have an opportunity, I'm sorry, the safety. I'm sorry, Aaron, go ahead and go with the safety.
You're just fine, Mr. Mayor. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to show you, actually revert for a minute. A month ago or so, a couple months ago, I asked if I could investigate some options to help, the term they use is harden some of the city facilities in case of an active shooter, to provide a bit more safety for for our individuals in case of a horrific event like that. I still have very preliminary numbers. I've been pushing him because I wanted to at least get something in front of you before the end of the year, but I wanted to give you some preliminary numbers with the idea of, can we keep going on this, exploring it, and where we're at there. So let me show you a little bit about what we're looking at. So we looked at all of the city facilities. Let's start here in our council chambers. So the intention would be to make the, I don't do this enough. Why won't it let me draw? Thank you. Can I now draw? Okay. To make the, what do I do? Second from the left. What does that mean? This? Okay, I don't think my screen works. To harden this dais area, to put bulletproofing behind it. It wouldn't be perfect because there are some gaps there where there are plugs, but it could significantly, of course, help. The other thing would be to add, just like where Jay and staff over here are sitting, to add one of those where the chiefs are, so that it could also be hardened from that aspect. And then this one would be, as both of them would be as well. So that would be what they recommended we would do in city or in the council chambers.
When you say both of them as well, are we talking about extending down on this side also? Or are you just talking about hardening?
David can be a He has to duck this.
No, really, I mean, because if you look at, we've actually got 4 over here. We could probably do that over there to add a staff member position over there. Maybe somebody would have to go sit with the chiefs. I don't know. We'll see.
Ew.
But the idea, sorry, when I said both, I would mean, so we would harden this one, and then the one we would add over there would be hardened as well. So that would be the intention in this room. Next slide, please. And somebody's gonna have to clear for me, I can't touch. Okay, let's talk about the front counter. And I know that one of the biggest concerns, and I agree with it as well, is we want to make, our city hall is welcoming and friendly right now, and we want to maintain that. So there's a picture of what it currently looks like. The biggest challenge we felt like we have is, while it's open and friendly, it's so open that it's hard to protect this area at all. So the solution we came up with is to move the front counter forward to be behind the gate still, but in between the two walls, to try to minimize cost on this, in between those the walls that already exist right there, and then add a door where we could let people back in. You would still have 2 computer spaces. Basically, our front desk receptionist would be right there, and then there would be a public access computer for when we want to help people with building permits or reservations or things like that. And then a door where we could let people back in for appointments and things like that. We did not want to add glass, again, to keep that friendly atmosphere, so it's really just moving the counter forward, and we would keep that height and depth, because if you notice, like, it's a tall counter and there's some depth to it, so you've got a bit of separation. And then you would harden that counter so that that staff could duck down, basically, and provide themselves some coverage if they needed to.
And what kind of door? Same kind of door here?
A ballistic door, so that, again.
How high?
Honestly, we didn't get that level of detail, because you're right, it's kind of an awkward area. I did not want to keep our building.
Security-wise, that door is useless. You can jump right over.
Oh, no, sorry, a normal sized door. Yes, I misunderstood what you were saying, Ron. Yes, a door that nobody could just jump over anymore.
Good.
Questions? Okay. The courtroom, same kind of a concept as what we're talking about in the council chambers, where the judge, the court clerk, and that's a witness stand on the far side, would be to harden those. This is a very still open area. It's a small room if you've ever been inside our courtroom. So honestly, it would provide a moment of protection. We do have a bailiff. If we do have in-person court, there is a bailiff outside, outside and inside. And so it would really just be to provide a moment of protection to help until the bailiff could ultimately, hopefully, help in that situation. Okay.
Does the bailiff have a standard position or a seat there, or does the bailiff kind of wander? Or what I'm wondering is if it would make sense to put some sort of glass protection for the bailiff, because
Right.
then you
That's
still have somebody.
the individual they could target, right, ultimately. Having not been in the court enough to know, I don't think that there is a standard place, or even if there is a standard place, I don't think there's anything physical in front of him or her, if that makes sense. Chief William, anything more on that you've seen? Okay.
So if they walk into court, they don't have a scanner they have to walk through, they can just walk into the court?
So there is a scanner, there is a metal detector over there like you used to have in the airports that is used on occasion. They've kind of gotten away from using it since COVID. They don't use it as much, but it is there for their accessibility.
And there's no physical forcing you to go through you can just walk around it.
Basically, unless you have the bailiff there to force that. They do virtual court 95% of the time now. A defendant has the opportunity to request in-person court as a legal right, but most of the time people prefer to just do virtual. And so it's more, but sometimes people don't realize it's virtual and still show up in person. So it's more of that kind of a scenario that we're thinking about. Let's talk about the library. So, Councilmember, originally we had just planned, so the picture on the right is the library director's office. And originally we had planned, let's harden that office and make it a quote unquote safe room. If you've been in the library, there's also a door on the far east wall that's an emergency exit door that hopefully people could get out depending on, the situation and where people are. But we thought also, let's make a safe room in the library director's office, and we could pile as many people as we can in there. And so the idea would be to harden the glass and the door in the director's office, again, just to provide an area that people could run to if they needed. When we were doing this, Councilmember Courtney brought up a good idea about what about these entrance doors? Because in my mind, a scenario, if somebody is coming into City Hall, an active shooter, they're probably going to be targeting, the library is a pretty friendly place, right? They could, and again, I don't want any of this to sound casual or unfeeling, or that this is definitely going to happen, right? It is a concern, who spoke about this earlier, right? Representative Brammer, right? Or Senator Brammer. It is a concern that unfortunately we live in a world where this is more and more common, and so I hope that it never happens in Highland, but I also would feel better if we took steps just in case it did. Yeah. So when we were thinking about what could happen in City Hall, well, if somebody came in the front doors and turned towards the City Hall side, one thing the library could do is we could make the glass at the bottom, so the first 7 feet up until the door frame, ballistic, just because so that they could shut the doors, and then anybody in the library would be safe if the shooter was pointed towards the City Hall side. That is expensive because of the large amount of glass. Another solution that he actually came up with that we really liked is, I don't know if you know this, but above the window, above the doorway, there's an automatic blind that we can push a button and it comes down. If we added something like that to the library and gave them a button near the staff desk, so that essentially it eliminates the shooter's visual of people. And then again, they've got either the door out that they could go into or the library director's office to further provide some protection to themselves. So that's a much cheaper option that we thought would still meet the goals. Next slide for me. Last one, and again, I hadn't originally considered this, but Councilmember Courtney brought up this as an idea, and it was a really good point. This is the fire station lobby, if you've never been inside the lobby. And granted, in certain times of the year, doors are open in the fire station, including the bay doors, because there's no AC in the bay. And so it's going to get really hot if they don't have them open during the summertime. But the idea would be to, again, provide some additional protection, because the door, we have the capability of locking a lot of the doors in the fire department, so this is kind of the main area that people could easily get into. This one would require hardening. So behind the glass, you see there, that's our receptionist, Nancy, as where she sits. We would need to harden the wall underneath where her desk is. We'd also need to replace this window. It's really just like a sliding window, like a sliding glass door. And so it's the individual on the outside has ability to just open that if they want, if it's unlocked. So we would need to do some refinements there. But again, the same concept of hardening, putting new glass in and hardening that, and then hardening the desk area, essentially that wall. So what is this all going to cost? We're estimating $200,000. Again, these are estimates, and I've rounded. He gave me some estimated numbers. I rounded up to give you some, just to put it on your radar as what this could possibly cost us. So I've broken it down, but roughly each of the kind of main areas is around the smaller areas are around $30,000. The City Hall entrance is would be the most expensive area because we are talking about demolishing the existing counter, moving it forward, adding the door, and so that would be the most expensive. I will say one bonus to the City Hall entrance remodel would be, if you spend much time over at City Hall, you know we are actually out of desk space. So if we ever want to add a staff position, I have nowhere to have them sit without making a shared space somehow at this point. And so this would actually free up maybe even up to 4 staff spaces.
It's a tall room. You just do double-deck cubicles.
It's possible. Anything is possible. Honestly, there is a lot of files that we could work on digitizing, but I mean, that would require remodeling, purchasing furniture. Like there's ways to put more people in there, but this would be a way that would free up some space for us as well. Next slide. So if you remember when I talked to you about this originally, we don't have anything in the budget for this, and so it certainly would be something that council would have to plan to use fund balance to do, unless there's another source of funds that you want to pull from. So just to give you, this is an estimate, so don't get too locked in on these numbers. The auditors still haven't done all of their work yet, but we're estimating the end of this past fiscal year that we will have $4.65 million in our fund balance. So we're at the 35% cap again. This year we do plan to spend $185,000 of that, but certainly would leave $200,000 in there if this is a project the council would like to pursue.
With the changes that you talked about for the city offices, moving the desk forward, do we think that that is sufficient protection that we don't need to harden one or more rooms in the city office area?
We talked with them about that, like kind of creating another safe room type of a thing. Right. We felt like if they went past if we were letting them pass the door into the area, that we felt, we felt like the chances were pretty low that we could turn into an active shooter situation. Of course, nothing's impossible. But there's the other plus is there's 2 exits right out of, I'm pointing the wrong direction, 2 exits out of the City Hall side that people could hopefully get to as well.
Another way of looking at that, especially the one that's right here, is that there is an additional entrance that someone with a gun could use.
To go through this way?
To come in?
I don't know, we can't get through it most of the time.
If they had a badge, yes.
I personally would be in favor of exploring. Like, I think it would be worth the money to explore. I don't think we're going to come up with all the ideas and solutions tonight, but I would be interested in exploring the options and then coming back and talking about what a plan would be.
Okay, so of adding a safe room as well on the City Hall side, is that what I understand, Councilmember Bills?
I honestly feel like I don't understand safety and know the options enough to know. I just would say that I feel comfortable with spending an amount of money, and I think it would be a thing that I personally would be in favor of considering closely, but I think it's really hard to say yes tonight, like let's do A, B, and C.
No,
but okay. I think the question was, are we comfortable with you
continuing this, getting more firm bids with the intention of coming back to ask for approval?
And I am personally comfortable with it and would be interested to know if Lone Peak Public Safety contributes anything to the cost of the Justice Hall or the fire department, or if they're considering doing something similar in their new
No,
fire
because
station.
remember, each of the buildings are covered by the city.
Do they use our Justice Center?
They do, but they do pay into that. They pay rent for the Justice Court.
I guess before going down the route of getting bids and everything like that, I just want to know data behind, percentage of city halls that have this type of public safety measures. What kind of threats are we receiving? Percentage of, gun violence that are in city halls when it comes down to it. I think, it seems like there's more school shootings than shootings at City Hall, and these things aren't implemented at schools. So I just want to know, what is the type of percentage of threat first before going down that road?
Yeah, and I agree with all of that, because one thing I think we need to be careful is that we don't make our City Hall a fortress.
Yeah.
And that it's open to the citizens, because we have to be careful not making people think it's us versus them. And it's because it's all of us together. So we went through this before, because during COVID, there was talk about putting bulletproof glass along there. And I said, I think that's so unfriendly. I mean, because we really haven't had a lot of threats. Can we have one in the future? Of course. But how do you prevent every risk? I don't know how you do that. I don't know.
I think Erin did a good job making it not
Yeah, I
look
think
like
she's done a great job.
a fortress. I mean, I didn't see anything there. Hardening this is zero impact. There's nothing other than the fact that we know that it's hardened. So the fortress part, I disagree that anything she presented here looked like it was going to be a fortress.
I think I'd favor kind of a little bit more what Brittany, I think, authorizing Aaron to kind of move a little bit forward on looking at some options and then, looking at the cost. But I do think you have to be sensitive. I mean, we are in a different environment than what we've had. Like you said, is this dais safe so you can get below? But we have to also think, if are our employees safe? Or, and maybe it's just implementing it different things. I do know other cities have their dioceses protected. It's not something that's rare.
And I agree
Other
with
cities,
Kim
the
that I
safest
think there
city?
is a bigger threat in schools, but I feel like I've seen a huge change in my kids' schools in the last year, like with state legislation and with just what it looks like when I go physically into their schools, which I don't.
So are we hearing you're okay with Kim kind of moving forward on it or not?
Or even Aaron?
I think I've heard Ron and Doug and Brittany, right?
Yeah, I'm in favor of looking at it.
But I'll bring back some of that research that Councilmember Rodell asked for.
Okay, let's move on to our last item on communications. Is called America 250 grant. We all know that the big 250 of the United States is next year. We have an opportunity to receive $1,500 in a grant. In order to receive that $1,500, we have to do a resolution by the end of the year. We have to create a committee of 5 to 10 individuals with at least one municipal leader on that committee, and then we have to submit an idea. An idea can be that, hey, we're going to put social media out, whatever, but that would come from the committee. In order to do that, the reason I'm bringing this right here, we don't have another meeting, so that means you'd have to do a resolution on the 11th of December. You'd have to have a meeting specifically for this resolution. It's $1,500. You'd also have to put together a committee. Is the council interested in even looking at this and doing something on the 11th, or just leave it alone?
My question is, from an events standpoint, staff-wise, do you think this is adding some sort of new event? Do we have bandwidth?
But we could do this at the Highland Fling, couldn't we?
Let's create our own event.
Yeah.
They're going to give you money to go do that. That's what it's
Right.
for you to do it. They're going to give you $1,500 to go do an event in the city.
Yeah.
And it sounds like our committee could perhaps be our city council, for starters.
It could be.
Right.
It could be. The question is, the big question is, you'd have to do it on December 11th. You'd have to have a vote and a resolution to do such. One, do you want to do that? And then two, we'd have to also put a committee and everything together by December 31st. Which you could say it's...
I like this idea as a whole. I want to celebrate this great thing. And I recommend that our soon-to-be former mayor be in charge of that committee.
I'll second that.
Ow!
No, but you could,
third
it
that.
doesn't have to, wouldn't it be fun?
It could be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do something, and it'd be nice to have the $1,500 to help
Do
start
it.
doing it, but it's just a start.
Great peeper. and the
And
community.
I mean, honestly, I feel like we should do something. We absolutely should participate, right? The state's encouraging us to do so. It's just, do you want to do it in their formal way so you get we can apply for $1,500? Or do we just want to put it as part of our budget and do it in whatever way Highland wants to do it?
I don't want to turn away from $1,500 when all we really have to do is create the committee. It's 10 people. We can be creative on how that's done. We adopt a resolution that we pass on the 11th. We submit
like to
one
be on that
idea.
committee.
Social media is a good idea, and we have it done by December 31st.
Is everyone agreeable to that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward with that. That means on the 11th, you'll see this is an agenda item. Okay, real fast, just want to go through calendar. We need to be done. We have on the 8th, we have, of course, the council vacancies. On December 8th, we have the Park Maintenance Building Open House at 5 p.m. Are we doing a ribbon cutting? What are we doing there?
It's an open house.
Okay, so we want to invite that. We do have a public safety meeting at 7:30. Okay, we have a council Christmas party. Now, we have 5:15. It's actually, we can show up at 5 o'clock. Is there any, it's council members and another invited guest. Is the entire council able to come? I've heard from the staff. Is there any council member not able to make the 10th? Just so I can confirm the number. Everyone able? Brittany, Scott? you
That's
able-
Wednesday, right?
Wednesday the 10th. You able to do that?
I will be there.
Kim, will you do that? And Ron?
With my wife.
Okay, all of us there. Okay, we're gonna have a great night that night. Okay, we have our council vacancy, of course, on the 11th at 6 p.m. We will have one agenda item, being this one item, and then we will go into that. Currently, at this time, we have 4 candidates with a possibility of a couple others submitting tomorrow. We have a library event at 11 o'clock. We have Reese Across America at 10 a.m. And then we have the oath at 6 p.m. on the 6th. The last day everything comes in. Liz, you are officially on the January 5th at noon. Even if you haven't been sworn in, you're now a council member, and Brittany will be the mayor.
Ron, are you coming to Reese Across America? You should come. It's so good.
I am. I was invited. I'm doing the wreath for the.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Good.
It's the best event it's one of the best.
I will be there.
Okay. If there's not, now we'll have a motion to adjourn.
Can I make it?
No. Is there anyone else? No. Go ahead, Brittany.
I just don't have a lot of time left to make a motion.
This is probably
Yes,
one-
this is my big moment.
Go for it.
I'm gonna wait a minute. No.
You got to think
Move that
about
we
it like I
adjourn.
did.
Okay, what did you say?
I move that we adjourn. Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Is there an alternate motion? Okay, we have a motion by Brittany and a second by Ron. We will do a roll call. We will start down here with you, Ron.
Yes.
And Brittany.
Yes.
And Scott.
Yes.
And Doug.
Yes.
And Kim.
Yes.
We are adjourned at 11:40.